Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
I crossed over, staring at the magnificent palace before him. Lin Xiao's handsome face twisted in disbelief. And then, like a floodgate bursting, strange yet familiar memories surged into his mind. Smooth, seamless, as though he had just awakened the memories of past life. Yes, he really had transmigrated. And this was the pirate world. Relief came when he realized his current identity. The newly crowned king of the Elf Kingdom, ascended only 3 days ago. As for his cheap royal parents, they were ambushed and drowned at sea on their way to Marine G 5 branch. The killers, pirates, well-prepared and ruthless. Lin Xiao didn't need to think too hard to guess why. This island wasn't ordinary. It hid treasures enough to make the entire world mad. Vast Seastone deposits, coveted by both pirates and marines. And in the deepest part of the royal treasure vault, an earth-shattering secret only he and his dead father knew. The Fourth Road Poneglyph, the missing piece of history. The very key to Raftel and Roger's One Piece. One Seastone mine alone was already enough to draw endless bloodshed. But a signpost historical text as well. This wasn't a throne, it was a guillotine. The world outside was already chaos. The Summit War had just ended. Whitebeard dead, the strongest man of an era buried in Marineford. The new world trembled, territories collapsed into endless wars. Blackbeard rose with the powers of both the shock fruit and the dark fruit, swaggering across the seas. Meanwhile, Aokiji and Akainu had nearly destroyed Punk Hazard in their 10-day civil war, tearing the Navy apart and leaving the New World more lawless than ever. And in this very storm, Lin Xiao had inherited a fragile island kingdom with less than 100,000 people, no military, and only Seastone handcuffs and cages to show for its crafts. A nation with no strength, a king surrounded by wolves, and a secret that could shake the entire sea. Lin Xiao exhaled heavily. This opening is insane. A Seastone mine is already enough to get me killed. And now a Poneglyph too? Isn't this just begging for death? The truth was clear. Without power, he couldn't last long. If he couldn't forge an armed force strong enough to defend Elf Island, disaster was inevitable. But then, ding, the Pokémon explosion system is binding. Lin Xiao froze, then laughed. So, Go System, you finally showed up. Warm reminder. Host may expend reputation points to summon Pokémon troops. All summons are randomly assigned. Ding. Host's current strength is insufficient. Issuing novice gift pack. Open immediately. Open. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Finally, a lifeline in this storm. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the Giantization Authority. Allows any summoned Pokémon to be enlarged 100 times permanently. No cost, no upper limit. Cannot be stacked with Dynamax/Gigantamax. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained absolute loyalty. All summoned Pokémon remain eternally loyal. Intimacy never decreases. Betrayal is impossible. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained primary aura force. Detects surroundings through aura waves. Read opponent's thoughts and intent. Usable for reconnaissance, defense, and attack. Haha. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, excitement blazing in his eyes. The first ability alone was terrifying, an infinite giantization army. Most Pokémon barely stood a meter tall, practically dwarfs compared to New World monsters. But now, a Rattata could stand like a sea king, and a Gyarados would rival a battleship. Kaido had his beast pirates. Lin Xiao would command an army of titanic, ability-wielding beasts. And with absolute loyalty, there was no risk of rebellion. His monsters were more reliable than Devil Fruit users. Add Aura Force, essentially a starter pack version of Observation and Armament Haki combined, and he finally had the tools to survive this chaotic sea. System, open a tribute panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 19. Identity, King of the Elf Kingdom. Abilities, Giantization Authority, Absolute Loyalty, Primary Aura Force. Reputation, 20,000. Troops, none. The rules were simple. Build reputation, summon troops. 1,000 points, common Pokémon. 10,000 points, elite Pokémon. 100,000 points, high-tier Pokémon. 1,000,000 points, divine beast Pokémon. Each summon was random. Fortune or despair decided by luck. 20,000 points to start with. Lin Xiao frowned. A gift or bait? The pirates who killed the last king weren't amateurs. Whoever's pulling the strings won't stay hidden for long. As if answering his doubts, hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. Your Majesty! A bloodied guard stumbled in, voice trembling. Pirates have breached the western port. The garrison has fallen. They demand to see you at once. Lin Xiao's eyes hardened. So soon? Perfect timing. He rose, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Let's see which rats dare bare their fangs. At Elf Island's western port, flames and smoke choked the air. A blue-haired brute in a fur coat, scimitar gleaming, led a mob of marauders as they torched buildings and cut down fleeing civilians. This was Sarquis, vice-captain of the Bellamy pirates, newly sworn hounds of Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. You bastards, halt! A squad of battered kingdom soldiers shouted, blood dripping from their armor. Elf Island is a world government member state. Harm it, and marine justice will fall upon you. Ha ha ha. Sarquis threw back his head in laughter. Marine? You fools still believe in those dogs? Since Whitebeard's death, the new world belongs to us pirates. He lifted his blade, flashing the Don Quixote insignia tattooed at his jawline. Listen well, worms. From today, this island belongs to the Don Quixote family. But before his words could finish, a cold voice cut through the chaos like steel. Belongs to you? From the shadows of the burning town, a tall figure emerged, eyes sharp as blades. Did you ask the king for permission first? Ah, I guess you're the new king who just succeeded to the throne. Sachis looked at Lin Xiao opposite with ill intentions, then said with a grin, You came just in time. Then I will convey the young master's order to you now. The young master has an order. From now on, this island, together with the rare animals on the island, and any form of resources, all belong to the Don Quixote family. Except for those craftsmen who can process Seastone. All others must leave within 1 day, and cannot take away any property above 10,000 Baileys. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Boy, do you understand? If you know what's good for you, leave now, and maybe you can spend the rest of your life in peace. Otherwise, with Don Quixote family, the end of going against them is very miserable. The sea is so stormy. You don't want to be eaten by fish, right? What's more, it's your blessing that this elf island can be favored by a big shot like the young master. When Lin Xiao heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Almost as soon as he heard the name of Don Quixote family, he figured out the whole story. There is no doubt. Doflamingo is the real murderer behind the murder of Lin Xiao's cheat parents a few days ago. As for the reason, it is naturally to spy on the Seastone mine on Elf Island. And the scene in front of him is exactly the same as when Doflamingo stole Rosa. The only difference is, the military strength on Elf Island is almost zero. There is no need for Doflamingo to take action personally. So he sent the vassal pirate group, led by Bellamy, to come. Presumably, the 20,000 points of reputation before were also contributed to Lin Xiao by these people. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Xiao had a chance to turn the tables. Because with his current strength, if he faced a top powerhouse like Doflamingo, he would have no chance of winning. But he would be more than enough to face pirates like Bellamy. However, Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to take action, because he still wanted to try to see if he could get another wave of reputation from the Bellamy pirates. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer and said, if Doflamingo comes in person, maybe Elf Island will really fall into his hands. But now, just relying on your group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, You want to take the island from the king's hands. Isn't it a bit too arrogant? As the king of this country, I will naturally do my best to protect the safety and property of every citizen. As soon as these words came out, Sachis and other pirates were all stunned. But then they laughed as if they heard a big joke. Ha ha ha, Sachis said with a smirk. Hey, I say you kid are afraid of being scared silly, right? Don't you see that I have already defeated your army? In fact, there is no need for Brother Bellamy to take action. I can take down this country with my own strength. Really, Lin Xiao was not angry when he heard it. He looked up and glanced at the dozen or so pirate ships anchored on the sea in the distance, and then he silently recited in his mind. Consume 10,000 reputation points to summon 10 ordinary soldiers, Pokémons. Ding, congratulations, host successfully summoned 10 Squirtless. The system has automatically deducted 10,000 reputation points. Current reputation balance, 10,000. Almost at the same time as the system prompt sounded, Lin Xiao's system space had 10 more Pokemon balls, and there was a Squirtle inside each Pokemon ball. Pokemon name, Squirtle, racial value, 314. Classification, initial Pokemon. Attribute, water. Height, 0.5 meters. Evolution stage, unevolved plus. Abilities, water gun, slowing bubble, iron wall, rocket head hammer, hissing bite. Note, when in danger, Squirtle likes to hide in its hard shell to protect itself, and when the enemy shows a flaw, it will use water spray to fight back. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that all the summoned ones were Squirtle, one of the 3 starter Pokemons. But in this situation, having a Squirtle with the ability to control water is indeed a good choice. Huh, there's actually a female Squirtle? Lin Xiao didn't think much about it, and directly released all 10 squirrels from the Pokeball. Squirtle, 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 Squirtle. As soon as the squirrels appeared, they surrounded Lin Xiao, especially the light blue female Squirtle. He even hugged Lin Xiao's calf with an intimate look, blinking his cute big eyes at his master. When Sachis and other pirates saw this scene, they almost burst out laughing. Wahaha! I say, you kid, don't you want to use these turtles to defeat us? I think it's better to use them to make soup. However, the next second they couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Xiao said lightly, Squirtle giant. In an instant, 10 squirrels, which were only 0.5 m tall, have grown into 50-meter tall, terrifying monsters. The huge shadow under the sun directly enveloped Sachis and others. The terrifying atmosphere instantly enveloped the whole scene. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could scream, their bodies were trampled into a pool of blurred meat by the squirrels. Lin Xiao didn't need to order it all. The female Squirtle led the other companions and attacked the enemies on the sea. Boom! The water gun, which was as powerful as a cannonball, blew the pirate ship docked at the port into pieces with one shot. And the pirate ships farther away were not spared. Damn, where did these turtle sea beasts come from? At the bow of the Vic Bellow, Bellamy exclaimed in exasperation. Open fire! Sink all these water turtles for me. However, ordinary shells fell on the thick shell of Squirtle, but did not cause any effective damage at all. The rumbling explosions sounded one after another. The screams of the pirates were endless. Soon, there was only one pirate ship left on the sea, the Vic Bellow, and those pirates who fell into the sea, without exception, either they were swept into the seabed by the rapids and drowned, or they were swallowed directly by the giant Squirtle core. As the user of this spring fruit, Bellamy could do nothing about the Squirtle core in the sea. He could only watch his own pirate group being completely destroyed. Damn it, you must have been responsible for all this. I'll make you pay for it with blood. Bellamy looked at Lin Xiao with bloodshot eyes. He then activated the ability of the spring fruit, turned his legs into springs, and began to compress and charge them nonstop. Bang! The next second, powerful kinetic energy was released. The deck under Bellamy's feet exploded, and his figure flew towards Lin Xiao on the shore as fast as lightning. It seems that the reputation value that can be harvested from ordinary people is very limited, Lin Xiao looked at the slowly increasing reputation value and shook his head with a lack of interest. Since the power of ordinary soldiers has been tested, then use another 10,000 reputation value to summon an elite soldier. In fact, with Lin Xiao's current strength, it is still very easy to deal with Bellamy. Don't underestimate the latter, who is Barry's big pirate with a bounty of 195 million. He has the spring fruit and armament Haki. But now Lin Xiao, with the blessing of wave power comparable to observation Haki, he can easily predict every attack of his. At the same time, he can also counterkill with wave missile comparable to Conqueror's Haki entanglement. It's so easy. But Lin Xiao is now looking forward to the little elves summoned by elite soldier. What kind of combat power can burst out? Consume 10,000 reputation points. Summon one little elf of elite soldier. Ding! Congratulations, host successfully summoned one flying legs. The system has automatically deducted 10,000 reputation points. Current reputation point balance, 120. The system prompt sounded. There was another elf ball in Lin Xiao's system space. Inside this Pokemon ball, there is a special Pokemon that is brown, has no beak, has black eye edges, white pupils, has a spring-shaped part on each of its hands and feet, and can freely stretch and retract materials. Pokemon name, Flying Legs. Racial value, 455. Classification, first generation Pokemon. Attribute, Fighting. Height, 1.5 meters. Evolution stage, final evolution of Fearless Boy. Abilities, lower body kick, double kick, flying knee kick, bouncing attack. Note, Flying Legs has a penultimate sense of balance and can perform kicks continuously in any posture. Its legs can stretch and retract freely, and it can kick opponents away even if they are far away. Haha, it's Flying Legs, who is known as the kicking skills ghost. Lin Xiao's mouth suddenly flashed an arc of interest. This is really going to be a good show. Is Bellamy's spring fruit powerful? Or is Flying Legs, who has similar properties, better? However, after 100 times the size, Flying Legs should be 150 meters tall, right? Is it really suitable for close combat? But Lin Xiao quickly put such thoughts behind his mind. Isn't it the best time to test everything? Go, Flying Legs. Let the enemy tremble under your gorgeous kicking skills. Then a huge figure like a hill suddenly appeared. Bellamy, who was flying rapidly in the distance, was immediately startled. But before he could adjust his body shape, Flying Legs' lightning-fast kick directly blasted him far away. Boom! After a while, Bellamy struggled to stand up from the ruins. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his beak. Bellamy's face was full of unbelievable horror. Damn, what the hell is that monster? Why is it so huge but still so agile? And in that attack just now, its legs stretched more than twice as far. Is this clearly the same as my spring fruit ability? If I hadn't activated armament Haki to defend myself the moment I was hit, I would have been kicked into pieces by its diamond-hard feet. After all, Bellamy has been on the sea for so many years. But he has never encountered such a terrifying enemy. First, there was a group of turtles that were as big as the king of the near sea. Now there is a spring monster that is more than 100 meters tall. How can this battle be fought? Damn it! Didn't the young master say that there is no decent fighting power on the Elf Island? Originally, Bellamy wanted to perform well in front of Doflamingo, but now it seems that it is good enough to escape from this island alive. However, before Bellamy can make any move, Flying Legs has already launched a bounce attack. The springs on his legs suddenly compressed, and then the huge figure like a hill seemed to disappear. Instantly he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared directly above Bellamy's head. Boom! In Bellamy's horrified eyes, the diamond-hard thigh of Flying Legs slammed heavily on him. The terrifying force caused the earth to tremble violently, even though Bellamy activated armament Haki for defense. But after one blow, he was still smashed into a bloody corpse. He couldn't die anymore. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. So far, except for a Melfish tribe. pirate who was deliberately let go by Lin Xiao. The entire Bellamy Pirates was destroyed. Squirtle, Flying Legs, you are all great. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with the performance of these elves he summoned. Under the blessing of Elf Gigantamax power, these originally weak initial Pokémon all showed extremely amazing combat power, especially the Squirtle core. The power they can exert in the sea is even comparable to that of a large pirate group. Moreover, in the future, as long as it is used properly, then no enemy will be able to forcefully land on Elf Island from the sea. This undoubtedly gave Lin Xiao great confidence, but he also knew very well the real war has just begun, although the Bellamy Pirates were destroyed. But Doflamingo will never let go of the big fat piece of Elf Island, no matter what. The same is true in reverse. Whether it is the revenge of killing his father or the hatred of seizing the island, Lin Xiao must settle accounts with this arrogant 7 warlords of the sea. Then, since the next war is inevitable, Lin Xiao will naturally not passively wait for the enemy to take action. Instead, he decisively chose to take the initiative before deliberately letting the Melfish tribe pirate go. It was to send a signal to Doflamingo. That is, Elf Island is definitely not a lamb to be slaughtered. But Lin Xiao would not be so impulsive as to directly confront Doflamingo, because even with the support of the system, he still needs a certain amount of time to develop, to harvest more reputation points, to increase his troops. Otherwise, he will have no chance of winning against the powerful Doflamingo and Don Quixote family. It is precisely out of this consideration Lin Xiao immediately took out Den Den Mushi and called Morgans, the president of World Economic News Agency. World Economic News Agency headquarters. Wow, ha! It's awesome. I didn't expect that such a big event would happen not long after the Summit War and martial contest ended. This time the title must be particularly eye-catching. Just after hanging up the phone, Morgans couldn't wait to call all his reporters over, and then pointed to the bloody photo of Bellamy that the video Den Den Mushi had just received and projected, and shouted excitedly, "Just now, the great pirate Bellamy with a bounty of 195 million berry actually attacked world government member in New World." But to everyone's surprise, this elf kingdom, with almost no military power, actually won the final victory and wiped out the Bellamy pirates. But what is really exciting is that the backer behind this group of pirates is Doflamingo, one of the famous 7 warlords of the sea. In other words, this attack is likely to be Doflamingo personally instructed. Wow, things seem to be getting even more exciting now. The 7 warlords of the sea, who were granted the legal privilege of plunder by the world government, openly robbed the member states protected by the world government. This is the second time after the Alabasta incident. I believe that once this report is released, it will cause a huge sensation around the world. By then, all the pressure from public opinion will be given to the world government and naval headquarters side. If they can't give a satisfactory answer this time, their credibility will inevitably be strongly questioned by the world again. TSK, I have to say that this young successor of the Elf Kingdom is really a tough guy who can't be underestimated. In such a short time, he thought of using the power of fishing theory to reverse the situation that is unfavorable to him. Although this kid is obviously using us, I don't care at all because the news is so explosive. I have thought of the title. It starts like this: Marine is incompetent. World government allied nations was looted. The young king vowed to resist to the death. And to the instigator, 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo launches all-out war. Soon, the big event of Bellamy pirates attacking Elf Kingdom spread all over the world with the figure of Newsbird and caused a violent shock all over the world. In the news reports, Lin Xiao was described as a young king who was uncompromising in the face of evil forces. And with his perfect mind and strategy, he personally destroyed the trick of 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, and Marine was described as an indifferent bystander. He was indifferent to the request for help from world government allied countries, and indirectly caused the death of the previous king and queen. It must be said, Morgans knows how to catch Boruto's eyeballs. New World, White Earth Island Veldigo, where GM Army headquarters is located. Hey Dragon, look, this young man is really brave. The Monster King, Ivankov, the captain of the GM Army, waved the newspaper in his hand and shouted loudly, "Dare to resist the atrocities of the 7 warlords of the sea. This is not a feat that ordinary people can do." Yes. Monkey D. Dragon nodded in agreement. I heard that the previous king of the Elf Kingdom was just killed by pirates a few days ago. Now it seems that it was probably the work of Doflamingo. Doflamingo again. As the chief of staff, Sabo said indignantly, "Mr. Long, why don't we take this opportunity to contact this young king? If the GM army helps him through the difficulties now, he should probably join us, right? If we can successfully persuade him to refuse to pay heavenly gold, give up his status as a world government member, and completely cut off all trade with the world government, it will definitely cause a great shock worldwide." However, Monkey D. Dragon has a different opinion on this, and shook his head slightly. Although I admire this young king, now is not the best time for the GM army to show up. Besides, Doflamingo is not the kind of person who can swallow his anger after suffering a loss. I guess he will launch a real war against the Elf Kingdom next. And what we have to do is to send people to sneak into Rosa after the war officially begins, to find out the important evidence of Doflamingo's secret arms trading with various forces in the dark world, then use the huge influence of overthrowing Doflamingo's regime to launch revolutions in more countries. The dilapidated Marineford. In a temporary office, the exasperated voices of 5 elders came out one after another from Den Mushi. "Sakazuki, you should be very clear about how this sudden incident will bring about a serious crisis of trust in the world government. So no matter what, you must find a way to calm this incident as soon as possible. Also, warn Doflamingo to be more restrained. Don't think that he is the 7 warlords of the sea and can ignore the rules at will. But the successive kings of the Elf Kingdom are very stubborn and have always been unwilling to cooperate with the world government to jointly mine the Seastone deposits on the island. This time, using Doflamingo's hand to give him a beating is also a good idea. However, Akainu, who had just succeeded the position of marshal, retorted with an unhappy face. That guy's just a pirate. Why should I clean his ***? Besides, the face and dignity of our naval headquarters have also been greatly affected by this incident. Isn't the best way now to remove Doflamingo from the 7 warlords of the sea, and then arrest him and put him in impelled down ***? 5 elders immediately flew into a rage and said, "Sakazuki, watch your tone. Umarine's face is not worth mentioning at all. The 7 Warlords of the Sea system is a proposal that we have carefully considered and passed. Naturally, it has its role and value. How can you, a mere marshal of the Marine, interfere? Don't forget, your naval headquarters is just a facade built by the world government. That's right, we are not discussing this with you, but issuing a unilateral order. Anyway, you should find a way to solve it yourself. If you can't handle it well, then your position as marshal will be succeeded by someone else." After that, 5 elders didn't give Akainu any chance to defend himself, and hung up the phone directly. The atmosphere in the office instantly froze to the freezing point. All the Marine generals attending the meeting were in a state of panic, for fear that Akainu would vent his anger on them. And at this moment, a disharmonious voice suddenly sounded. "Huh? How about it, Sakazuki? This marshal is not easy, right?" Sengoku, who has now retired to the 2nd line and served as Naval Headquarters Inspector General, said with an 8 trigrams face. "But I'm curious, how are you going to deal with this incident?" "Shut up, you semi-retired person." Akainu glared at this unreliable old guy in annoyance. Then the tiger's eyes narrowed slightly, as if thinking about an important decision in his heart. After a long silence, he said in a deep voice, "If we want to reverse the negative impact of this incident on Marine, it seems that we can only move the naval headquarters directly to New World, so as to show the World Marines' determination to fight against New World pirates. And in order to fill the 2 vacant admiral positions, Marine will launch a new round of large-scale recruitment around the world. As for Doflamingo, since 5 elders still have use for him, let's give him a symbolic warning first. But in order to prevent this be ********D from making any more big troubles, immediately notify G5 Branch Vice Admiral Virgo to keep a close eye on the situation in Elf Island. Send Momosaji there to station until the situation is completely settled. Dress Rosa. In the palace, a Melfish tribe pirate was crawling under the throne, recounting the destruction of the Bellamy pirates with a horrified face. And on the throne, Doflamingo's face became more and more gloomy when he heard that more than 10 pirate ships were sunk by a group of water turtles. Rage surged in his heart. He actually activated the ability of String Fruit and tore the pirate below in half. Dover, I've said it before, there's no need to give a useless trash like Bellamy another chance. The top cadre, Tory Pole, who was sitting on a plum blossom chair and dressed extremely slovenly, pointed to the photo of Bellamy's tragic death in the newspaper and said with a gloating look on his face, "It's a shame for our Don Coxody family to be defeated by just a few sea beasts. But now, Naval Headquarters has also intervened in this matter. I'm afraid we won't be able to continue to do it in a short time." Just a few hours ago, the Crane Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters actually called Doflamingo directly and warned him not to think about Elf Island next time. Otherwise, she will personally rush to Dressrosa to capture Doflamingo. Although these words are mostly just routine intimidation. But when the Crane Vice Admiral said it, Doflamingo didn't dare to be careless at all, because as early as when he just established the Don Quixote pirates, he had taught this old woman powerful methods. Whether it is strategy or personal strength, she's an existence that Doflamingo is deeply afraid of. And Doflamingo also learned from Virgo, who was an undercover in the Marine, that Akainu actually sent Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momosaji to Elf Island for stationing. This is clearly to prevent him from continuing to cause trouble. It is precisely because of this. Doflamingo is so angry. Doflamingo smirked sinisterly. "It seems that Marine has made a mistake. I am not their subordinate, so there is no need for me to obey their orders. Besides, I am determined to get those Seastone deposits. And that new stinky brat, how dare he make me lose face like this? If I don't teach him a lesson, where will I put my face in the future?" But since Marine has sent Headquarters Vice Admiral over, let's change our course of action a little bit. Although over the years, Doflamingo has been secretly trading Seastone products and artificial Zoan Devil Fruit Smile with Kaido, one of the Four Emperors. It seems that they have maintained a long-term cooperative partnership. But in fact, Doflamingo is very afraid of Kaido, this reckless man. If he can get to Elf Island this time, then he will have the opportunity to get rid of Kaido's unilateral monopoly on Seastone products, so that Don Quixote family can make a lot of money. It can even be used to threaten world government and naval headquarters to make a greater compromise. So, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Doflamingo will naturally not give up such a good opportunity easily. Since it doesn't work in the open, then let's do it in secret. You know, in addition to Virgo, who went undercover in the Marine, Doflamingo has another unknown winning trump card in his hand. That is Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, who is one of the worst generation supernovas together with Straw Hat Boy, with a bounty of 200 million berry, nicknamed the Surgeon of Death. As a user of the ability of Op Fruit, Trafalgar Law can kill people silently. And even if he is accidentally exposed, no one can associate it with Doflamingo. However, what Doflamingo never expected was that the next situation did not develop in the direction he expected. Instead, it became more and more disadvantageous to him. Elf Island. Outside the palace, a passionate speech to all citizens is in progress. Fellow citizens, I'm so sorry for making you go through these terrible things. It is now basically confirmed that these 2 pirate attacks are related to Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and his purpose is to seize the Seastone mine on the Spirit Island. However, the culprit who turned a blind eye to the evil deeds of these pirates is Marine, who has always regarded himself as a righteous man. And the world government, which personally formulated the 7 warlords of the sea system and transformed the cruel and cunning Doflamingo into the monarch of Rosa. Since Marine is unable to protect our homeland and war is inevitable, let us save this country with our own strength. Lin Xiao's voice resounded throughout the country, through the radio Den Den Mushi, and the citizens gathered in front of the palace had already boiled over. Your Majesty, please don't apologize for this. This has nothing to do with you. Blame those despicable pirates who committed evil deeds. Yes, you're also a victim. And those incompetent Marines, we are obviously a member of the world government and should be protected by the Marines, but they don't care about our lives at all. Your Majesty, we are willing to fight with you. Even if we lose our lives, we will die without regrets. Please let the Elf Kingdom restore its former glory. Looking at the excited people, Lin Xiao returned to the palace with satisfaction. Of course, he couldn't let these civilians who had no fighting power participate in the war. The reason for doing this, it's nothing more than wanting to brush a wave of reputation points from them. And before that, through the continued fermentation of the destruction of the Bellamy pirates incident, Lin Xiao gained nearly 140,000 reputation points in about a day. And this number is still growing slowly. Although this number is far from the height that Lin Xiao expected. But it can be explained. After all, he and Elf Island are not well known at all. So most people's attention is on Doflamingo and Marine. But must be said, Lin Xiao's gamble this time gave him the capital to compete head-on with Doflamingo. It seems that in order to harvest more reputation points and maximize the conversion rate of traffic, I must increase the popularity of me and Elf Island. Although Lin Xiao always likes to keep a low profile, but 4 reputation points, doesn't mind starting to act high profile from now on. And the current war with Doflamingo is undoubtedly the best stepping stone for Lin Xiao to step onto the world stage. But Lin Xiao knows in his heart, if you want to give it a try, then you must first ensure that the safety of Elf Island is foolproof. Otherwise, it would be too stupid to be robbed. Now we want to quickly turn Elf Island into an iron barrel. The best way is obviously to give priority to the most cost-effective ordinary troops to explode troops. Then use my elf giant power to turn it into a small behemoth army. Lin Xiao's brain turned rapidly. After a little thought, he made the final allocation of troops. Now he has more than 140,000 reputation points in his hand. 100,000 of them are used to summon ordinary arms, Pokémons. The remaining 40,000 are used to summon elite arms, Pokémons, and replicate the special abilities of some Pokémons. The so-called replicate, in simple terms, is a heaven-defying function specially provided by the system for Lin Xiao, which consumes reputation points to actively obtain certain abilities of Pokémons. For example, Squirtle's water gun and Sprinter's bounce attack. The replicate of different levels of abilities and the reputation points consumed are also different. When Lin Xiao thought that one day he might be able to use the powerful abilities of Mewtwo as telekinesis and Arceus as sanction gravel, he felt a surge of emotion. System, consume 100,000 reputation points and summon 100 common troops. Pokémons for me. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning 100 Pokémons. The system has automatically deducted 100,000 reputation points. Current reputation balance, 41,280. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Xiao's system space had 100 more Pokémon balls. Among them, 11 Squirtle, 18. Magikarp. 17. Bulbasaur. 31. Skyworm. For Charmander, 1 Ditto. 1 Flame Rabbit. 7. Quacka. 9. Water Otter. 1 Madura. Not bad luck. The number of water attribute Pokémons is close to half. Lin Xiao was quite satisfied with this summon. Then he went all the way to the beach. While releasing all the water attribute Pokémon, the Gigantamax power was used on them. Boom, boom, boom. Pokémons as big as Sea King jumped into the water and immediately caused huge waves. The safety of the waters near Pokémon Island will be left to you to protect, including the 10 Squirtless summoned before. Lin Xiao now has a total of 55 water attribute Pokémon. It can barely cover all the waters around the coastline of Pokémon Island. Next are the Pokémon on land. Lin Xiao then began to check the list of the remaining Pokémon. Charmander and Bulbasaur are needless to say. Together with Squirtle, they form the most popular 3 Pokémon in Pokémon World. They are also the only group of 3 Pokémon with both Mega Evolution and Gigantamax. But for Lin Xiao right now, the solution of increasing their evolution level by consuming reputation points and eventually reaching Mega Evolution or Gigantamax mode is obviously not feasible, because this will consume a lot of reputation points in the early stage. Take Squirtle in the Ordinary Soldier as an example. It takes 10,000 reputation points to complete the first order evolution and become Card Squirtle with racial value 405, and to continue the final evolution and become Blues with racial value 530. It takes 100,000 reputation points. So, at this stage, unless you encounter a few Pokémon with special abilities, otherwise, it is better to directly consume 10,000 reputation points to open the blind box. When Lin Xiao's eyes fell on Sky Coverbug and Ditto, he was immediately attracted by their abilities. Elf name, Skyworm. Race value, 335. Classification, 8th generation Pokémon. Attributes, Bug Psychic Power. Height, 0.4 meters. Evolutionary stage, first evolution of Spybug, plus. Abilities, Psychic Detection, Reflective Wall, Play Dead. Note, Skyworm, which looks like a stone, always curls up in its shell to grow, and almost never moves, but it does not affect its use of powerful mental power to collect information from the outside world, and its psychic power seems to have awakened in the process of shrinking in its shell without eating or drinking. Elf name, Ditto. Race value, 288. Classification, first generation Pokémon. Attributes, general. Height, 0.3 meters. Evolutionary stage, cannot evolve. Ability, transformation. Note 1. Ditto can transform into the same appearance as the opponent by reorganizing its own cells the moment it sees the opponent and master all of its abilities. Note 2. Are you sure you called it out to fight? Among them, the Sky Cover Bug, which has excellent reconnaissance capabilities, is undoubtedly a double insurance for Elf Island. In this way, even if some powerful pirates use the ability of Devil Fruit to sneak into Elf Island, they will most likely be discovered by the Sky Cover Bug that looks like a stone. Thus, an early warning will be issued in time, and all the summoned elves are connected with Lin Xiao. No matter how far apart they are, they can communicate with each other at any time. It can be said to be extremely convenient. However, what really surprised and delighted Lin Xiao was the seemingly ordinary Ditto. It is no exaggeration to say that, in the elf world, the ability of Ditto to instantly transform with just a glance is definitely a bug-level existence. There are even rumors that the reason why Ditto has such a heaven-defying transformation ability is because it was originally a clone of the ancestor of Elves, Dream. It's just that the experiment failed. That's why he's in such a bad state now. But if the experiment succeeded, then I'm afraid everyone would call it the Divine Beast. Mewtwo now. Lin Xiao doesn't know whether this statement is true or not. But one thing is certain. If this transformation ability is used properly, then Lin Xiao can definitely easily obtain the unique skills of all the top masters in the pirate world. That's right. First use Ditto to instantly transform into the target's appearance. Then use Replica to obtain the desired ability. This bug card is so perfect. But the only thing that makes people feel a little bit regretful is that Lin Xiao's Replica ability only works on the summon Pokemon. In other words, he can't use Transformation and Replica to fix the bug by himself. It seems that he has to always carry Ditto with him in the future. Lin Xiao first consumed 1,000 reputation points to replicate the transformation ability to himself. Such a pervert ability, it only takes 1,000 reputation points. It's really a bargain. Then Lin Xiao set his sights on the remaining 40,000 reputation points. He had previously consumed 10,000 reputation points to summon Flying Legs Man, which directly crushed the pirate Bellamy with a bounty of 195 million berries after it became giant. And next, if Lin Xiao doesn't want to passively defend blindly, he will definitely need the help of more powerful Pokemon. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao directly instructed the system, consume 30,000 reputation points to summon 3 elite troops, Elves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning 3 Elves. The system has automatically deducted 30,000 reputation points. Current reputation balance, 11,810. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Xiao's system space once again had 3 more Elf Balls. Pokemon name, Charizard Gray-Black. Race value, 534. Classification, Initial Pokemon. Attributes, Fire, Flying. Height, 1.7 meters. Evolution stage, Final evolution of Charmander, plus. Skills, Dragon Breath, Sun Blaze, Flame Vortex, Flame Blast, Flash Charge. Note, it is filled with extraordinary power, which has blackened its body. The flames it spews are powerful enough to melt boulders. When it is angry, the flames on its tail will turn blue-white. Elf name, Gastrum. Racial value, 490. Classification, Initial Pokemon. Attribute, Poison. Height, 1.2 meters. Evolution stage, Final evolution of Gas Bomb. Skills, Poison Gas, Double Hit, Poison Bomb, Self-Destruct, Big Explosion. Note, on weekdays, Gastrum absorbs pollutants in the atmosphere and then spits out fresh air. Its 2 thin balloon-like bodies are filled with highly toxic gas. If it is stimulated, the gas toxins will become stronger and violently spray out from all parts of the body, followed by a big explosion. Elf name, Martial Bear Master, Combo. Racial value, 550. Classification, 8th generation legendary Pokemon. Attributes, Fighting Water. Height, 1.9 meters. Evolutionary stage, Final evolution of Bear Apprentice, plus. Skills, Invisible Fist, Water Flow, Swallow Return, Head Hammer, Explosive Fist, Double Return, True Chi Fist. Note, Martial Bear Master has a calm and composed personality. When fighting, he will dodge the enemy's attacks while spying on the opponent's flaws, then block the opponent with a movement like a gurgling stream, and then use a wave-like continuous move to knock it down. F***K. Is my luck going to explode today? Originally, when he saw the summon of other color Charizard, Lin Xiao was already very pleased. After all, the strength of this elf is obvious to all. And in the later stage, it can also undergo Mega Evolution and Gigantamax. The strength directly jumped to the quasi-god level. But who would have thought? Then he actually summoned a legendary level, Martial Arts Bear Master. You know, in the elf world, as of the 9th generation, there are only 66 legendary Pokemon in total. Some of them are regarded as legendary gods by humans. Some are considered to be the creators of certain species. Some have caused huge disasters in the past and are therefore remembered by humans. But without exception, all legendary Pokemon have very powerful powers. And the Martial Arts Bear Master has race value, is only 550. And because it looks like a bear apprentice before evolution, it is criticized for not being a divine beast. But in fact, martial arts bear master is an out-and-out second-level god. Note, all rankings are based on the system's military level, and the elf world level will not appear. It is no exaggeration to say, if we only talk about physical skills, the strength of martial arts bear master is at least above the elite vice admiral of naval headquarters, except Garp. Invisible Fist made Lin Xiao think of Water Rock-Crushing Fist, used by Geru, who beat a group of heroes in One Punch Man. This time, Lin Xiao only spent 10,000 reputation points and got a high-level soldier with 100,000 reputation points. He was naturally very happy. If he hadn't thought of keeping 10,000 reputation points for emergencies, he would definitely reproduce the Invisible Fist on the spot. But when he thought of the opportunities in the future, Lin Xiao felt relieved. Although it is still difficult to defeat Doflamingo with the current strength, at least I won't be in a passive situation again. Lin Xiao showed a confident smile on his face, and my counterattack plan can finally begin. Hit the snake at its weakest point. After careful consideration, Lin Xiao finally locked his first target on the Sad Factory of Punk Hazard. Because Sad, extracted from ferrous iron ore, can be said to be an indispensable key ingredient in the process of manufacturing artificial devil fruit smile. And artificial devil fruit smile is a special bond between Doflamingo and Kaido. It is of special significance to the former. It can even be said to be Doflamingo's absolute weakness. So, as long as this Sad Factory is destroyed, and the only guy who could develop Sad, Sakalong, is captured alive, then Doflamingo will definitely be afraid to use his weapons. In this way, Lin Xiao can win more time for development and turnaround. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly received a warning message from Squirtle. They found a large ship in the nearby waters, and it was approaching the direction of Pokémon Island. The Pokémon asked whether to attack it. Only one ship. They shouldn't be Doflamingo's people. Let them go ashore first. Lin Xiao couldn't guess the other party's identity for the time being, so he took Ditto to the port to see what was going on. The waters near Elf Island, on a warship flying the marine flag. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momosaji, who has a very hot body and heaven-defying long legs, is standing at the bow at this moment, looking at the island that is becoming clearer and clearer in front. After receiving the notice from Akainu, she rushed here day and night, just to prevent the situation from getting worse. After all, the side effects of Elf Island incident on Marine are really too bad. What a beautiful view. It's like a paradise on Earth. It seems that Doflamingo has not sent anyone to attack here again. The warship slowly docked at the port. Momosaji was immediately attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of her. But soon she realized that the people near the port seem to have great prejudice and hostility towards Marine. But this is understandable. After all, they had just been attacked by pirates, and Marine failed to show up in time to protect them. It is normal to have some resentment in your heart. Just when Momosaji was about to hit someone and ask about the direction of the palace, suddenly, a petite and cute figure passed by her quickly. I saw a cute little rabbit with a white body. Only the end of the ears, the soles of the feet, and the neck were orange, rushing towards a forest not far away. And there was a band-aid on its nose. It seemed to be left from the fight just now. It was the flame rabbit that Lin Xiao had just summoned not long ago. For this little Pokemon whose combat power was almost equal to nothing, Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to use the giant power of the Pokemon on it. Is this the rare and exotic beast that is abundant in Pokemon Island? It's really cute. Although Momosaji is the Vice Admiral and a swordsman of the great swordsman level, but she still can't completely get rid of the nature of women who like plush toys. What's more, the Marine Code, name she chose on her own initiative, was Momosat. It is enough to show that she particularly likes small animals like rabbits. So Momosaji didn't think much about it. She followed Flame Rabbit into the forest. After walking a few steps forward, She saw Flame Rabbit fighting with a cute kitten with a black body and red Madara patterns and whiskers on its face. The animals here are so cute. Momosaji watched the two little creatures fight with great interest. She gradually relaxed her guard. However, just when she couldn't help her love for them, she wanted to go up and kiss, hug, and lift up the two little elves. Two vine whips suddenly flew out from the depths of the forest. They hung her upside down in the air at lightning speed. Momosaji didn't rush to break free, but hurriedly said loudly, "Please don't get me wrong. I have no ill will towards those cute little animals. I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Lone, and I am here to be stationed at Elf Island, under the order of Marshal Kainu to help you get rid of the threat of Doflamingo." Marine. A disdainful snort came from the depths of the forest. Then Lin Xiao came out from the depths of the dense forest with a giant Bulbasaur that was 70 m tall. "Bulbasaur, let her go." Lin Xiao looked at Momosaji, who stood up in a panic, and said mercilessly, "You Marines, you came too late, didn't you? Your Majesty the King." As the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, Momosaji is naturally familiar with the appearance of the royal families of various countries. At this moment, her eyebrows were slightly raised, and she said with a little apology on her pretty face, "As a world government member, we were attacked by pirates for no reason. On behalf of Marine, I deeply apologize to His Majesty the King. However, in order to prevent similar incidents from happening again, I will be stationed on this island until all the disturbances are completely calmed down. Please believe that we Marine." But before Momosaji finished speaking, Lin Xiao interrupted with a sneer, "Do you want me to continue to trust you, Marine? Dressrosa, Alabasta, Elf Kingdom. Similar cases of stealing countries have occurred one after another in recent years. Isn't the culprit the 7 warlords of the sea system established by the world government to maintain the ridiculous world balance? And you Marines not only did not stop it, but also acquiesced to the existence of the 7 warlords of the sea and condoned their looting. How can we trust such a Marine? In my opinion, today's Marines have long lost their original justice and have completely become the watchdog of the world government. If the Elf Kingdom depends on you to save it, then I'm afraid it will end up like Dressrosa, directly becoming Doflamingo's pirate country. So, I reject your request for stationing. As the king of this country, I will use my own power to make the Elf Kingdom rise again. As for Doflamingo, it won't be long before he will pay a very painful price for his stupid decision." After that, Lin Xiao issued an order to expel him with a cold face. Momosaji's beautiful eyes showed an unbelievable look. She never expected that Lin Xiao would refuse so decisively. In the words said by the other party, she had no way to refute. But Momosaji was not ready to give up. He immediately persuaded her earnestly, "Your Majesty, I admire your courage, and I know your dissatisfaction with Marine. However, I'm afraid you have not really realized the danger of Doflamingo, even though you successfully destroyed the Bellamy pirates before. But compared with the Don Quixote family, the former is not worth mentioning at all. It is almost impossible to fight Doflamingo with your own strength." "Really?" Lin Xiao sneered and threw out Ditto and said, "Then please ask Momosaji Vice Admiral to check whether our Elf Kingdom has such strength." As soon as the voice fell, Ditto, who shared the same idea as Lin Xiao, had already changed into the appearance of Momosaji. The same appearance, the same figure, the same ability. Even the famous sword Kinpyra, hanging on the waist, was exactly the same. This Momosaji's beautiful face was suddenly filled with shock. She couldn't figure it out. How did that mud-like thing just now turn into her appearance in an instant? Is that the ability of devil fruit? But while she was hesitating, Momosaji, who was transformed from Ditto on the opposite side, took the lead in launching an attack. Swish! A flash of cold light suddenly appeared, followed by a crescent-shaped blue sword energy. It came straight at her. "That's my Blizzard Slash!" Momosaji showed a look of shock on her face, but she didn't dare to be careless at all. She immediately pulled out Kinpila and held it in front of her. Bang! The powerful slash wave actually pushed Momosaji back more than 10 meters. However, at this moment, Momosaji was shocked. Because of the slash just now, whether it was the speed, angle, or strength, they were exactly the same as when she attacked in person. This is impossible. Momosaji couldn't help but exclaimed, "Your Majesty, what did you do?" Facing the fierce attack launched by another self, Momosaji could no longer remain calm. She suddenly realized she had underestimated the young king on the opposite side. The other party actually created a being with exactly the same appearance and strength as her, with just a wave of his hand. Even the combat experience was exactly the same. Such a strange ability made Momosaji feel creepy. No wonder the Elf Kingdom, which had no military power, was able to successfully destroy the Bellamy pirates. But the funny thing is, before this, including Momosaji, almost everyone thought that Lin Xiao was able to win because he was just lucky. It was not until now that Momosaji realized how ridiculous such an idea was. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful power burst out from the two Momosaji. Blade against blade. Slash against slash. Haki against Haki. The terrifying aftermath instantly swept in all directions. Two slender figures flew up and down in the dense forest. Logically speaking, as a great swordsman, even if Momosaji faced an enemy of the same level as her, she would never be defeated quickly in a short period of time. But this strange situation of fighting against oneself has affected her mood invisibly. It didn't take long for her to fall into a passive situation. She was suppressed by her other self the whole time. I'm so sorry, Momosaji Vice Admiral. I have to verify whether the conjecture about the card bug is feasible on you. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with an eager look. How could he miss such a great opportunity? He immediately used the system to check the status of Momosaji. Name, Guion Ditto. Height, 2.91 meters. Age, 29 years old. Identity, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Great swordsman. Abilities, Shave, plus. Moonwalk, plus. Fubuki Flow, plus. Intermediate Observation Haki, plus. Intermediate Armament Haki, plus. Lin Xiao noticed. All 5 skills in the ability column have a plus sign behind them. That is to say, all 3 skills can be replicated. Haha, it's done. This unsolvable bug actually got him stuck. Now, the confidence to defeat Doflamingo is undoubtedly increased. Shave and Moonwalk require 1,000 reputation points, and both Intermediate Haki require 10,000 reputation points. Blizzard-style sword art actually requires 50,000 reputation points. Then if you want to replicate some powerful devil fruit abilities in the future, wouldn't it cost 50,000 or even 100,000 reputation points to start? Go system, why don't you go and grab it? Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of replicating these abilities. What he needs most right now is reputation points. Although there are more than 10,000 points of stock on hand, but that is for emergency use. Besides, Lin Xiao's primary wave power can fully cope with ordinary battles, unless he encounters a special ability he wants. Otherwise, all of Lin Xiao's reputation value at this stage will be mainly used to increase troops. Thinking of this, he directly stopped the attack of Ditto. After the battle, fake Momosaji threw himself directly into Lin Xiao's arms. With that intimate look, and embarrassed the pretty face of the real Momosaji opposite. Bah, little pervert. Did you really call it out to fight? He wouldn't do anything out of line to that me, would he? After all, Momosaji was still a virgin woman, and she always cherished her reputation. At this moment, she saw this self on the opposite side hugging Lin Xiao's thighs and rubbing against him. An unspeakable sense of shame suddenly rose in her heart. There was no way. Who made Ditto look so similar? No, it should be said that the one on the opposite side was Momosaji. So she subconsciously had an illusion of empathy. But fortunately, Lin Xiao was an upright person. He didn't want to embarrass Momosaji too much. So he ordered Ditto to cancel the transformation effect. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Momosaji couldn't help but cast a grateful look at Lin Xiao. At the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Your Majesty is not that kind of person. Otherwise, this time would really be bad. But the facts proved. Momosaji is still too naive, although as a man with a normal mind. Lin Xiao would naturally not do anything shameful to the fake Momosaji, transformed by Ditto. But in order to gain more reputation points, it is completely okay to use fake Momosaji to hype up the CP, attract attention, earn some traffic, and increase popularity. So, after Momosaji's warship officially left Elf Island, Lin Xiao ordered Ditto to transform into Momosaji again. Then the two of them took a few photos with intimate actions and sent them all to Morgan's. So, the situation began to develop in a strange direction, and it was out of control. A certain sea area in New World, under the turbulent sea surface, a yellow submarine was speeding towards the direction of Elf Island. In the cabin, Trafalgar Law, wearing a Madura beret and a high-necked windbreaker, had a frosty face. One day ago, Law was about to leave for the pirate paradise, Beehive Island. But before leaving, he suddenly received a call from Doflamingo. The other party gave him an order that could not be violated on the phone. That was to assassinate the new king of the Elf Kingdom. Law once thought that Doflamingo had noticed his revenge plan. He was taking the opportunity to hit himself, until he saw the news about the destruction of the Bellamy pirates. He was slightly relieved. Over the years, although Law has been trying hard to get rid of Doflamingo's control, looking for an opportunity to avenge his benefactor Corazon. But to this day, he is still unable to compete head-on with Doflamingo. But it is precisely because of this. Law chose to take risks. He wanted to create an unprecedented riot in Rocky Harbor, the only port on Beehive Island. Then he would seize the hearts of 100 pirates with bounties of over 100 million, and use this as a token of his loyalty. He would apply to the world government to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Then he would formally launch his revenge plan against Doflamingo. But now it seems that this plan has to be put on hold. "Captain, it is estimated that we will reach the Spirit Island in one day. Full speed ahead." Early morning, Naval Headquarters. A fresh piece of 8 trigrams news, with the arrival of the newsbird, instantly swept across Marineford. On the most eye-catching page of a newspaper, all of them were occupied by a photo of Lin Xiao and Momosaji behaving intimately. The copy above the photo made people imagine. Naval Headquarters number 1 goddess bids farewell to singleness. "My youth is over." For a while, the whole Marineford was in mourning. Those single Marines who secretly had a crush on Momosaji all stamped their feet and beat their chests. They were like losing their parents. Especially Chatton, who was rejected by Momosaji 100 times in a row. He burst into tears. He kept shouting that he wanted to go to Elf Island to challenge Lin Xiao. But what was strange was that, from top to bottom, no one doubted the authenticity of this report. It seemed that in their eyes, a goddess like Momosaji should be with a handsome and rich man like Lin Xiao. And in the marshal's office, Akainu, Sengoku, and other Marine executives gathered together. There was a newspaper in front of everyone. Squaw, Marine Admiral Kizuru, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, pointed at the photo in the newspaper and joked. "This guy and Guion Vice Admiral are really a perfect match." Sengoku couldn't help but joked along. "Yeah, I guess Shaitan must have fainted in the toilet, crying now." Bang! Akainu stood up suddenly, his face livid, and shouted, "Can anyone tell me what's going on? I sent her there to be stationed, not to go to Lian's house." As the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, Guion actually talked about love at this critical moment. Marine's face has been completely lost by her. Originally, I was going to accept the proposal of the Tsuru staff officer and let her be promoted to admiral. Now it seems that there is no need for this at all. If it weren't for the time when we need people, I would immediately suspend her with pay. Akainu tried his best to suppress the urge to run away in his heart. He never thought Momosaji, who is usually aloof and full of queen style, actually is a love-brained person after this wave of motley operations. I'm afraid that he really can't sit on the position of Marine Marshal for a few days. The dog is bitter, but the dog can't say it. Sakazuki, I think it's better not to make a conclusion too early. At the critical moment, Staff Officer Crane was the most calm. After thinking for a while, he said, based on my understanding of Guillaume, this is not her style at all. Besides, after King Lin Xiao rejected the request for garrison, she led the team back to the voyage directly and had no time to stay there to talk about love. Akainu's expression eased a little after hearing this, but he still insisted. Then how do you explain this photo? I don't know about this either. Staff Officer Crane shook his head slightly. But the whole thing is strange, and it must be related to the young king. I think we should wait until Momosaji comes back and ask her in person before making any plans. However, just as the two were talking, a slender figure pushed the door and walked in. It was Momosaji who had returned. Huh, are they all here? Seeing everyone in the conference room looking at her with strange eyes, Momosaji suddenly felt that the atmosphere seemed a little off. A few minutes later, an angry roar resounded through the sky. Lin Xiao, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. I'm going to kill you. After reading the newspaper, Momosaji slammed the door and left like a mad lioness. That's right. She was going to settle accounts with the person who had ruined her innocence. Even though Akainu repeatedly warned her by pulling her neck, don't worry about the Elf Kingdom. For now, Marine doesn't have extra troops to send there now. Momosaji still turned a deaf ear. Lin Xiao, I thought you were an upright person at that time. It turns out that you a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Your methods are even more elaborate than those of us who deal with intelligence. This time I must kill you. The speed of the reputation increase is so fast. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. It seems that those photos really worked. Sure enough, no matter which world, people always like to read some celebrity A trigrams news. Momosaji Vice Admiral, I'm a little sorry for you this time. But it's all because you Marine provoked me first. Lin Xiao didn't dwell too much on right and wrong, because he never thought he was a gentleman. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. When dealing with enemies, Lin Xiao will choose to do everything he can. However, if Momosaji can't accept it, then he doesn't mind pretending to be real. After all, Momosaji is a rare beauty in the world, especially those heaven-defying long legs. It's definitely the Legs Play Year series. Then, Lin Xiao opened the attribute panel. As his eyes shifted to the reputation column, he was delighted to find it. In just less than a day and a half, he once again gained more than 120,000 reputation. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 19 years old. Identity, King of the Elf Kingdom. Abilities, Elf Gigantamax, Absolute Loyalty Buff, Primary Wave Power, Transformation. Reputation, 139,880. Divine Beast Arms, none. High-level Arms, none. Elite Arms, 4. Ordinary Arms, 110. How about summoning a high-level Arms Pokémon? To be honest, Lin Xiao now has nothing but a Ditto and a martial arts bear master, and really doesn't have any decent high-end combat power. However, just when Lin Xiao was about to spend 100,000 reputation to try his luck, the Pokémon stationed in the waters near Elf Island suddenly sent him a warning. They actually found a submarine in the sea, and it was rapidly approaching the direction of Elf Island. Is it the killer sent by Doflamingo? Wait a minute, submarine? Could it be that person coming? A name suddenly appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, Trafalgar Law. However, based on the feature of the submarine alone, it is not certain that the person coming is Law. After all, in Pirate World, there are many gangs that regard submarines as pirate ships. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao made a decision. He immediately ordered the elves in that sea area to launch a tentative attack. If the enemy fights back, then they will be sunk in the sea without mercy. If they don't fight back, then let them go ashore, unlike the passive situation last time. This time, facing the arrival of the enemy. Not only did Lin Xiao not feel nervous at all, but he became eager to try. Elf Island Outer Waters. Under the sea, the submarine of the Heart Pirates was rapidly approaching the coastline. However, the next second, dozens of huge sea beasts, about 100 meters in size, suddenly appeared around the submarine like ghosts. They attacked without any explanation. Damn it! How come so many sea beasts suddenly appeared in this sea area? And their offensive advances and retreats are well planned, and they cooperate with each other tacitly, just like human soldiers. This is definitely not comparable to those wild sea beasts. Maybe they're all specially trained by this country to prevent enemy invasion. Facing the attack of the giant elves, Trafalgar Law was immediately frightened and sweating. If they were fighting on the shore, he could easily use the powerful spatial control ability of Op Fruit to easily resolve the attacks of these sea beasts. But now they're in the deep sea. It is the world of these sea beasts. No matter how you look at it, they have no chance of winning at all. And if the submarine is unfortunately sunk, then he, as the ability user of Devil Fruit, will definitely die. Law even began to doubt. Is Doflamingo going to kill him on purpose? Otherwise, why didn't he tell him such important information in advance? But, for now, Law can only grit his teeth and continue. After all, if he didn't follow Doflamingo's order, his fate would be even more miserable. Law immediately gave the order. Go at full speed, don't get entangled with these sea beasts. We can never beat them in the sea. As long as we get close to the coastline, I can use my ability to send the submarine ashore and completely get rid of their entanglement. Law didn't know at this time. It was because of his decision that everyone was lucky enough to save their lives. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would all be buried in the sea. After a game of chasing and escaping, the submarine of the Heart Pirates finally successfully arrived near the coastline. Law didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately activated the ability of Op Fruit. Room Slaughterhouse. The huge spherical space instantly spread outward. The next second, the entire submarine disappeared directly from the bottom of the sea. Instead, a fist-sized rock sank to the bottom of the sea from where the submarine disappeared. Wow, we finally made it to shore. I was so scared just now, I thought I was going to die at the bottom of the sea. Yes, if it weren't for the boss's ability, I'm afraid we would have become lunch for those sea beasts. In the forest near the coast, the faces of the members of the Heart Pirates who had just walked out of the submarine all had expressions of surviving a disaster. Even Law was no exception. Originally, in his opinion, this assassination mission could be said to be stress-free, even though Marine had sent a Vice Admiral-level strongman to Elf Island. He could still rely on the ability of Op Fruit, kill Lin Xiao silently. But who would have thought? They had just entered the waters near Elf Island, and they almost died at the bottom of the sea. I'm afraid there is some unknown powerful force hidden on this island. However, just as Luo was thinking about the next action plan, suddenly, Beepo, Pekin, and other crew members exclaimed, Boss, do you have a twin brother? But why is he wearing the same clothes as the captain? Realizing something was wrong, Law quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of everyone's gaze. But the next second, he was stunned. In the depths of the dense forest, a man who was exactly the same as Trafalgar Law in terms of dress, appearance, and body shape was in the former's usual posture, carrying the demon sword Ghost Cry, quietly leaning against a big tree and watching them. Oh no, we've been discovered. That guy's a fake. I don't have any brothers at all. Trafalgar Law was so frightened that his hair stood on end, because he actually felt the exact same aura from the fake opposite him. This is definitely not something that can be achieved by simple imitation. Law has never seen such a weird situation. This island is so G weird. No, we must escape from here quickly. Otherwise, we may be wiped out. However, just when Law was about to use the same trick again and activate the power of Op Fruit to transfer his members and the submarine to another place, The law opposite him got there first. Room slaughterhouse. A huge spherical space spun out from the palm of law. The next second, the submarine that was originally parked behind the Heart Pirates actually disappeared directly, and a wooden stake was replaced in the original place in an instant. The same sound, the same action, the same ability. Hiss. The people of the Heart Pirates were almost shocked. What the hell? That guy actually also has the ability of op fruit. Captain, you still said that you don't have a twin brother? Everyone's eyes began to switch between real law and fake law. But no matter how you look at it, but you can't find the slightest difference. It's as if both of them are real. Who are you? Why can you also use the power of op fruit? At this moment, Law can no longer remain calm. Even his voice reveals a strong sense of panic and anxiety. There is no way. The scene just now completely subverted his previous worldview. As we all know, Devil Fruit is unique. In other words, before the previous fruit ability user died. In this world, there will never be two Devil Fruit with exactly the same abilities. So here comes the question. How did the imposter on the other side get the op fruit ability? But at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the forest. I didn't expect it was really you, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law. I originally thought that you had already left Doflamingo's organization. But now it seems that you are still his lackey. Lin Xiao slowly walked out from behind. And behind him, two martial arts bear masters and fire-breathing dragons that were not enlarged guarded him obediently. Ow, how did you know this? Luo's heart tightened suddenly. He had already recognized Lin Xiao's identity. But no matter what, he couldn't figure it out. As a king, Lin Xiao, why did he know such a secret thing? You know, since he left the Don Quixote family more than 10 years ago, he has never used the name of Doflamingo again. Then he formed the Heart Pirates, and eventually became a member of the worst generation supernova, as famous as Straw Hat, Luffy. But even though Law has always been reluctant to admit it, but now he was indeed still Doflamingo's subordinate. However, before Luo could speak again, Beepo, who was originally standing in the back row, suddenly rushed out to the martial arts bear master opposite with an eager face. You should also be a fur tribe, right? Then can you tell me the coordinates of Zoe? I haven't been back for 15 years, and now I really want to go back to see how my brother Jebwa is doing. Obviously, Beepo regarded the martial arts bear master opposite as his own kind. Beepo, stop quickly, it's not a fur tribe. Luo's reminder was still a step late. At the moment when Beepo rushed in front of the martial arts bear master, the latter waved his right hand outward seemingly casually. Boom! Beepo's round figure flew backward straight like a cannonball. After crashing into several large trees in succession, he barely stopped. And this scene, it also made Luo feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Although Beepo usually plays the role of funny, but its physical skills are actually the strongest in the Heart Pirates. But now, just a face-off. He was knocked to the ground. The bear on the opposite side is a bit ridiculously strong. And on the other side of Lin Xiao, there's also a fire-breathing dragon with fire on its tail. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be very difficult to mess with. And Luo also used observation Haki to detect. In this forest, there are dozens of huge monsters. They seem to be waiting for Lin Xiao's order. There are these terrifying monsters on the land. There are those ferocious sea beasts in the sea. Luo suddenly felt a sense of despair. Naturally, he gave up the idea of fighting, because if they really started fighting, I'm afraid that none of the members of their Heart Pirates will leave here alive. Damn it, is this the true strength of the Elf Kingdom? This is too scary. No wonder they were able to easily destroy the Bellamy pirates before. The funny thing is, I had even dreamed that I could complete the assassination quietly before. Now it seems the clown is actually me. But all this is to blame on that be asterisk 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 D Doflamingo. He didn't even tell me such important information. Thinking of this, a bitterness rose in Luo's heart. Are we going to die here today too? Perhaps he had a premonition that death was coming. Mr. Corazone's appearance appeared in Luo's mind. Mr. Corazone, I'm sorry. I couldn't avenge you and put Doflamingo's head in front of your tombstone. At this time, Lin Xiao had never thought that Luo on the other side had such a rich inner drama. Seeing that he had been silent, he didn't rush to urge him. Instead, he used the system to check the status of Luo. Name, Trafalgar Law Tet. Height, 1.91 meters. Age, 24 years old. Identity, Captain of the Heart Pirates. Worst Generation, Supernova, D-Clan. Abilities, Paramecia, Op Fruit, plus Primary Observation Haki, plus Primary Armament Haki, plus... Good boy. It seems that I really guessed it. The ability of Op Fruit actually requires 100,000. But luckily I harvested a wave of reputation points before. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll really miss this devil fruit this time. That's right. Even if Op Fruit needs to consume 100,000 reputation points, Lin Xiao is still ready to replicate this ability, because Op Fruit is definitely an extremely rare space control system, devil fruit in One Piece world. Not only can it freely exchange, cut, assemble, and manipulate single or multiple targets in a specific space, it can also separate the mind and body of the target at the conceptual level and exchange minds with multiple targets. But what Lin Xiao values most is the special attribute of penetrating everything added after the Op Fruit awakens. In the original work, Trafalgar Law relied on this ability to become a god in the Demon Island Showdown. With AAK Rune Piercing Wave, he successfully broke through Big Mom's Iron Balloon physique and contributed the highest output damage in the game. This shows the strength of Op Fruit. As for the immortal surgery that is said to give others eternal life, Lin Xiao doesn't think much of it. Because as long as he can summon Xerneas, which is known as the life Pokémon, he can easily obtain the eternal life shared by the other party. And Xerneas only needs to sleep for 1,000 years to be resurrected again. It is much simpler than the conditions for achieving immortal surgery. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao directly consumed 100,000 reputation points and copied the ability of Op Fruit on himself. Then he couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 19 years old. Identity, King of the Elf Kingdom. Abilities, Elf Gigant Power, Absolute Loyalty Buff, Primary Wave Power, Transformation, Op Fruit. Reputation, 42,880. Divine Beast Arms, none. High-level Arms, none. Elite Arms, 4. Ordinary Arms, 110. I don't know if it's because the system simply copied the ability of the Op Fruit, or in the process of copying, the system automatically removed the side effects of the devil fruit, being afraid of seawater, Seastone Factor Pyrobroin, and Seastone. In short, Lin Xiao's Op Fruit has no shortcomings. After doing all this, Lin Xiao looked at Luo. This time, he actually saw a sad look on the other's face, and immediately guessed a rough idea. The corner of his mouth gradually raised an evil arc, and Lin Xiao said in an extremely bewitching voice, Trafalgar Law, there are only two paths before you now. One is to become my subordinate, and the other is to die. The people of the Heart Pirates were stunned at first, and then their faces showed fanatical expressions. However, no one spoke first. They were all waiting for their captain to make the final decision. Law seemed to have made a difficult decision in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly spoke. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. I am willing to join you, but there is a prerequisite. Before Luo could finish his words, Lin Xiao on the opposite side smiled evilly and interrupted directly. You want me to help you kill Doflamingo and avenge Corazon? What? Luo suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in a trembling voice. You even know this? Lin Xiao naturally couldn't tell him that he was a time traveler and knew his past and present life. But he couldn't leave out any of the be that he should pretend to be. I know much more than that. But even if you don't tell me, I will never let Doflamingo go. Even if he used to be a celestial dragon. Even if he holds the secret of the national treasure in the Holy Land, Mariewa. Even if he has been secretly trading artificial devil fruit with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Even if he has the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. But as long as he dares to attack the fairy island, he will die. No matter whether it is Kaido, the world government, or Marine, no one can save him, I say. Lin Xiao's words were sonorous and powerful, full of Haki. And the information he deliberately revealed was so explosive that Luo's brain crashed on the spot. Even if Luo had been undercover in the Don Quixote family for so many years. But he still didn't understand the secrets that Lin Xiao said. Who could have imagined that Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would actually be a celestial dragon? And what is the king of the Holy Land? Such shocking inside information is obviously beyond the reach of normal people. Even the top executives of the Marine may not be qualified to access the secrets of the celestial dragons. So, how did this man get it? There's also the fact that Doflamingo secretly provided the artificial devil fruit to Kaido, the beasts. Luo also accidentally ran into the transaction between the Don Corgito family ship and the beast pirates recently. And then he noticed a clue. But who would have thought? Lin Xiao already knew everything about it. How many unknown, shocking inside information does this man know? Is he really just an ordinary king? Luo was deeply shocked. In the young king in front of him, he felt an unprecedented strong ambition and Haki. I am afraid that the future world will change drastically because of the rise of this man. In fact, after getting Lin Xiao's promise to help him eliminate Doflamingo, Luo's mentality has changed greatly. Now, he has already had a desire to follow this man and witness the arrival of that moment together. Luo, who has found the meaning of life, again, no longer hesitates. His eyes also become firm. He slowly knelt down. With his eyes slightly lowered, he said in a very pious tone, "Your Majesty Lin Xiao, I, Trafalgar Law, swear in the name of my benefactor Corazon that from today on, I am willing to be the sword in your hand and the vanguard of your horse. Even if I die in battle, I have no regrets." Seeing this, other members of the Heart Pirates also knelt down and swore like their captain. "Very good, get up." Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, and then suddenly changed the subject. "Tell your people to get ready. We will go out to sea immediately." "Go out to sea?" Luo looked at Lin Xiao with a confused face. "That's right." Lin Xiao's dark eyes flashed a cunning look, and he explained to Luo very patiently. "I believe it won't be long before Doflamingo will notice that your assassination failed, and then send a new assassin to Elf Island. And what we have to do now is to make full use of this time difference and give Doflamingo a big surprise." "Oh, what surprise?" Luo suddenly found that his IQ seemed to be a little insufficient. Originally, he had always proudly believed that he was a rare intelligence leader among all the pirates. But after meeting Lin Xiao, he suddenly realized that he still had a long way to go. The important raw material, sad, that is indispensable for the development of artificial devil fruit smile. Its production factory is set up on the Punk Hazard Island, abandoned by the world government. Lin Xiao said with a smirk, "As long as the sad factory there is destroyed and the only scientist who can develop sad, Gaisaka Long, is captured alive, I believe it won't be long before Doflamingo's artificial devil fruit trade will be forced to stop due to lack of raw materials. By then, he will definitely be as cautious as an ant on a hot pot. Before this, I was still worried about how to rush to Punk Hazard quietly without being discovered by others. But who would have thought that I would see your submarine at this time? But I don't know how to drive this thing, so..." Speaking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. Opposite Law and the other members of the Heart Pirates all had resentful looks on their faces. Obviously, they had misunderstood something. Lin Xiao did not want to discourage these people, so he kindly changed his words. "Of course, you are all excellent. Also, I definitely did not recruit you, because I can't drive a submarine. Good guy. It would have been better if he didn't explain. This explanation was tantamount to hammering it on the spot. Law put on the pain mask directly and wanted to say, Your Majesty, can your acting be more fake? It seems that the submarine saved our lives. I was just being self-indulgent, thinking that you saw my talent and wanted to recruit me to shine. As a result, I am worth 440 million berry, but in your eyes, I am not as valuable as a submarine. Luo, baby is bitter, but baby can't say it. Hey, wait until there is no one around. No matter what, I have to give the submarine a knock. Punk Hazard, the interior of the Research Institute, covered with ice and snow. Monet, where did Geisa go again? Virgo sat on the sofa and said impatiently, I came here this time because Dover had something important to tell him in person. I'll be back to G5 branch soon after that. Monet, whose hands and feet had not yet been transformed into birds, smiled and replied, Who knows? Gaisake is a guy with a lot of bad taste. He seems to be with his pet slime all day recently. Maybe he is doing experiments with it now. But, Virgo, did you have fried chicken nuggets for lunch today? How do you know? Virgo nodded without hesitation. Yes, hamburgers and fried chicken nuggets are my favorites. Speaking of experiments, if I have the chance in the future, I really want to witness the power of Death Kingdom with my own eyes. But Monet didn't seem to be optimistic about this experiment, and said uninterested. That has to be done if he can really do it. By the way, Virgo, how is the matter of Elf Kingdom handled? I heard that the young master was actually tricked by the new king, and finally had to send Luo to assassinate him. Hee, if I were in Dressrosa, it's fine. I've never seen the young master look frustrated. Yes, Virgo said angrily. Because Vice Admiral Crane directly threatened him, Dover was furious for a long time. But with the strength of Luo, I think he has succeeded by now, right? And the reason why Dover sent him. On the one hand, it's because of his devil fruit ability, which can quietly avoid others. On the other hand, I want to take the opportunity to test his loyalty. Speaking of Luo, Monet was obviously interested. But before she could speak, the alarm inside the Research Institute suddenly sounded. Then the voice of the guard came from the den mushy. Sister Monet, we found 2 intruders. They have broken through the gate of Area A. Our team is rushing to the scene to hunt them down. Monet frowned slightly and said with a puzzled expression, Since the explosion caused by Geisa 2 years ago, this place has been listed as a no-man's land prohibited by the world government. And 1 month ago, the current Marine Marshal Akainu and the former admiral, the duel between Akiji and the other man made the entire island enveloped in extreme cold and flames. Logically speaking, in the face of such a bad situation, no one should appear here, right? Wait a minute, those 2 people. Are they coming for the sad factory? Why think so much? No matter who comes, as long as they dare to threaten Dover's plan, they will all be killed. They just happen to meet me here this time, and I can only say that their luck is really bad. Then I will help you get rid of the 2 invaders. Research Institute Area C. Gaisata, it's bad. The enemy has rushed into the lobby of Area. The gold medal killers you hired, the Snow Mountain brothers, have also been killed. A soldier in protective clothing reported in a panic. What did you say? Geisa Kalong, who was originally doing an experiment, was frightened by the words and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted nervously, Damn it! How did the enemy pass through such a heavy gate in Area? Is it the people from this CP organization who came to arrest me? The soldier hurriedly shook his head and said, This is not known for the time being, because all the members of the team who went to intercept the 2 invaders were killed. But we just received a reply from Sister Monet. She said that Mr. Virgo will solve this matter for us. Virgo is here too. Geisa, who was just scared like a grandson, straightened up immediately. He immediately said with a gloating smirk, Chulalalala, those 2 bastards are really unlucky. Virgo is the strongest cadre under Joker. Now they are dead. Let's go and join the fun. Institute a hall. Wait a minute, someone else is coming. Lin Xiao used the power of waveguide to detect a slight abnormality. He immediately stopped. Considering the danger of this mission, Lin Xiao did not let other members of the Heart Pirates accompany him. Only Luo followed him to the island, cleaning up the minions that appeared along the way. Luo, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Not long after, Virgo, who came on the moonwalk, appeared in front of the two. He first glanced at Lin Xiao, and then asked in a slightly confused tone, "If I remember correctly, the target that Dover asked you to assassinate should be this person, right? How did you bring him here? And where did you know the location of this secret base?" "Oh no, Virgo is here." Luo obviously did not expect to meet Virgo here. The whole person suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy. "Your Majesty, this man is an undercover agent planted by Doflamingo and Marine, and he is extremely powerful. With him here, I'm afraid our plan can't proceed as usual." However, Lin Xiao's face still maintained a calm expression, and he slowly said, "Luo, don't be nervous. I know who he is. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, G5 Branch Base Chief, Ghost Bamboo Virgo, and even if he is not here, I will take the initiative to settle accounts with him afterwards." "What? Your Majesty, you even know this?" Luo's face was full of incredible shock. "You know, Virgo followed Doflamingo's instructions to go undercover in Marine 13 years ago. Then he was promoted all the way to Headquarters Vice Admiral. Even Sengoku, who is known as the resourceful general, failed to detect his true identity. Sure enough, your Majesty knows everything. But then again, in this world, there shouldn't be a devil fruit that knows all the secrets, right?" "Luo, what's going on?" Virgo said with a gloomy face. "You actually told my details to the enemy? Can I understand that you have betrayed Dover now? By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to say just now. Luo, you seem to have a short memory. I clearly warned you in the past to call me Mr. Virgo." Almost at the same time as the voice fell, Virgo, with murderous intent, rushed towards Luo. However, just when Luo was about to use the fruit ability to fight, Lin Xiao took the lead. He casually threw a Pokeball forward and said lightly, "Leave this person to my little Pokémon." Luo's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. "Your Majesty, can you please stop messing around? The enemy is a strong man at the level of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. What kind of Pokémon can be his opponent? Well, let me take action." What happened? That bear actually blocked Virgo's frontal attack? The moment the Pokeball landed, the figure of the martial arts bear master appeared from a burst of light. The next second, bang! The martial arts bear master actually used a straight punch to easily block Virgo's heavy blow wrapped with armament Haki. Luo, so strong. As expected, the bear is stronger than the bear, so angry. My subordinate Beepo is just a useless snack. But, Your Majesty, are you sure that this bear is an elf and not a fur tribe? Fur tribe. A look of irritation appeared on Virgo's face. Then he turned to look at Lin Xiao and shouted, "Why do you want to interfere with my housework? It seems that I have to kill you first. But it's okay this way. I will personally take care of the task that Luo failed to complete." Lin Xiao sneered at him and said, "You are right. We really need to make a break between us. If I'm not mistaken, the news that my parents went to G5 branch should be leaked to Doflamingo by you, right?" "Pirate Virgo." "Yes, it was me." As if he felt that he had won, Virgo said without hiding, "Dover is spying on those Seastone mines for a long time. In fact, it's not just him. Even the world government wants to seize the resources on the Elf Island. If you want to blame someone, blame your parents for being too stubborn. If they had agreed to jointly develop the Seastone mines with the world government earlier, they wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic situation. But it's too late to say that now, because I'm going to kill you soon." Virgo took out a bamboo stick from his plaid coat. The pitch black armament Haki wrapped around it. Instantly, the hardness of the bamboo stick was increased to the level of steel. Shave. Virgo's figure seemed to disappear in an instant, and he appeared in front of Lin Xiao across dozens of meters. However, before he could swing the bamboo stick in his hand. He was stopped by the martial arts bear master again. Oops-oh! The terrifying combo, like flowing clouds and water, bombarded Virgo's body at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Bang, bang, bang! The powerful iron fist knocked Virgo back continuously. There were bursts of dull and violent noises. If he hadn't covered his entire body with armament Haki in advance, I'm afraid he would have been beaten to a bloody mess at this moment. That bear actually suppressed Virgo with physical skills. Luo couldn't believe his eyes. You know, Virgo is the recognized strongest physical skills under Doflamingo. But now he was beaten by a bear without any ability to fight back. Can you believe this? You are wrong. This is not an ordinary bear, but a martial arts bear master who has already practiced physical skills to perfection. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with the performance of the martial arts bear master. It really deserves to be a legendary Pokémon. Even without Gigantamax and Gigantamax, his strength is still enough to rival the Vice Admiral level strongman. However, even if martial arts bear master cannot beat Virgo, Lin Xiao is not worried. Because in addition to Ditto, the ultimate magic weapon, he can also choose to transform himself into Virgo to fight. You know, Lin Xiao's current transformation is not just as simple as simply copying the opponent's ability. It also needs to add his own wave power, op fruit, and other abilities. This is no longer a simple fusion of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. To sum it up in one sentence, I have the ability you have, but you don't have the ability I have. It is no exaggeration to say that no matter who Lin Xiao encounters, he now has the strength to fight. And as his abilities continue to increase, his chances of winning will become greater and greater. This is the confidence that Lin Xiao dared to bring Luo to Punk Hazard alone. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between Master Wudao Bear and Virgo is still going on. With the powerful defense provided by Armament Haki hardened, Virgo has already launched a counterattack. However, most of his attacks were easily resolved by Master Wudao Bear's invisible fist. But at the same time, Master Wudao Bear's attacks did not cause any serious injuries to the opponent. But Lin Xiao can understand it, because Virgo is definitely the strongest armament Haki among the characters who appeared in the early stage. Except for Garp, the pervert. In the original work, if Virgo had not misjudged Luo's strength, deliberately attacking on the spot, even if Luo could win in the end, he would have paid a very painful price. Damn it, stop struggling in vain. Facing my armament Haki hardened, your attacks are useless at all. Ghost Bamboo. Virgo began to spin the bamboo stick in his hand rapidly, then seized an opportunity and attacked the martial arts bear master violently. Bang! The powerful blow hit the martial arts bear master's abdomen. However, just when a smug smile appeared on Virgo's face, a strange scene suddenly appeared. The moment the martial arts bear master was hit, he actually activated the double return ability directly. The right fist counterattacked with twice the force of the physical damage just received. Bang! Virgo and the martial arts bear master flew backwards at the same time. They hit the wall in the distance heavily. The whole institute shook. Wow! Virgo spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled for a while before standing up again. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was seriously injured in the previous attack. Luo was completely stunned at this time. He never expected that the martial arts bear master's physical skills would be so powerful. You know, Virgo is a real Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. He is definitely not comparable to those Vice Admirals of the small branches stationed in 4 Seas. But today he was beaten so badly by a bear. No, it was the attack of the martial arts bear master. Who would dare to believe this? Luo suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao. The calm expression on the other's face said it all. Virgo, I'll help you. Monet's figure appeared at the other end of the passage, with his arms crossed. The temperature in the hall began to drop rapidly, and a storm blew strangely. And Monet's figure turned directly into white snow, and blended into the heavy snow. Boom! The entrances and exits on both sides of the passage were blocked by thick snow walls that were as hard as steel. Monet seemed to want to use this method to trap Lin Xiao and the others to death. Your Majesty, the woman's name is Monet, and she is the ability user of Logia, Snow Fruit. Law took a step forward and said eagerly, "Please let me deal with her." After seeing the strength of Master Wu Dao Xiong, Law fell into deep self-doubt. In terms of wisdom, he is no match for His Majesty. In terms of physical skills, he is no match for Master Wu Dao Xiong. In terms of Devil Fruit, he was easily defeated by Ditto. After all this trouble, I'm the only one who is redundant? Is it really as His Majesty said, just because I can drive a submarine? What are you doing? Do you have to be so heartbreaking? At best, I am a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berry. Why am I like a useless waste in front of His Majesty? No, sooner or later, he will be fired. So, under the strong sense of crisis, Luo was very eager to submit a letter of allegiance to Lin Xiao. Don't worry, you still have other tasks. Lin Xiao naturally saw what Luo was thinking. But this time, he was also going to use these enemies in front of him to test the actual combat level of the elves. And naturally, he couldn't let Luo intervene. So he smiled and comforted. This time, all the enemies will be dealt with by my elves. As the voice fell, Lin Xiao threw another pokeball. A flash of light. A different colored Charizard appeared in front of everyone. Roar! Charizard seemed to be very disgusted with such cold weather. It flapped its wings and flew into the air. Then the scorching flames that were enough to melt the rocks swept out. In an instant, the flying snow melted away. Monet let out a shrill scream, and her body solidified again from a piece of snow on the ground. There were large burn marks on her arms and neck. It was obviously the injury from Charizard's attack just now. Although Monet is a Logia ability user, she can elementize her body. But in addition to element Haki, the natural attribute restraint can also make Logia ability users reveal themselves. And the weakness of Snow Fruit is that it is afraid of high temperature and fire. As long as she is close to high temperature objects, her ability will be invalid, and even her body will be burned in the attack. Seeing this scene, Luo couldn't help but take a breath. The so-called most difficult Logia ability user. How could he be forced back to his original form from the elementization state so easily? Can you believe this? But the most important thing is, Luo seemed to have discovered an amazing secret. That is, Lin Xiao seemed to be well prepared this time. Every time the elves were summoned, they were highly targeted. This was no accident. Could it be that His Majesty knew all the personnel arrangements and weaknesses of Punk Hazard in advance? If so, then His Majesty's intelligence ability is too terrifying, right? Or His Majesty is really the secret fruit ability user and has the ability to know all secrets in advance? Damn it, I will never allow you to interfere with the young master's plan. Monet struggled to get up, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. Go to hell. Blizzard. The extremely cold air flow rolled up the snowflakes and began to rotate at high speed. In the blink of an eye, a snow tornado gathered around the Charizard, and Monet took advantage of the opportunity to blend in. Prepare to launch a sneak attack when the wind and snow blocked the sight of the Charizard. But at this moment, a violently rotating vortex of flames rose from the inside of the blizzard. The scorching flames melted the ice and snow again. But this time, the fire-breathing dragon did not give Monet a chance to solidify into a human form again. Young master, in a shrill wail. Monet was burned to ashes. What? Monet is dead. Virgo couldn't believe his eyes. Although there are indeed attacks with attribute counteraction, which can directly harm the body of the Logia ability user. How high a temperature would it take to burn the elemental Monet to ashes? The flame spewed by this gray fire dragon. Is it probably enough to be comparable to the Maramara fruit? Aren't these elves too strong? And it seems that each of them has an ability comparable to the devil fruit. I'm afraid these elves are the strongest trump cards in your majesty's hand. Luo couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. This is the second time he has seen a Logia fruit ability user die directly in battle. As for the first time, it was naturally the classic scene in the Summit War 2 months ago, where a Kainu killed Ace with one punch. The former is the strength between the superior and inferior fruits. The latter is simply a tribute counteraction. Virgo moved his body. Just now, in the double return of the martial arts bear master, his internal organs and bones were broken. Now he was able to stand up again. It was his loyalty to Doflamingo that supported him. On the other hand, the martial arts bear master on the other side climbed up from the ground early as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Virgo couldn't help but feel bitter. He didn't expect that the opponent this time would be so strong. The most important thing is that the opponent is a dumb bear. This time, he was embarrassed. However, in order not to affect Doflamingo's ambition to dominate the sea, Virgo had to fight to the death. The bamboo stick in his hand danced again. He bet the victory or defeat on this last blow. Either end this battle, or be ended. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao, who had been watching the show, said with little interest, "Martial Arts Bear Master, just use True Chi Fist to end this battle." When Martial Arts Bear Master heard this, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his body, and finally all gathered on his fist. True Chi Fist, Ghost Bamboo. The two figures collided heavily. A shocking sound broke out, but only for a moment. Virgo's figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Obviously, in the previous duel, Martial Arts Bear Master was better, and Virgo's left half of the body was also blasted out a huge gap in the previous attack. Blood gushed out from the wound. It must be not long before his life will end. Luo's scalp numbed. He never expected Virgo to be defeated so miserably. Also, isn't the fighting power of this martial arts bear master too heaven-defying? As expected, Beepo and I are both useless. How is this possible? Virgo and Monet were both defeated. The pet of that little king is so scary. Gaisa, who was hiding at the back of the passage and secretly watching the battle, was already scared silly at this moment. Isn't it said that Virgo's physical skills and armament Haki are invincible? How'd he get beaten like this by a bear? What should I do now? Or, I surrender first? Forget it. I'll just leave them and run away alone. Gaisa was originally a coward, and now he would not fight for Virgo and Doflamingo. He immediately turned into a ball of poisonous gas and prepared to escape. However, this scene was seen by Luo. Haha, another Logia user appeared. I guess he is the scientist who has the ability to develop SAD that your majesty mentioned before. Luo's eyes began to glow green. This time it's finally my turn to show off. If I remember correctly, before your majesty only had 3 Pokémons around him, Ditto, Bear Master, and Charizard. So now is the best time for me to catch this user. Although Luo's armament Haki level does not have much advantage against Logia users. But with the blessing of Op Fruit, he is still very confident that he can successfully capture Gaisa. But before Luo could speak, Lin Xiao, who had already noticed it, threw a Pokeball directly in the direction of Guy's escape. The figure of the double bullet gas flashed out. It directly blocked Kaido's way. Don't block the way, stinky balloon. Guy's attitude was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take the double bullet gas floating in the air in front of him seriously. But at this moment, the two heads of the double bullet gas opened their mouths at the same time. Then a strong suction force suddenly appeared. It actually sucked Guy's gasified body into its stomach. What? Is it so outrageous? It actually ate the ability user of Logia directly? Luo Xian was shocked by such a horse flea operation. But then he consciously put on a mask of pain. Yes, I understand. Your Majesty, you are reminding me that I am a waste. Okay, I admit that I am a waste. Let me out quickly. Geiss's soul-destroying scream came from the stomach of the double bullet gas. But no matter how he struggled, it was useless. You know, Double Bullet Gas was originally a Pokémon evolved from Poison Gas. It is a veritable poison gas twin. On weekdays, Double Bullet Gas's living habits are to absorb toxic components in the atmosphere and then exhale fresh air. It is more like a superior subordinate relationship with Geissa's Logia gas fruit. That's right, Double Bullet Gas is the superior, so Geissa has no way to deal with it. And as time goes by, Geissa's elemental body is also gradually absorbed. In the end, it can't escape the fate of disappearing completely. Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you that such impulsive behavior on a whim can lead to extremely serious consequences. Seeing that Lin Xiao was indifferent, Geissa decided to use verbal threats to force him to surrender. Do you know that in this research institute, there's the most critical raw material SAD for producing artificial devil fruit smile that can shock the world? And I'm the only one in the world who can make this kind of thing. Doflamingo has been using it to make artificial devil fruit to trade with the bigwigs in New World. Among them, there are even people at the level of 4 emperors. What do you think? Are you scared? I think you should understand what I mean. If you dare to touch me, it means that you will hinder Doflamingo's business. By then, not only him, but also many bigwigs will point their spearheads at you and your country. The whole world will be in turmoil. Even if you're the ruler of a country, you can't afford such a price. So, why don't you let me go quickly? Double Bomb Gas, let him out. Lin Xiao originally had no intention of killing Geissa. Instead, he was going to use him as an important bargaining chip to threaten Doflamingo, in order to gain more time for himself to develop. After all, the power of Elf Island is still very weak. It is temporarily unable to confront Don Quixote family. He too, as the order was issued, Double Bomb Gas spit out Geissa in one gulp. Shoo-la-la-la-la. It seems that you are finally afraid. Fortunately, you didn't attack. Sad factory. Otherwise you would be dealt with by those big guys. Although Geissa was still speaking harshly, but from his frightened expression, it is not difficult to see that this guy was really scared by Double Bomb Gas. Put it on yourself, otherwise die. Lin Xiao didn't waste time talking to him, and directly threw a pair of Seastone handcuffs over. Geissa looked at Lin Xiao, then at the approaching Double Bomb Gas, and decisively chose to obey the order. It's useless. Da will never let you two go. At this moment, Virgo, who was lying in a pool of blood waiting to die, suddenly said, "Don't think that you have won by robbing Geissa. This is just the beginning. You will definitely regret your reckless actions today, because no matter who dares to interfere with Da's business, he will be torn to pieces. You don't know Da's past at all. You should worry about your own situation first." Lin Xiao interrupted with a sneer, "But you reminded me. How can I not notify Doflamingo at this time?" In line with the principle of acting in a high-profile manner, Lin Xiao used the Den Den Mushi on Virgo's body to call Doflamingo directly. As soon as the call was connected, Doflamingo's lawless and arrogant laughter came out. "Virgo, how is it going? I'm so sorry. Virgo and Monet have been killed by me, and Geissa is also in my hands now," Lin Xiao said bluntly. "Doflamingo, as a punishment for your attack on Elf Island, you will now lose everything on Punk Hazard." Doflamingo, on the other end of Din Din Mushi, was obviously stunned, and spoke again after a moment. "Little devil from Elf Kingdom, you're not dead? So that means Luo failed. No, it should be said that he betrayed me. Although I don't know how you defeated Virgo. But one thing is certain. Without Luo's help, you would never reach Punk Hazard alone." I have to say, Doflamingo's reaction speed is really fast. He guessed most of the things right in just a few seconds. "Luo, what a pity. I've been training you as the successor of the next generation of Red Heart for all these years. Your behavior really makes me feel very disappointed. And you, the kid from Elf Island, there's actually no feud between us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not agreeing to world government's request to cooperate in the development of Seastone Mine. After all, such rare strategic resources cannot be protected by a country with weak military strength like yours. Even if I don't do anything, there will be other people and forces to find trouble with you. So no matter how hard you struggle, it will be useless. However, Lin Xiao suddenly laughed when he heard this. Doflamingo, it seems that you still don't understand your current situation. As far as I know, the biggest buyer of artificial devil fruit smile is Beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. After losing this sad raw material developed by Guy, you obviously can't continue to produce new artificial devil fruit to meet Kaido's needs. You said if that moody guy knew that you couldn't continue to provide him with artificial devil fruit, would he kill you or butcher you? Doflamingo's face on the other end of the phone suddenly darkened. This was undoubtedly the first time he was threatened in his life. But what made him extremely annoyed was that Lin Xiao really grasped his vital point, forcing him to compromise. Tell me, what should I do to get you to return Geisa? Seeing that the fish had finally taken the bait, Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction and replied calmly, I haven't thought about the conditions yet. I will contact you again when I have considered it. But I advise you not to think about robbing him, because I can send Geisa to Marine at any time or kill him. I don't think you want to see that happen, right? Doflamingo was furious when he heard this. Hole, but this stock I have on hand can't last long. Return Geisa to me quickly. Then I can only wish you good luck. Lin Xiao smiled coldly. Then he hung up the phone directly. Your Majesty, shouldn't we take advantage of Doflamingo's confusion and use Geisa to force him to resign from the position of 7 warlords of the sea and cut off his retreat? Then take advantage of the opportunity of exchanging hostages to send people to sneak into Dressrosa to destroy his artificial devil fruit factory, thereby directly forcing him into a desperate situation? Luo asked with a puzzled look. This is the most perfect way he can think of, but he subconsciously thinks that the man in front of him must have a better choice. Do you think Doflamingo will abide by the agreement? Lin Xiao's face showed a mysterious smile. Also, what if he colludes with the world government to play a play of automatic withdrawal, and then joins forces with Marine to encircle and suppress us? This. Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Xiao's words made him feel cold all over. But thinking carefully, it is not impossible to happen. After all, Lin Xiao once said, Doflamingo used to be a celestial dragon. In addition, he also holds the secret of the national treasure. I think the world government will definitely favor him in this matter. If that is the case, I am afraid that they will be at the mercy of others. Thinking of this, Luo admired Lin Xiao's wisdom even more. It seems that he really followed a good boss this time. What we have to do now is to muddy the water first, and then quietly wait for the incident to ferment. Lin Xiao's dark eyes flashed with light, and he said meaningfully, Summit War is just a prelude to the beginning of a new era. The torrent of history is unstoppable, and Whitebeard's death is just a clear dividing line between the new and old eras. In the days to come, if we don't want to be swallowed by this huge wave, then we must stand above everyone else. And all this will start with defeating Doflamingo. Oh, by the way, if I remember correctly, there seems to be a special artificial devil fruit stored in the abandoned director's room on the 2nd floor of our zone. Dressrosa. Hey. You ignorant brat. You dare to threaten me? In the palace, Doflamingo still had a smile on his face, but the blue veins on his forehead showed his anger. But at the same time, he was deeply shocked, because he knew too well how powerful Virgo was. In terms of armament Haki alone, even he was not Virgo's opponent, not to mention the support of Monet, the Bologia Snow fruit ability user. But even so, he was still defeated by the weak chicken combination of Lin Xiao and Luo. Can you believe this? But Doflamingo didn't know it at the moment. Luo didn't make a move in this battle. Instead, he relied on Lin Xiao's 3 elves to defeat Virgo and the others. Otherwise, I'm afraid Doflamingo would have become autistic on the spot. And now, he no longer dared to underestimate the strength of Elf Island and Lin Xiao. This weak country, which seemed to have no military power in the eyes of the outside world. After changing a king, it showed a powerful force that could not be ignored. First it was Bellamy. Then it was Virgo. 2 consecutive defeats forced Doflamingo to choose to deal with it carefully. Because until now, he still didn't know what the trump card in Lin Xiao's hand was. And the tougher the attitude Lin Xiao showed, the more he was afraid. I said, Dover, what are you going to do next? Tory Pole said angrily, Luo, and that little king actually killed Virgo. We must avenge him. That's right. Diamanti, who was also the highest cadre, agreed with this. Dover, send me, the arena hero, to destroy that elf island. Then I will teach Luo, the traitor, a good lesson for you. I want him to die slowly in endless pain and fear. However, Doflamingo thought for a moment, but shook his head and refused. It's better not to act rashly at the moment. Punk Hazard was attacked, which is enough to show that the information we have about Elf Island is seriously inconsistent with reality. And Lin Xiao is a lunatic who doesn't play by the rules. If he is really angry, I'm afraid he will really kill Guy. In that case, Kaido will definitely be angry, and we will all be doomed together. But don't worry, I will never let Virgo and Monet die in vain. I will avenge this hatred myself. But at this moment, young master, something bad has happened. Virgo's identity has been revealed. A pirate ran in a panic and handed Doflamingo a freshly baked newspaper. And the front page headline of the newspaper was a photo of a young man holding a head in his hand. Needless to say, that man was Lin Xiao. The head in his hand is Virgo's. As for the title, shocked. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is actually a spy planted by the pirates who will protect the safety of this world. There is also a series of subtitles below. Virgo, 3 years and 3 years. I have been a Vice Admiral on the self-cultivation of an undercover agent. Although the world government and naval headquarters used various means to conceal the fact that Virgo was an undercover planted by Doflamingo in the Marine. But this news was still published in the newspaper. In a very short time, it swept the whole world like a hurricane. Hey, what's going on in today's newspaper? The Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters is actually a pirate. Yeah, a pirate was actually made the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Are all the Marine executives useless? Don't they investigate the background before hiring people? If such a person is made the Admiral, it would be terrible. Yes, thanks to the revelation of this matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. The newspaper seems to say that the death of the previous king of the Elf Kingdom is related to this Vice Admiral Virgo. No wonder His Majesty Lin Xiao would risk offending Marine and the world government and kill Virgo himself. Didn't they say that the Elf Kingdom has no military power of its own? Then how did His Majesty Lin Xiao defeat Virgo? I'm more concerned about how the world government and naval headquarters will deal with Doflamingo. What a joke. That guy is 7 warlords of the sea members. I guess they will just ignore it. For a while, the whole world was in uproar. Almost everyone was shocked by the news, because Virgo is the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, a real power figure. But who would have thought? He was actually an undercover planted by Doflamingo into the Marine. This can't help but make people doubt the credibility of Marine. At the same time, Lin Xiao's name also officially entered the public's field of vision with this incident. First, he destroyed the Bellamy pirates with a bounty of 195 million berry. Then he showed his affection with the marine goddess Momosaji Vice Admiral, high profile. Now he's killed Vice Admiral Virgo again. These crazy actions have undoubtedly made Lin Xiao's fame soar in the world atmosphere. He has become a star figure among the monarchs of the New World countries. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. An emergency meeting is underway. The host, Naval Headquarters Lieutenant Commander, brand new, held a thick stack of information and said, according to the confessions of the pirates brought back by Vice Admiral Guion from the Elf Kingdom, Vice Admiral Virgo, no, the pirate Virgo is indeed a member of the Don Quixote family. He founded the Don Quixote family with Doflamingo in North Blue and was also the candidate for the first generation, Heart Corazon. Later, at the instruction of Doflamingo, he secretly joined the Marine and began to work as a spy. There is also news that the previous king of the Elf Kingdom and the second generation, Corazon, who was undercover in the Don Quixote family more than 10 years ago, Naval Headquarters Commander, Mr. Don Quixote Rosanani, all died because of Virgo's leaks. Enough! At this moment, Akainu, with a sullen face, suddenly interrupted. Sengoku, why did you make such a low-level mistake back then? You were solely responsible for this time. P.S. Thank you for the monthly ticket from Z1301. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Continue to ask for flowers, tickets, and collections, begging. You're right. Virgo was indeed promoted by me. I have an unshirkable responsibility in this matter, so I am willing to accept all the punishments. Sengoku rarely refuted. It's not hard to see from the painful expression on his face. Sengoku is still deeply blaming himself for the death of his adopted son, Rosanani. Marshal Sakazuki, I suggest that Doflamingo's special status as 7 Warlords of the Sea be revoked immediately. Momosaji slowly stood up and said solemnly, Then we must strengthen the patrol of the G5 branch in the waters near Elf Island to prevent Doflamingo from being desperate and looking for an opportunity to retaliate against His Majesty Lin Xiao. Oh, Vice Admiral Guillaume, your plan doesn't seem feasible. Kizaru crossed his legs and said in a vulgar tone, After Whitebeard's death, the pirates of the entire New World have become extremely active. Now there are all kinds of incidents caused by them everywhere. The various branches of Marine have been busy for a long time. The manpower responsible for mobility has become extremely scarce. I'm afraid we can't take special care of that country. What's more, they took the initiative to give up the request for Marine to be stationed. Everyone nodded when they heard it. Just as Kizaru said, the victory of the Summit War did not bring the expected peace to the sea. Instead, it set off a new wave of pirates with even greater momentum. Nowadays, Marine forces around the world are very busy. It is precisely because of this. Doflamingo dared to attack the Elf Island blatantly. And the most important thing is, previously, the 5 elders had publicly stated that they wanted to give the Elf Kingdom a blow, so that Lin Xiao was forced to agree to cooperate with the world government to develop the Seastone mine on the island. These generals in the conference room are not fools. Naturally, they would not anger the 5 elders for Lin Xiao. After all, the future is their own. So, everything is self-evident. Only Momosaji was not ready to give up and continued to argue. But if we ignore it, I'm afraid Doflamingo will soon attack the Elf Kingdom. Now, Marine has been pushed to the forefront. If we allow the tragedy to happen again, it will be the greatest humiliation to justice and order. The conference room suddenly fell into silence. And for most people in the room, the order issued by the superior is justice. Guillaume Vice Admiral, please pay attention to your position. You seem to be a little too concerned about that country. Kizaru pinched his chin and teased maliciously. Are you and His Majesty Lin Xiao really a couple? However, just when Momosaji was about to refute, Akainu snorted coldly and said viciously, Okay, there is no need to discuss this matter anymore. Doflamingo is a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and his disposal should be managed by the world government. However, in order to maintain the survival of the 7 Warlords of the Sea system, sometimes some sacrifices are bound to occur. As for the Elf Kingdom, the new king named Lin Xiao, his actions have caused extremely bad side effects on the honor of Marine, and he is simply another cancer comparable to pirates. Marine is now in a period of transition when it is extremely busy, and we are not obliged to do anything specifically for that kind of person. Let's wait until he takes the initiative to ask Marine for help in the future. Momosaji's face showed a deep disappointment when she heard this. It seems that the guy really said it. Momosaji's mind immediately recalled the scene when she saw Lin Xiao a day ago. Originally, she was going to kill this scumbag with golden pira, but who would have thought? Lin Xiao directly handed Virgo's head and several living pirates to her. He also told Momosaji the whole story of the undercover incident. Momosaji, who realized the urgency of the situation, did not bother to settle accounts with Lin Xiao. He immediately returned with his men and the pirates. However, before leaving, Lin Xiao said something meaningful to her. The sentence that impressed Momosaji the most was, "What is the real justice?" And this sentence is like a seed of doubt about Marine. Once planted, it is destined to take root and sprout. Silence for a long time. Momosaji suddenly pushed the door open in the surprised eyes of everyone. The strong sense of justice in her heart made her feel extremely ashamed of Akainu's behavior. In her opinion, the justice that Marine upholds should be pure and selfless. But now, it has become a tool that is manipulated by the superiors. Such a Marine, is it really worthy of being called the Justice Master? In order not to let justice be shamed, Momosaji made a very bold decision. He was going to go to Elf Island alone. She wanted to use her own power to protect the safety of the innocent people there for Marine. Your Majesty, do you really want to learn armament Haki and observation Haki in a training ground somewhere in Elf Island? Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly wanting to learn Haki on a whim, Luo suddenly became a little entangled. This is not because he doesn't want to teach Lin Xiao, but on weekdays, Luo spent most of his time on developing surgery fruit, so his Haki level is only at the entry level. He can only do hardening and wrapping. He can't even do external release. So Luo is very afraid that he will delay Lin Xiao's practice. Yeah, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded and said, "I just want to understand the principle of Haki." He naturally knew what Luo was worried about. But for Lin Xiao, he really just wanted to use this to test his own understanding and what level he had reached. If not, at the beginning he could have consumed 1,000 reputation points and replicated Luo's primary Haki from Ditto. Well, but I have to state in advance that I can only help you reach the entry level, because my own Haki is not very strong, Luo said very tactfully, although he could not teach Lin Xiao much. But it was definitely enough for enlightenment and entry. Then Luo explained the practice methods of armament Haki and observation Haki, as well as the relevant precautions, in detail. And Lin Xiao maintained a focused attitude throughout the whole process, even though his wave power and Haki have the same effect. But he did not relax at all. Your Majesty, if I have not seen it wrong before, the predictive reaction you showed during Punk Hazard is actually a manifestation of observation Haki after entering the door. It's just that you may not care. Recalling that Lin Xiao actually discovered Virgo's arrival earlier than himself, Luo couldn't help but feel ashamed inside. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Many people may not be able to learn observation Haki in their entire lives. The man in front of him was born with it, and it looks much stronger than Luo's level. Do you want to be so discouraging? But if you want to be truly proficient in using these two types of Haki, you still need a lot of time to practice and strengthen. It took me 3 months to successfully master observation Haki, and learning armament Haki took half a year. Luo seemed to want to use this method too. Tactfully warned Lin Xiao not to rush. But Lin Xiao's attention at this time was already attracted by the system prompt sound that suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! The system detects that the primary wave power mastered by the host can be integrated with Haki. Please ask if it is integrated? That is to say, I only learned it once, and I successfully got started with Haki. A hint of pride flashed across Lin Xiao's eyes. As expected of me, even without the system, I am a genius among geniuses. Then Lin Xiao gave the order without hesitation. Merge now. Lin Xiao really wanted to see these two special powers from different worlds. After merging, what changes will happen? Ding! Congratulations, host. The ability fusion is successful, and the new ability Wave Guide Haki is obtained. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully comprehended Intermediate Wave Guide Observation Haki. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully comprehended Intermediate Wave Guide Armament Haki. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully comprehended Elementary Wave Guide Conquerors. Haha, even Conquerors is out. Lin Xiao never expected it. I just took the initiative to learn Haki. I actually collected all 3 colors of Haki in an instant. Is it because of my good luck? And after the fusion of Armament Haki and Observation Haki, I even reached the intermediate level directly. I just don't know what's so special about Bodeo Haki. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao quickly ordered the system to open his attribute panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 19 years old. Identity, King of the Elf Kingdom. Abilities, Elf Gigantamax Power, Absolute Loyalty Buff, Transformation, Op Fruit, Invisible Fist. Wave Guide, Haki. Intermediate Wave Guide Armament Haki. Intermediate Wave Guide Observation Haki. Primary Wave Guide Conquerors. Reputation, 460,160. Divine Beast Arms, none. High-level Arms, none. Elite Arms, 4. Ordinary Arms, 110. The attribute interface has indeed changed. A new function bar has been added, and Wave Guide Power has also been split into 3 different powers after fusion. When Lin Xiao clicked on the small note below, Wave Guide Haki, his dark eyes suddenly flashed with strange colors. It is no exaggeration to say that the fused Wave Guide Haki has become extremely powerful. Take Wave Armament Haki as an example. In addition to the conventional hardening, entanglement, externalization, and other abilities, Lin Xiao can also control it to form a substantial protective wall or shield outside the body, or directly launch it like Wave Missile. And with the blessing of Armament Haki characteristics, the power of Wave Missile has been greatly improved. If Lin Xiao must use something to describe it, then the current Wave Armament Haki is actually very similar to the weakened version of Truth-Seeking Ball in Hokage. I just don't know if this ability can be cultivated to the level of Truth-Seeking Ball in the future. In addition, Wave Observation Haki has also been greatly strengthened. It has also awakened the new abilities of seeing through objects and listening to the voice of the heart. Lin Xiao is extremely satisfied with this fusion. I just don't know. After Bao Conquerors is upgraded to the intermediate level, what new abilities will be awakened? At this moment, Lin Xiao heard Luo's voice. Your Majesty, do you need me to explain it to you again? No need. Lin Xiao showed a confident look on his face and said in a shocking way, I have learned it. Oh, you've learned it, huh? Wait a minute. Luo was petrified on the spot, staring at Lin Xiao with a confused face. I didn't hear it wrong. Your Majesty, he just seemed to say, I have learned it. Stop it, okay? How could there be such a monster in this world who can learn Haki just by listening once? That's right. Humans can never reach that level. No matter how wise your Majesty is, it is still within the scope of humans. It's just. Before Luo could speak again, Lin Xiao had already demonstrated it. Clang! Lin Xiao's right arm was instantly covered by a layer of dark, Wave Guide armament color, and bursts of metallic luster emanated from it. The next second, Lin Xiao pushed his palms outward again. As the energy surged, a dark, Wave Guide missile instantly cut through the sky and directly smashed a huge rock 100 meters away. This? Luo's eyes suddenly became moist. But this was not because of being moved. It was because of self-pity. Your Majesty, do you want to bully people like this? This is too much to hurt my self-esteem, isn't it? It's already too much to be able to Haki after listening to it once. But you actually reach the realm of external release directly. Is this really something that humans can do? Your Majesty, your understanding is too outrageous, isn't it? Actually, you really don't need to remind me that I'm a waste all the time. Even without using the ability of listening to the voice of the heart, Lin Xiao can still analyze Luo's current thoughts through the I'm miserable.jpg expression on his face. So he smiled and comforted him. Don't be discouraged. I believe that one day you can also reach such a height. Come on. Listen to you. Is this still human language? It would be fine if Lin Xiao didn't comfort him. This comfort made Luo even more tearful. He even felt like dying. Come on, sister. Your Majesty, if you don't know how to comfort people, then don't force yourself. okay? Every time I hear your comfort, I feel more heartbroken. Luo, who couldn't bear it any longer, had to take the initiative to change the subject. Your Majesty, why are you sure that Marine will not publicly punish Doflamingo this time? The new Marshal Akainu is the representative of the hawkish faction in Marine and is known for his iron-blooded and tough measures. He shouldn't miss such a good opportunity to overthrow Doflamingo, right? However, Lin Xiao heard this and said confidently, because Akainu has no say in this matter. To put it bluntly, Marine is no different from the CP organization. They are just lackeys of the world government. Since they are dogs, why don't they listen to their masters? Luo suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Let alone, the system of 7 warlords of the sea alone has been implemented for more than 10 years. And Marine turned a blind eye to the evil deeds of these pirates. This is enough to explain everything. What about Momosaji Vice Admiral? Luo asked curiously. Why are you sure that she will disobey the orders of her superiors and return to Elf Island? This time, Lin Xiao's answer was somewhat perfunctory. Well, because I saw pure justice in her eyes. What else can Lin Xiao do? He can say that he deliberately set a trap for Momosaji before, hoping to shake her belief in Marine's justice so that she will become disloyal and leave Marine and join his arms. No, it's a camp. In fact, Lin Xiao is still very optimistic about Momosaji, although Momosaji was not selected as one of the 3 most beautiful women in the world. But she is still a real beauty in the world. And the most important thing is, Momosaji has never done welfare princess actions like the Empress, Nami, and Kazuki Hayori. Whether it is strength or character, it is well known within Marine. It is the real white moonlight of Marine. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't miss such a good woman. What's more, Lin Xiao and Marine were destined to not live in peace. It's better to catch rabbits by picking grass now, and directly bring Momosaji to his own camp. After the training, Lin Xiao took a look at his reputation. He found that the rising momentum had obviously declined. He knew that the heat of the Virgo incident was coming to an end. In the past less than a week, Lin Xiao had gained about 430,000 reputation points. It can be said that he made a lot of money, and he gained both fame and fortune. Excluding the 10,000 reputation points for learning the invisible fist, Lin Xiao now has more than 460,000 points. So, it's time to start the next stage of the revenge plan. Now, Lin Xiao naturally couldn't give Doflamingo another chance to attack the Elf Island. He had already set the battlefield in Rosa, even if it was the opponent's base camp. And the next step, of course, was to summon the Elves. Because whether it was to protect the Elf Island, to take revenge on Doflamingo, or to expand his sphere of influence in the future, all these plans are based on sufficient troops. In simple terms, as long as the troops continue to explode, it will be done. And the most cost-effective ordinary troops is still Lin Xiao's first choice now. I wonder if there will be a surprise this time. Lin Xiao immediately issued an order. System, consume 200,000 reputation points and directly summon 200 ordinary troops. Elves for me. Consume another 100,000 reputation points and directly summon 10 elite troops. Elves for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 200 elves, and the system has automatically deducted 200,000 reputation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 10 elves, and the system has automatically deducted 100,000 reputation points. Current reputation balance, 160,160. As the system prompt sounded, 210 Pokeballs appeared neatly in the system space. Not bad. Lin Xiao first glanced at the ordinary arms. He found that the Pokémon summoned this time almost covered the 3 amphibious forces of sea, land, and air. Although there were no Pokémon with special potential among them, it was of great help to Lin Xiao's subsequent strategic deployment. Lin Xiao then looked at the elite arms, and his eyes soon fixed on the 4 most special Pokémon among them. Pokémon name, Shieldblade, racial value, 500, classification, 6th generation Pokémon, attributes, Steel Ghost, height, 1.7 meters, evolution stage. The final evolution of Sword Sheath. Skills: King's Shield, Battle Switch, Metal Sound, Sneak Attack, Sword Dance, Holy Sword. Note: this Pokemon will only follow the king, or those who have the potential to become the king. When in defense mode, it will use the Steel Body and Spiritual Power to avoid obstacles to weaken all attacks. When in attack mode, it will defeat the enemy with its sharp blade and dazzling speed. Elf name: Onion Ranger. Racial value: 507. Classification: 8th generation Pokemon. Attribute: Fighting. Height: 0.8 meters. Evolutionary stage: final evolution of Farfalcon, Galar's form. Skills: Head-on attack, Sword Dance, Leaf Blade, Unyielding Heart, Brave Bird Attack, Meteor Assault. Note: Onion Ranger has a calm and heroic character. He takes fighting upright as his creed. When fighting, he will wield the sharp onion stems like a spear, and the thick onion leaves are used as a shield. Only Farfalcon, that has experienced countless battles, can evolve into this form. Elf name: Jengar. Racial value: 500. Classification: 1st generation Pokemon. Attributes: Ghost, Poison. Height: 1.4 meters. Evolutionary stage: final evolution of Ghastly. Skills: Curse Body, Hypnosis, Shadow Fist, Curse, Evil Wave, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater. Note: Jengar is very vicious and likes to play pranks. Its body is full of cursed energy like a bottomless black hole, so it can carry a lot of items in its body. When it finds a target, it will hide in the opponent's shadow, waiting for an opportunity to take the enemy's life. Elf name: Gardevoir. Race value: 518. Classification: 3rd generation Pokemon. Attributes: Psychic Fairy. Height: 1.6 meters. Evolution stage: final evolution of Larialas Plus. Skills: Magic Flash, Telekinesis, Healing, Teleportation, Moon Power, Dream Eater, Future Prediction. Note: Gardevoir is a Pokemon that will desperately protect its trainer. Its pure white outfit looks as elegant as a princess in an evening gown. It can keenly sense the mood of humans and has the ability to predict the future. When its master is in danger, it can even use its mental power to distort space and create a small black hole. It is worthy of the name Wife Beast. Lin Xiao's face suddenly showed a touch of joy. Let's talk about the Shield Blade first. It is definitely the strongest weapon that combines offense and defense. In attack mode, it is not inferior to any famous sword in One Piece world, and it can also fight on its own. Lin Xiao used it as his own exclusive weapon, which was perfect, and the appearance of Jengar directly solved the concern for Lin Xiao in attacking Dressrosa. You know, the reason why Lin Xiao did not directly launch a full-scale war against Doflamingo. On the one hand, it was because he had too few Pokemon before. On the other hand, it was because in Don Quixote family, many Cadres' devil fruit abilities made him feel very difficult. Among them was Sucrose, the ability user of Paramecia, a childlike fruit. Any person or animal touched by her palm will become a doll that obeys the Don Quixote family, and the vast majority of residents in Dressrosa were transformed by Sucrose's ability. In other words, these people are likely to become cannon fodder for Doflamingo to hinder Lin Xiao's attack after the war. Although Lin Xiao does not have a saintly heart, he is not the kind of lunatic or butcher who likes to kill innocent people. What's more, he was also planning to gain a lot of reputation from these people. So, if you want to attack Dressrosa, the first problem is to find a way to get rid of Sucrose first. Now, with the help of Jengar, Lin Xiao can use his ghost attribute that can freely shuttle entities, like Usopp in the original work, to scare the timid Sucrose to death, thereby passively removing the curse of childlike fruit. Let the citizens of Dressrosa and the slaves in Underground Trading Port all return to their original appearance. Then Lin Xiao can naturally harvest a lot of reputation from these people. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. But if we talk about an unexpected surprise, It is naturally the super famous wife beast Gardevoir in Pokémon world, combining loyalty and beauty. It makes people want to rush. Oh no, it's pity. Haha, these skills are pretty good too. Lin Xiao soon found a lot of abilities that he liked on these Pokémons. After several selections, he finally copied 5 of them. They are Onion Ranger, S Meteor Assault, Jinger, S Evil Wave. Note: Evil Wave causes substantial damage to enemies around it, and also makes their eyes fall into a state of fear and shrinking. Ditto, as Telekinesis, Teleport, Predict the Future. Each ability requires 10,000 reputation points. Lin Xiao consumed a total of 50,000 reputation points. I wonder if it's a benefit from a system. So far, the ability that is copied from a Pokémon only requires 10,000 reputation points. Compared to abilities like Devil Fruit, it can be said to be very conscientious. It also alleviated the pressure of Lin Xiao's lack of reputation value to a certain extent. And among the abilities of this reproduction, Telekinesis, Teleport, Meteor Assault can obviously make up for Lin Xiao's shortcomings in the offensive end. Among them, Teleport allows Lin Xiao to appear anywhere within his sight in the blink of an eye. It can be said that his movement speed has been directly raised to the ceiling level. And Meteor Assault is an exclusive move that only Conjubing can learn. After locking the target, it will charge forward at a terrifying speed like a meteor, and its power is extremely amazing. It can be said to be the strongest trick of fighting in Pokémon Sword and Shield. It is comparable to Wave Missile. Lin Xiao naturally cannot miss it. As for the 2 abilities of Evil Wave and Predict the Future, Lin Xiao was inspired by the fusion of Haki and Power of Wave and tried them on a whim. Because the effects of these 2 abilities are very similar to Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki, maybe there will be some unexpected surprises. As expected, just when Lin Xiao was about to try the actual combat power of several abilities, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The system detected that the Evil Wave mastered by the host can be fused with primary wave conquerors. Do you want to merge? Ding! The system detected that the Predict the Future mastered by the host can be fused with intermediate wave observation Haki. Do you want to merge? Of course, I will merge it immediately. Lin Xiao chose without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. The ability fusion is successful. The current Bodeo Conqueror's level has been upgraded to intermediate. Ding! Congratulations, host. The ability fusion is successful. The current Bodeo Observation Haki level has been upgraded to advanced, and the Predict the Future ability has been awakened successfully. At this moment, Lin Xiao really has a 999 level feeling of excitement. He really didn't expect that. After the fusion of these 2 abilities, his Bodeo Conquerors and Bodeo Observation Haki have all been greatly improved, especially Bodeo Observation Haki. It was directly full level awakened. It is equivalent to spending only 10,000 reputation points and completing the skill upgrade of 100,000 reputation points. This wave is really profitable, and Bodeo Conquerors has awakened the new ability of Devil Form. You know, this is the unique skill of Douglas Bullet. It can fuse its own Haki, so that speed and strength are greatly improved. Feeling the great power filling his body, Lin Xiao showed a satisfied look on his face. This feeling of becoming stronger is really great. Open the attribute panel. Name: Lin Xiao. Age: 19 years old. Identity: King of the Elf Kingdom. Abilities: Elf Gigantamax Power, Absolute Loyalty Buff, Transformation, Op Fruit, Invisible Fist, Telekinesis, Instant Teleport, Meteor Assault. Waveguide Haki, Intermediate Waveguide Armament Haki, Advanced Waveguide Observation Haki, Awakening, Intermediate Waveguide Conquerors. Reputation: 110,160. Divine Beast Arms, none. High-level Arms, none. Elite Arms, 14. Ordinary Arms, 310. My attribute panel seems to be getting gorgeous. Who could imagine that? Lin Xiao actually jumped into the ranks of the strong men of New World. In just one day, he bid farewell to the state of being at the mercy of others. And after completing the upgrade, Lin Xiao directly gave up the idea of summoning another high-level arms. The reason is simple. With his current strength, he is enough to deal with Doflamingo and Don Quixote family, and the remaining 110,000 reputation should be used to replicate other skills or the ability of Devil Fruit. That's right. He is so confident. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a cunning look, and he said lightly, "It seems that it's time to contact Doflamingo. I guess he must be waiting anxiously." Pulu, 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 Pulu. In the palace of Rosa, Doflamingo saw that the long-silent din, din, mushy finally rang, and his face suddenly showed a touch of joy. Hey, little boy, I've been waiting for your call. Stop talking nonsense, Doflamingo. Let's make a deal. Deal? What are you trying to do? I warn you that you'd better not make me angry, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. However, Lin Xiao on the other end of the phone ignored his threats. Soon there came a voice that could not be questioned. If you don't want Geisa to be killed, then resign from the 7 warlords of the sea and the king of Rosa before tomorrow morning. If I haven't seen the news of your withdrawal in the newspaper by then you'll never see Geisa again. Doflamingo's forehead was immediately bulging with veins when he heard this. He hated being threatened the most in his life. But right now, he couldn't do anything about Lin Xiao. After a long silence, he spoke again. Then how can I be sure that you won't break your promise? Believe it or not, because I can kill Geisa at any time. Such a strong response. Doflamingo almost bit his back teeth in anger. Very good. I accept your proposal, but the transaction location must be chosen by me. No need to choose, just in your territory, Rosa. Doflamingo, damn, if you don't argue with me, you can't talk anymore? Tomorrow at noon, I will send someone to deliver Geisa to your port. Beep, beep. Before Doflamingo could speak again, Lin Xiao had already hung up the phone mercilessly. Bang! Doflamingo smashed the table in front of him with one punch. He was obviously D off by Lin Xiao. Diamantai, after rescuing Geisa, you will immediately lead your men to attack Elf Island. Remember to spare that brat's life, because I'm going to skin him with my own hands. Diamantai patted Yu Xiongtong on the spot and promised, since you said so, please leave it to me, the arena hero. But Dover, you're not really going to resign from the 7 warlords of the sea, are you? If that happens, we'll lose our greatest privilege, and the weapons business at sea will not be guaranteed. Don't worry. Doflamingo heard this, and a hideous smile suddenly appeared on his face. On the issue of Elf Island, my interests are consistent with world government. So, as long as I tell this matter to 5 elders, those old guys will definitely help me settle everything in order to get sufficient Seastone supply. Speaking of this, Doflamingo suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying murderous intent, and he roared at the photo of Lin Xiao in a newspaper. Wait, Lousy will cut you into pieces. The next morning, in the outer waters of Rosa, the submarine of the Heart Pirates was floating on the sea, quietly waiting for the arrival of the newsbird. Not long after, Beepo, who was waiting outside, excitedly held up a newspaper and ran back to the cabin to report, Your Majesty, Captain Doflamingo has really resigned from the positions of King of the 7 warlords of the sea and Rosa. Law quickly took the newspaper and took a look. That's right. The news of Doflamingo's abdication was indeed published on the front page. But the smoother things went, the less happy Law was. Your Majesty, you are right. Things are going very smoothly. It's just that I can't figure it out. Since you have guessed that this is a trick set by Doflamingo and 5 elders, why did you come to Rosa as promised to return the hostages? Who said I came to exchange hostages? Lin Xiao showed a mysterious smile on his face and said shockingly, I am here to attack Rosa this time. As for asking Doflamingo to resign his special identity, it is just a delaying tactic to make him careless. And no matter whether his withdrawal is true or false, as long as the vast majority of people think it is true, it is enough. In that case, after we kill him, Marine and world government will have no excuse to trouble us. All the preparations Lin Xiao had made before, including the disclosure of the destruction of the Bellamy pirates and Virgo's identity as a traitor, in addition to harvesting reputation points, there is a deeper meaning. That is to create momentum for the legitimate attack on Rosa. After all, with the size of Elf Island, Lin Xiao does not want to go to war with the two top organizations, Naval Headquarters and World Government, for the time being. Naturally, there is no excuse for them to find fault at the moment. Fortunately, everything went perfectly as Lin Xiao planned. So, it's time for a wave of blitzkrieg to show the world how sharp their fangs are. Luo and the members of the Heart Pirates were shocked. My God, Your Majesty, please stop making trouble, okay? This is their base camp, right? With so few people, I'm afraid we don't even have the chance to choose how to die, right? I admit that I misjudged you. I thought you were a wise man. I didn't expect you to be a lunatic. How crazy are you to make such a shocking decision? Although Luo was thinking about revenge on Doflamingo, but in his opinion, at least the forces of both sides should be equal before they could take action. And it's different from Punk Hazard in the Don Quixote family stationed in Rosa. There are countless powerful cadres. If you kill them directly without any preparation like this, it's tantamount to going to die, and it's the kind of sending your head thousands of miles away. But after thinking about it carefully, Luo felt that with Lin Xiao's wisdom, it would be impossible for him to make such a reckless decision. After all, this man is the ability user of the secret fruit. He should be prepared in advance, right? After a slight pause, Luo Kai asked cautiously, Your Majesty, isn't it a bit too risky for us to rush over like this? Besides, if someone attacks Elf Island during this period, we will have no power to defend it. Don't worry, I have made all the preparations this time, Lin Xiao said confidently. After the war, you just need to follow my orders. To Elf Island, unless the enemy is a fleet of the Four Emperors level or has a large number of American soldiers, no one could get close to the coastline with those elves underwater. Lin Xiao did not tell the secret that he and the elves were in tune with each other and that the communication between them was not affected by distance. Now, as long as the elves find the enemy, Lin Xiao can completely rely on the ability of teleportation to rush back to save the situation in a very short time. So he is not worried about the safety of Elf Island at all. Glancing at the newspaper, Lin Xiao ordered without hesitation. Full speed ahead, target Rosa. The port city, Acacia. The pirates responsible for guarding the port did not realize that death was about to befall them. Clatter! A wave suddenly surged on the sea near the dock. Then a submarine surfaced from the bottom of the sea. Then, the hatch opened. Law led Beppo and others out in a line. And in the blink of an eye, they cleared out half of the pirates. Enemy attack. The port was in chaos. A pirate who had escaped the pursuit by chance crawled into an alley and reported the news to Doflamingo. Master, it's not good. The port was captured by Law and the Heart Pirates. Doflamingo, who was in the palace at this time, heard this, and a look of confusion suddenly appeared on his face. What did you say? Is that kid Law crazy? He dared to take the initiative to attack us, Rosa. Doflamingo was very puzzled by Law's abnormal behavior, because even if a battle was really necessary, it should never be started at his doorstep. Isn't this behavior a way to commit suicide? No, it must be Lin Xiao who is doing this. But when Doflamingo thought that there was a mysterious Lin Xiao behind Luo, he had to rethink whether there was another possibility. That is, the reason why Luo dared to openly attack Rosa. It is very likely. No, it should be said that it must be Lin Xiao who was planning some conspiracy. This damn brat. What's he trying to do again? Just hand over guy obediently, and then stretch your neck and wait for death, isn't it better? Or, Lin Xiao deliberately set the time for handing over the person at noon, then launch the attack in advance. Want to catch me off guard? Thinking of this, Doflamingo quickly asked. Tell me how many people are coming. Also, did you see Geisa among these people? The pirate looked out and observed carefully, then replied, Master, I saw Mr. Geisa. He was just escorted out of the cabin by a young man. Huh? That man seemed to have put Mr. Geisa in a spherical device. Also, I just counted. If Mr. Geisa is not counted, then there are 21 enemies this time? Are you sure? Doflamingo frowned. It seems that I don't believe that Lin Xiao only brought such a small number of people to attack me. However, the pirate on the other end of the phone said confidently, Master, I dare to swear to you with my head that they really only came with 21 people. However, he had just finished speaking. A scream came from the Den Mushy. A few seconds later, Luo's voice came out. Doflamingo, I'm here to avenge Mr. Corazon. Luo, you finally... Doflamingo was almost broken again and roared in exasperation. Son of a B ***ch. Do you guys like to hang up on others so much? Don't you know this is a very impolite behavior? Dover, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Don Quixote family. Cadres immediately surrounded him. It seems we've been fooled. Doflamingo grinned and said, Lin Xiao is bringing Luo to make trouble in our port. After that, he stood up and prepared to rush out to fight in person. However, Diamante stepped forward. Dover, you don't need to do it yourself. Let me take their heads. Okay, remember to leave Lin Xiao to me. Soon after, Diamante took his 4 cadres from the fighting corps to the port. However, Lin Xiao was the only one left on the dock. He still had the pokeball containing Guy in his hand, and Luo and the other members of the Heart Pirates were completely missing. It seemed that there were other tasks. Lin Xiao's face was still calm and composed. He obviously stayed here to wait for the enemy to arrive. But, in the eyes of Diamante and others, this scene looked more like seeking death. Hey, why are you the only one here? Diamante looked at Lin Xiao opposite him and said arrogantly, Could it be that Luo, the ungrateful kid, was scared away when he heard that I was coming? He is such a useless thing. He was clamoring to kill Dover on the phone before. And you dare to threaten Dover. You are simply overestimating yourself. Dover will become the king in the future. As long as it is something he wants, no matter what it is, we will help him get it back. Lin Xiao heard this, and a look of disdain appeared on his handsome face, sneering. A thief is a thief. Just based on him, is he worthy of being called a king? Since you love to rob other people's things so much, then I will take it away today. Everything Doflamingo has is good. Damn, you dare to disrespect Dov? Diamante showed a ferocious look on his face. Then he drew a rapier from his waist and shouted, You ignorant fellow, let me, the hero of the arena, teach you a lesson. Snake sword? Almost at the same time as the voice sounded, Diamante used the ability of floating fruit, turned a rapier in his hand into a light form like silk. Then it swooped forward like a spirit snake, and when it approached Lin Xiao, it suddenly restored the original hardness of the sword. It was hard to defend against. However, the next second, bang! The shield sword monster, more than 1 person tall, suddenly blocked in front of Lin Xiao. Using the heavy golden round shield, it defended Diamante's attack without any pressure. Hey, what the hell is this? Why is there an eye on the sword? Diamante and the others were all shocked. They looked at the shield sword monster with shock. They had never seen such a strange weapon before. Boss, could it be that the kid ate the devil fruit on his weapon? Mahabais, who was dressed like a golden lion dog, suddenly had an idea. Everyone heard this. They couldn't help but look at the golden giant sword on the opposite side again. It can fly. It can move. It has eyes. Yes, it must be like this. Diamante said arrogantly. What a waste of resources, wasting the rare devil fruit on weapons. But if you think you could defeat us like this, you are wrong. Young men, let this ignorant guy see the strength of our cube fighting corps. Boss, just leave it to us. You actually came to us on your own. You are so stupid. My fists are getting heavier as I get older. I guess the battle will be over soon. Mabais, Senior Pike, Lao Ji, and Derringer all showed malicious smiles on their faces. They gathered in the direction of Lin Xiao with their fists rubbed. Among the four of them, Lao Ji and Derringer used physical skills, and the remaining two were all Devil Fruit ability users. Among them, Mahabaz is the user of the Paramecia Ton Crushing Fruit, which can freely change the weight of the body to attack the opponent. Senor Pike is the user of the Paramecia Water Fruit, which can turn the ground or wall into liquid and move freely through it. All four of them have excellent combat power. Even Bellamy, who has a bounty of 195 million berry, is not good enough in front of these four people. And at this moment, in the eyes of the four of them, he has long been a lamb to be slaughtered. But the next second, with four Pokeballs falling from Lin Xiao's palm, in a flash of light, Snorlax, Wrestling Hawkman, Charm, Yoga King, and Woodao Bear Master for Pokémon have blocked the enemy. Woodao Bear Master, needless to say, once killed Ghost Bamboo Virgo's legendary Pokémon alone. The other three elves are all the elite soldiers summoned by Lin Xiao before. Hey, is this your confidence? Derlinger said with a smile. It's really interesting. 2 bears, an eagle, and a creature that looks like a mushroom. You don't want to use these small animals to defeat us. Let me tell you, I have half the blood of fighting fish flowing in my body, so if you dare to underestimate me, I will bite you to death. While speaking, Derlinger rushed towards Lin Xiao first. He didn't take the elves in front of him seriously at all. He was very fast. He left a trail of afterimages behind him, and he was ready to use the sharp horns on his head to pierce Lin Xiao's body. Puff! The martial arts bear master roared when he saw this. Then he rushed out at a faster speed. The explosive fist with unparalleled power was swung down heavily. Even though Derringer used his arms to block in front of him, a bloody hole was still blasted out on Yu's chest. What? Diamanti and others were shocked when they saw this, even if Derringer was the weakest among them. But he couldn't be killed instantly by the bear. What the hell are these animals? Everyone, be careful. These are not ordinary little animals. Diamanti hurriedly reminded loudly. At this time, Lao Ji had already fought with Charm. Elf name, Charm. Race value, 410. Classification, 3rd generation Pokémon. Attributes, fighting psychic. Height, 1.3 meters. Evolution stage, final evolution of Masana, plus. Skills, Yoga Power, Ice Fist, Lightning Fist, Fire Fist, Telekinesis, Self-Regeneration, Double Return, Flying Knee Kick, Downward Kick. Note: Charm is a humanoid Pokémon that can use the mental power generated by yoga practice to predict the enemy's movements. It will use graceful, dance-like movements to dodge attacks, while delivering a strong blow to the opponent. At the same time, under the influence of yoga power, the power of Charm's physical attack will be doubled. Although Charm's race value is only 410, but it is not weak at all. Even if Lin Xiao did not use the giant power of the elf on it, he could still fight back and forth with Lao Ji. You dared to kill Derringer, whom I regard as my disciple. Little mushroom, get out of the way quickly. I must kill that bear today. Waistake style, eyes withering. Lao Ji's seemingly shriveled body unexpectedly spun at a speed far beyond what human vision could capture, while stabbing at Charm's eyes. However, facing such a fierce attack, Charm dodged all the attacks with graceful movements like dancing. The frozen fist, which exuded a chilling aura, hit Lao Ji's waist with incredible precision. Swish! Lao Ji fell into a frozen state in the blink of an eye. Diamanti and others were shocked when they saw this. First, Derringer was killed instantly. Now, even Lao Ji was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. How come these little animals from the Elf Kingdom are so powerful? Did they also eat the devil fruit? Fortunately, Lao Ji quickly broke through the ice. Damn little mushrooms, I have to use my strongest moves. The ultimate secret technique of the Earth Fist, Combat Protection Fist. Lao Ji's originally shriveled figure became extremely strong in the blink of an eye. whether it was muscles or strength. They all returned to the most prosperous state when he was young. After seeing this scene, Diamante said with a proud face, "Old G wanted to be able to fight even when he was sick, injured, or too old to do it. So he accumulated his strength little by little in his body when he was young. Now, he has recovered to the peak of perfection in both strength and skills. Even Virgo is definitely not his opponent now." Mahabais and Senior Peak both agreed with this. They saw with their own eyes how good old G was when he was young. And he was also the physical skills enlightenment teacher of many Don Quixote family members. So in their opinion, that bright red mushroom monster is dead. Lin Xiao, you just wait there to die. After old G completed the transformation, he rushed directly towards Charm, and at the same time, he did not want to preach. Everything on this land belongs to the young master. Everyone in this country is the slave of the young master. As long as I am here, I will never allow anyone to take anything from the young master. No matter if the enemy is a marine, a pirate, or a young brat from the elf kingdom. Like you. G-Seal? Lao Ji used his strongest move directly. The sturdy figure made a G posture, and then rushed towards Charm at a high speed. In the original work, Lao Ji relied on this move. He defeated the Green Pepper of Berry with a bounty of 542 million. You can imagine the power. However, Charm's figure, but flew up lightly with telekinesis, and then fell from the sky like a meteor. He hit Lao Ji's head heavily with a downward kick. Poof! With the exclusive characteristics of yoga power, the power of Charm's attack was doubled, and Lao Ji's head exploded like a watermelon. What, even Lao Ji was killed? What an amazing power! Diamante and others couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. They never thought that the humanoid mushroom monster on the opposite side actually had such a terrifying physical skill, and 2 cadres were killed in succession. Diamante no longer dared to underestimate these elves summoned by Lin Xiao. He immediately screamed, "Everyone, work together to kill them." Senor, wearing a pink baby hat, plunged into the ground, and then rushed straight towards Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the back watching the show like swimming. Catch the thief first. But at this moment, a sharp bird claw pierced directly into the ground, grabbing Senor's neck and pulling it up violently. He actually threw his fat body into the air. What? Can one hand have such terrifying power? Senor climbed up from the ground in a very embarrassed manner. Then he looked at the person who attacked. It was the bird-like Wrestling Hawkman. Elf name, Wrestling Hawkman. Race value, 500. Classification, 6th generation Pokémon. Attributes, fighting, flying. Height, 0.8 meters. Evolution stage, none. Skills, Hell Roll, Flying Pressure, Flying Knee Kick, Bird Slam. Note, although the Wrestling Hawkman is small in size, he is a technical expert and is also good at gorgeous joint skills. He will use the advantage of his light body to launch a decisive attack in the opponent's blind spot. Even when fighting with large Pokémon, such as Monster Power and Iron Palm Warrior, it is hard to tell them apart. On the other side, Mahabais also activated the ability of Ton Pressure Fruit. The huge body floated strangely into the sky. Then he smashed down towards a Snorlax who was standing still like a small mountain. Dong dong, shittin' buys. Boom! When Mahabais hit Snorlax with a weight of 10 tons, the scene that everyone expected to crush the enemy directly did not appear. Instead, Mahabais was directly thrown far away. What the hell is this? It can withstand 10 tons of weight without moving? Mahabais stared with his eyes wide open in astonishment, and Snorlax also turned over and sat up at this time, seemingly very annoyed that someone disturbed his sweet dream. Elf name, Snorlax. Race value, 540. Classification, 1st generation Pokémon. Attributes, general. Height, 2.1 meters. Evolutionary stage, none. Skills, Mount Tai, million-ton kick, million-ton punch, destruction ray, big belly, ultimate impact. Note, a super glutton who eats 400 kilograms of food every day, but if he gets serious, he will exert extremely amazing power. When Lin Xiao saw Snorlax's sleepy look, he almost laughed at its silly and cute look. There's nothing he can do. Who made this guy a famous sleepy god? Under normal circumstances, a Snorlax's life is almost spent in an endless cycle of eating and sleeping. Sometimes it will fall asleep soon after eating. But even so, Snorlax in sleep will continue to eat. You can tell whether it is strong or not. But Snorlax's combat power is not weak at all. This can be seen from its race value of 540. In Pokemon World, Snorlax has many famous scenes. One of the most classic ones is when it first appeared. It directly Tyshawn pressing down and wiped out Xiaoji and others and all the Pokemon of Team Rocket. Therefore, Lin Xiao does not need to worry about Snorlax's battle with Mahabas. The speed of the increase of reputation has become faster. It seems that Luo and his men have already adjusted the signal of video telephone mushy and can start live broadcasting. Lin Xiao showed a look of anticipation on his face. The real good show is about to begin. A few minutes ago, on a building near the port, Luo and his men were busy adjusting the signal of a video telephone mushy. That's right. This is the order Lin Xiao gave them. There is no need to participate in the war directly. They just need to use video telephone mushy to broadcast this war truthfully to the countries near Dressrosa. Until this moment, Luo vaguely guessed Lin Xiao's true intention. He was immediately impressed. Great, really great. Your Majesty's methods are really brilliant. In this way, not only can the world see Doflamingo's ugly face clearly, at the same time, the faces of the world government and naval headquarters will be swollen. Don't you always claim that you are the Justice? Then why are you deliberately shielding Doflamingo now and colluding with him to play fake withdrawal? Okay, since you want to play, then play a big one. Let the whole world see how the two self-proclaimed justice organizations are using whatever means to achieve their goals behind the scenes. Luo guessed correctly. Lin Xiao wanted to use this most simple, yet most impactful way to tear apart the hypocritical cloak covering the faces of the world government and naval headquarters. Of course, the key is that he can also harvest a large wave of reputation points by the way. Why not? Captain, the signal of the video Den Mushi has been connected to the 6 nearby islands, and the live broadcast can begin. A pirate reported excitedly. Okay, Law said firmly. Inform Beepo and Pecan to stay hidden. Also, even if you die, you must not let anyone destroy these image telephone mushy. And the last, image telephone mushy, I will personally take it to the underground trading port according to your Majesty's order. After today, your Majesty's reputation will resound throughout the world. After that, Law calmed down his agitated emotions a little, and then he jumped and went downstairs directly. Then he took out a pokeball from his arms and threw it to the ground. Boom! The light flashed. A 2-legged Pokemon that looked like a pangolin appeared in front of Luo. Pokemon name, Sandsling. Racial value, 450. Classification, First Generation Pokemon. Attribute, Ground. Height, 1 meter. Evolution stage, Final evolution of Sandsling. Skills, Tearing Claws, Poison Needle, Quicksand Hell, Earthquake, Digging. Note, Sandsling has an extremely amazing digging speed. The thorns on its body are formed by hardening the skin. When the back is curled up, it looks like a thorn ball. There is no need for Luo to urge it. After being released, Sandsling received Lin Xiao's instructions directly. So the 2 sharp front claws danced like phantoms. In the blink of an eye, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Luo saw it and hurriedly followed. Soon the 2 disappeared without a trace. At the same time, on the 6 islands near Dressrosa, a picture suddenly appeared on the big screen in the center of the square. No explanation, no narration, only the most realistic images. It looks like it's being broadcast live from the port of Dressrosa. Does King Doflamingo have something to announce? He shouldn't be the king anymore? I heard that he just resigned from the king and the 7 warlords of the sea this morning. Huh? Isn't that Diamante, one of the highest officials of the Don Quixote family? What is he going to do with his angry men? Wait a minute. That figure on the dock looks familiar. Yes, I remember. Isn't that Lin Xiao, the new king of the Elf Kingdom, who was just reported a few days ago? What did he do in Dressrosa? Just when everyone was confused, the battle suddenly began. Then they saw a scene that they would never see again. Lin Xiao only used 4 elves. He successfully killed 4 officials of the Don Quixote family. For a moment, the whole world was shaken. Since Summit War, another major event that marks a historical turning point has officially broken out. The battle at the port finally came to an end. After wrestling, Hawkman used a beautiful divine bird slam and hell roll to take Seigneur away in one wave. Snorlax finally got serious and used ultimate impact to successfully resolve Mahabiz's 10,000 tons of hell and blasted him directly into the sea. Now, on the empty dock, only Diamante was left standing there. Damn, what's wrong with these damn animals? Why are they stronger than Devil Fruit ability users? Diamante showed a look of humiliation and anger on his face, and then raised the long sword in his hand and swung it towards Lin Xiao. Half Moon Funeral. The powerful sword energy swept out like a crescent moon. Wherever it passed, the ground was easily split in two like tofu. But just as it was about to approach Lin Xiao, a short figure standing proudly suddenly appeared. Then he used the emerald green onion leaf shield in his hand to easily block the slash wave. The person who attacked was the onion soldier. Hey, is this true? The attack of the top Cadre Diamante was blocked by a duck using an onion. Does anyone know what kind of duck this is? How can it be so powerful? The 4 elves just now are also very powerful. At this moment, the people who were watching the live broadcast were all stunned by the gorgeous appearance of the onion soldier. They were shocked, but most people thought it was a bit outrageous, because Lin Xiao actually wanted to use a duck to deal with the top cadre of the Don Quixote family. Are you sure you're not kidding? On the other side, Naval Headquarters, Akainu and others who suddenly received an emergency notice gathered together at this moment. All of them gathered around the video telephone mushy, anxiously waiting for the final debugging of the signal. Just a few minutes ago, Marine suddenly got the news that Lin Xiao was attacking Dressrosa. A group of senior executives, including Akainu, were all frightened by such a crazy move. Although they got the internal news of Lin Xiao threatened Doflamingo to abdicate from the world government yesterday, and they were also required to cooperate with Doflamingo to play a show. If necessary, they would even send troops to Dressrosa to stabilize the situation. But who would have thought? Lin Xiao actually played a reverse routine. First, he made a feint, and then used hostages to trick Doflamingo into abdicating. Then he actually went to war with Dressrosa directly. The most important thing is this crazy thing actually played a live broadcast. Who can stand this? Isn't this clearly trying to slap Marine in the face in front of the whole world? After all, the world doesn't know that Lin Xiao took the initiative to refuse Marine stationing. In the eyes of outsiders, Marine acquiesced to Doflamingo's plundering of the Elf Kingdom because of his identity as 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, this is also the reality. So now seeing Lin Xiao's live broadcast slapping behavior, Akainu and others naturally can't sit still. However, they're a little curious. Logically speaking, with the military strength of the Elf Kingdom, it is not enough to start a war against Doflamingo. So where did Lin Xiao get the troops from? Marshal Sakazuki. The signal connection is successful. Soon, video Den Den Mushi projected a picture onto the curtain wall. It happened to be the scene where Onion Yubing took the slash. Does anyone know what happened to that duck? Akainu asked in confusion. Is it a user of Zoan Devil Fruit? It looks like it's at least a vice admiral of the headquarters. If it's not a user of fruit ability, it's really hard to explain. Sengoku showed a wise expression of "I've seen through everything" on his face, even though Momosaji had reported to them before. There are an unknown number of powerful creatures on Elf Island, but no one thought about it all. After all, in the eyes of these strong men, except for the giant sea kings, other animals are just ordinary creatures that can be used as food or pets at any time. Didn't Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, now allied with Lin Xiao? Why can't I see him? A kind who stared at Lin Xiao's figure on the screen and snorted disdainfully. I thought he brought many people with him, but it turns out that he only has these few people with special abilities. He is simply courting his own death. Others nodded when they heard this. Almost everyone thought that Lin Xiao was playing with fire and getting burned. With just these few people, you dare to block other people's fountains? You are really an old man hanging himself. You are tired of living. But this is also good. It's just right to use Doflamingo's hand to get rid of Lin Xiao, the cancer who specializes in pitting Marines. This has almost become the consensus of everyone. Staff officer, he suddenly said. Since that man took the throne, it seems that he has only pitted others, and he has never suffered any loss. I guess this time, he should have some backup plan, right? Yes. Let's not talk about anything else. This grandson is definitely good at stealing. Didn't you see that Momosaji Vice Admiral, who was in the white moonlight of Marine, was kidnapped after just meeting him once? So everyone calmed down and continued to pay attention to the battle situation in Rosa. They really wanted to see what Lin Xiao was doing this time. Lin Xiao, are you looking down on me? Diamante roared angrily. I'm a dignified arena hero. Even if the opponent is just a duck, I will chop off its head without hesitation. But don't think you can just stand aside and watch the show so easily. Let's play a death game together. While speaking, Diamante suddenly took out a few salutes from his arms. Then he activated the fruit ability and sprayed countless paper-like things into the sky. But Lin Xiao knew. These things covering the air were not paper scraps. Instead, they're the thorn balls transformed by the ability of the floating fruit. As long as Diamante releases the ability, they will turn into a dense iron rain and fall from the sky. It is hard to defend against. However, such tactics are very common for Lin Xiao now. Whether using the wave armament color or using the shield sword monster for defense, these thorn balls can't hurt him at all. But Lin Xiao is too lazy to talk nonsense with the arrogant idiot on the opposite side. Let him play monkey tricks there alone. So, Diamante, who thought he had won, opened his arms with a smug look on his face and laughed loudly. Lin Xiao, I'd better not underestimate these light pieces of paper, because they're actually the thorn balls that I changed their form by using the ability of the floating fruit. How is it? Do you suddenly feel fear and despair? Ha ha! As long as I remove the ability, a beautiful iron rain like stars will fall immediately. Even if you have an entire army, you will never be able to survive my stardust. So, you and those damn animals, none of you can survive this move. Diamante held up a steel umbrella to block his head, and then said with a gloating look, Then the show begins, struggle and death to your heart's content. Death Stardust, accompanied by the removal of the ability. The restored thorn iron ball suddenly fell from the sky. Each weighed dozens of kilograms. It enveloped the entire dock like a dark rain curtain. Bang, bang, bang. The first thorn iron ball that fell directly smashed deep pits of varying sizes on the ground. Its power frightened everyone watching the live broadcast. However, this technique is useless to Lin Xiao. The shield sword monster guarding his side directly activated the strongest defense mode, King's Shield. It created a protective wall above Lin Xiao's head that was enough to resist any attack. Not to mention these thorn iron balls. Even the meteorites summoned by Fujitora can still be blocked. Hey, Lin Xiao, you're too foul, aren't you? When Diamante saw that his technique had no effect on Lin Xiao, his mentality collapsed instantly, and he roared in exasperation. You actually blocked my thorn iron ball with a shield. You are too despicable. Then he took out a pistol and aimed at the steady Lin Xiao on the opposite side. The calm expression on the other side's face made him feel extremely crazy. It was as if he was laughing at him for being a waste. However, just a second before he was about to pull the trigger, a short figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! The powerful head-on attack actually blasted Diamante's figure far away, if he hadn't reacted quickly enough. He used the steel cloak to block this fatal blow. I'm afraid a big hole would have been pierced in front of his chest. He stabilized his body again. Diamante looked up. He found that the person who had just attacked was the onion soldier who had used the onion leaf shield to block his attack before. Because the opponent's stature was too short, Diamante actually forgot its existence. But at this moment, the onion soldier was not prepared to give him a chance to breathe. He directly launched the brave bird attack, holding the shield with one hand to resist the attack from the sky. His figure attacked Diamante as fast as lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The steel-hard scallion sword hit the steel cape with a dull thud. Diamante's figure kept retreating under this huge force. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Wait a minute. Is this a big onion? I don't have much education. Don't lie to me. Damn, what's the matter with the power of this duck? It's amazing. Diamante suppressed the shock in his heart, pretended to be nonchalant, and sneered. It's useless. Don't look at my cape. It's real steel. No matter how hard you try, you can't break through my defense. Also, don't underestimate my swordsmanship. Since I can't attack Lin Xiao, the kid, without defeating you, I'll kill you first. Diamante raised the western sword in his hand high. The momentum on his body began to rise steadily. Then he suddenly swung forward. Half Moon Funeral. However, faced with the powerful oncoming slash, the Onion Ranger did not dodge or evade. He aimed the tip of the onion sword in his hand at Diamante. Then he directly launched the meteor assault. His short figure instantly turned into a dazzling meteor and swooped down. Boom! Puff! In an instant, the winner was decided. While smashing and slashing the Onion Ranger, the onion sword in his hand directly pierced through the steel cloak and Diamante's chest. Unyielding will, elegant knight. This is the sword and shield duck god, Onion Ranger. All the audience who saw this scene were deeply shocked. Is this the true foundation of the Elf Kingdom? Is this the trump card that Lin Xiao dared to challenge Doflamingo head-on? It's incredible. Lin Xiao actually defeated the top cadre of the Don Quixote family with just a duck? This is too exaggerated, right? Will all the strong men who can stand on this sea in the future be replaced by these animals? Naval Headquarters. Akainu's face was as gloomy as iron. After a long silence, he said, "What is going on with this elf kingdom? Strong men of that level will never appear out of thin air. But why have we never heard of it on the sea before?" Staff officer, he responded lightly. "Maybe this is Lin Xiao's backup plan. I remember Momosaji once said that there are many powerful animals on Elf Island. Maybe these are." However, before she finished speaking, Akainu interrupted with an angry look. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Elf Kingdom is a world government and allied country. The small animals that were previously paid as heavenly gold to celestial dragons are rare, but not so outrageous. This matter must be related to Lin Xiao." Sengoku and others nodded when they heard it. Originally, they simply thought that Lin Xiao was just an ordinary king. But as things happened one after another, the whole world began to be stirred by this young kingdom, and the mystery surrounding Lin Xiao also became more and more intense. Akainu seemed to suddenly remember something and said to the herald, "Hurry up and ask where Momosaji is. This time, we must not let Lin Xiao do whatever he wants." As this big event continued to ferment, Lin Xiao's reputation also began to rise madly at an unprecedented speed. It has increased by 150,000 reputation points so quickly. Lin Xiao glanced at his reputation, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Now, in addition to the more than 200 elves he has not used yet, he can continue to explode at least 250 elves. Lin Xiao has never fought such a rich battle. Sure enough, The idea of fighting to support the war is right. And the growth rate of reputation has no sign of stagnation. It seems that it has not yet reached the peak. However, Lin Xiao is not in a hurry to explode soldiers or replicate skills, because he already has two goals in mind. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head and looked at a certain alley in the distance and shouted, "Come out! I know you are there!" "Lin, Your Majesty Lin Xiao," a trembling female voice came from the alley in the distance. Then, a beautiful girl with long pink hair, plain clothes, but still unable to hide her hot body, walked out of the alley. "Why are you hiding there to peek?" A cunning look flashed in Lin Xiao's dark eyes, and he said lightly, "Do you know that this kind of behavior is very dangerous for civilians?" As a time traveler, Lin Xiao naturally knew that the girl opposite was Princess Rebecca, the granddaughter of King Riku. He also discovered that she was peeking at the battle there early, but he still didn't point it out directly, because he had already known Rebecca's true intention through the ability of listening to the voice of the heart. That is, she wanted Lin Xiao to help Rosa get rid of Doflamingo's clutches. This was originally consistent with Lin Xiao's goal. He naturally would not refuse. But how could Lin Xiao miss such a good opportunity to brush reputation? So there was this scene where he deliberately treated the other party as a commoner. What surprised Lin Xiao a little was that, at this time, Rebecca was still dressed very conservatively. Her tender face and hot body, she immediately gave people a feeling of innocence. There was no trace of the 2 years later, arena welfare girl style. "Your Majesty, in fact, I am not a commoner." Rebecca bit her lips tightly. It seemed that she was making a difficult decision in her heart. On her timid and immature face, a firm look gradually emerged. Then he said with a trembling voice, "I am Rebecca, the granddaughter of the former king of Dressrosa Riku, Dord III. 8 years ago, this originally peaceful and happy country was stolen by Doflamingo using despicable means. From then on, a nightmare like hell fell upon every citizen. So, Your Majesty Lin Xiao, I pray that you can help this poor country and these helpless civilians." At the end, Rebecca had already burst into tears. Her tall figure knelt directly in front of Lin Xiao. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene of her separation from her mother when she was young. When the country fell into the hands of Doflamingo, they, the former royal family, all became the targets of constant pursuit by pirates. And Rebecca's mother died on the way to find food for her. As for the person who killed her, that was Diamante, who was just killed by Lin Xiao's green onion soldiers. However, this morning, when Rebecca read the news of Doflamingo's abdication in the newspaper, she couldn't believe her eyes, until she accidentally saw the scene of Diamante being killed. Finally, she was sure that all this was related to Lin Xiao. So Rebecca mustered up the courage to come out and ask him for help. At this moment, in Rebecca's eyes, Lin Xiao was like a god descending from heaven, the last chance given by God to dress Rosa. However, when Lin Xiao heard this, he didn't nod his head in agreement, but he pretended to be puzzled and guided. If I remember correctly, Dress Rosa is a member of world government. Such a big thing happened here. Didn't you ask world government or naval headquarters for help? At this moment, Akainu and others who were watching the live broadcast suddenly felt nervous. I wish I could fly over and kill Lin Xiao on the spot. "Son, thief, are you so polite when you chat? Isn't it that you don't want to cheat our Marine? Please don't mention Marine when you talk about world government next time. We are different, thank you." The inexperienced Rebecca simply replied, "It's useless. We have contacted the world government and naval headquarters, but the responses we got were all the same. Doflamingo is 7 warlords of the sea, and what he did is reasonable and legal." Boom! As soon as these words came out, the whole world was shocked. Hey, is this true? The world government and naval headquarters actually let Doflamingo usurp other countries. King Riku and Princess Rebecca are so pitiful. Humph, I really don't know how the world government and naval headquarters still have the face to say that they represent justice. That's right, I can't believe that Naval Headquarters has fallen to this point. I thought that when Marshal Sengoku was in office, it was the most peaceful period on the sea. It turned out to be an illusion. Oh my God. How can we believe in justice in the future? Your Majesty Lin Xiao, please agree to Princess Rebecca quickly. Yes, please help this poor child. The world suddenly focused all their attention on Lin Xiao. They hoped that this man could lend a helping hand. Naval Headquarters. The huge conference room was already silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. On the main seat, seeing this, Akainu's face was as black as charcoal. From time to time, a few hot lava drops fell from his clenched fists, and a pungent smell of sulfur was emitted. That's right, Akainu was very angry. The consequences were serious. However, Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction after hearing such an answer, and he smiled very brightly. Akainu, 5 elders, don't blame me. I didn't say that. What else could Lin Xiao do? Of course, he continued to add fuel to the fire, although he was already laughing in his heart. But Lin Xiao, who was possessed by the movie star, pretended to be indignant and said righteously, "What a reasonable and legal statement. In my opinion, a thief is a thief. Even if he has the identity of 7 warlords of the sea, it will not change at all. It is because of the inaction of world government and naval headquarters that the same thing almost happened to my elf kingdom. If this is the differential justice they uphold, then I would rather not have this justice, because justice cannot tolerate any blasphemy." At this point, Lin Xiao grabbed Rebecca's weak little hand and slowly helped her up. The dark eyes stared at the other party without blinking and said, "For the immortality of justice, from today on, I will take care of things that world government and naval headquarters don't care about. I will do things that world government and naval headquarters don't do." As soon as these words came out, the whole world was boiling instantly. This paragraph is too damn exciting. His Majesty Lin Xiao, YYDS. Long live for the immortality of justice. What a bullshit world government. What a bullshit naval headquarters. From today on, I only recognize His Majesty Lin Xiao. Your Majesty is right. If justice has a situation of differential treatment, then it does not deserve to be called justice. Down with Doflamingo. Recapture Dressrosa. For a while, the public support for Lin Xiao reached an unprecedented, terrifying height. However, some are happy and some are sad. At this moment, the senior executives of Naval Headquarters are not so happy. Naval Headquarters. Lin Xiao, that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, dared to slander Marine. I must kill him. Akainu shouted. He was completely broken by Lin Xiao. And all the Marine executives below, their faces also felt hot, as if they were beaten. But the current situation is similar, because this time Marine's face was really swollen by Lin Xiao. I guess after today, Marine's already depressed soldiers will fall again. The most urgent task now is how to stop Lin Xiao's evil deeds. Sengoku also said with a sullen face. You know, Doflamingo's seizure of Dressrosa happened during his term of office. Although this matter was directly covered up by 5 elders, he was just a scapegoat. But in the eyes of the world, Sengoku is undoubtedly the culprit who deliberately shielded Doflamingo. Originally, this matter has been forgotten by the world. But who would have thought that it would be exposed by Lin Xiao today? Sengoku suddenly felt like he was being whipped. When he thought about his brilliant life, it was all ruined by Lin Xiao. Even if Sengoku had a good temper, he couldn't help but want to kill Lin Xiao at this moment. That's right. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in the old eyes of the crane staff, and he said in a deep voice, if he really succeeds in defeating Doflamingo, it will undoubtedly be an unprecedented and huge blow to the prestige of Marine. So we must come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible to prevent this worst-case scenario from happening. Akainu heard this and snorted with a ferocious expression. Then leave this task to Momosaji. No matter what, Doflamingo is still the king of Dressrosa now. We Marine must not ignore Lin Xiao's evil deeds. Oomph. If he dares not listen to the advice, then just arrest him. The 5 elders called me before with the same meaning. While speaking, Akainu glanced at the crane staff and seemed to want to say something. He immediately said in an unquestionable tone, "Staff Officer Crane, I know what you are worried about, but I believe that Momosaji Vice Admiral will make the right choice between Marine and Lin Xiao. After all, this is about Marine's justice." At the same time, Rosa, in an extremely hidden underground trading port. Thousands of toy dolls are busy moving goods on the dock. Inside those heavy boxes are filled with weapons and equipment that Don Quixote family is preparing to secretly send to all parts of the world. And these dolls who work day and night, without exception, are all humans enslaved by sugar using childhood fruit. Among them, some were once pirates who dominated the sea. Some are CP members sent here by world government to investigate secretly. There are also many Marine soldiers who disappeared in the shipwreck, and nobles and dignitaries from various countries. But now, they have a unified identity. That is the slave of Don Quixote family. If nothing unexpected happens, they are bound by the contract of childlike fruit. They will work until they die, or fight until they die. But what is even more tragic is, once they're turned into toy dolls, the relatives and friends of these people will lose all the memories of their time with them. In other words, no one in this world will remember them anymore. ROM, slaughterhouse. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the dock. The dozens of pirates who were originally responsible for supervision were cut into dozens of pieces in the blink of an eye. However, these people did not die. Instead, they continued to survive in this weird posture. Enemy attack. Hurry up and inform Lord Toripole that the enemy is Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law. A moment later, a figure like mud suddenly fell from the sky. It was Toripole, one of the highest cadres. Luo, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You dare to betray us. Do you know that Dover has been training you as the next generation of Red Heart all these years? Facing Torpole's questioning, Luo saw that the fish had taken the bait. A playful expression suddenly appeared on his face, and he deliberately mocked. The reason why I don't want to take the position of Heart is that I don't want to work with you idiots. And compared with His Majesty Lin Xiao, Doflamingo is just a waste with a strong appearance but a weak heart. You still shamelessly say that you want to help him to the throne of Pirate King. It's so funny. In just a few words, Luo directly maxed out the hate buff. And the reason he did this was very simple. It was to buy more time for Jengar to scare Sucrose. In fact, more than 10 minutes ago, Luo successfully arrived at the underground trading port with the help of Sansang. According to Lin Xiao's instructions, after Luo tried to adjust the signal of video telephone mushy, he released another Pokemon given to him by Lin Xiao from the Pokeball. That is, Jengar, which is specially used to deal with Sucrose. Luo's mission on this trip was to lure out Toripole, who was guarding Sugar. So far, everything went smoothly. This also made Luo admire Lin Xiao again. Damn, you traitor, I will never allow anyone to laugh at Dover. Toripole really fell into the trap and was so angry that he yelled on the spot. Dover is a king who absolutely does not allow disobedience. One day, he will become the king who rules this sea. What's funny is that you two idiots actually overestimated your own abilities and wanted to overthrow Dover. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. You and Lin Xiao have been fooled. Dover didn't really withdraw from the 7 warlords of the sea and the throne of the king. The news in the newspaper is just a show deliberately staged to confuse you. As a result, you two stupidly came to my door on your own initiative, which really made me laugh to death. However, Toripole was surprised to find out. After hearing what he said, Luo on the opposite side, there was no surprise on his face. It was as if everything was expected. Wait a minute. Toripole seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned back and looked in the direction of the Cadre Tower in the distance. Could it be that Luo was not the only one coming, and their real target was Sugar? This is in trouble. They tricked him out of his way. However, at this moment, a sinister voice suddenly sounded in Toripole's ears. Hey, You just realized it now. Isn't it a little too late? Underground trading port, in the Cadres Tower, in the core area. Sucrose, who looks like a 10-year-old child, is actually 22 years old. She is sitting on a carousel, eating grapes, and waiting for the return of her bodyguard Toripole. This Cadre Tower was built by Doflamingo specifically for Sucrose, and is used to transform toy dolls. It is of utmost importance to the entire Don Quixote family. Therefore, Sucrose's safety on weekdays is the responsibility of the highest cadre Toripole himself. If he is not with her, Sucrose will never step out of this cadre tower. Luo is really brave. He dared to come here alone to cause trouble, but he is so unlucky to meet Toripole. I guess he will be punished badly, right? After all, the family members are always ruthless to traitors. I just don't know if the young master will let me turn him into a puppet. It would be fun if I could turn Luo into a toy bear, right? Huh. Why does the room suddenly become cold? Sugar shuddered subconsciously. It was warm just now, just when Sugar stood up and prepared to check whether the doors and windows were closed. Her eyes accidentally glanced at the shadow under her feet, and she froze in place, because her shadow did not move with her. Instead, it remained in the shape of sitting on the carousel. It was connected to Sugar only by a long shadow line. Ah! Sugar was frightened and screamed. She rushed to the bed like a flying horse and wrapped herself up with a thick quilt. What's wrong, Sister Sugar? The pirates who heard the scream outside the door rushed in one after another and asked with a confused face. My shadow, it has its own ideas? Sugar poked her head out from the quilt and pointed in the direction of the carousel with a face full of fear. Ah! The pirates walked over with a confused face, and then walked back with a confused face. Sister Sugar, are you dazzled? There is nothing there. You, what did you say? Sugar was also stunned when she heard it. Then she walked under the light with courage. Take a closer look. Her shadow was following her every move. Was it really my eyes that were dazzled just now? Impossible. I saw it clearly. Forget it. I guess Toripole will be back soon. Then I will let him take me away from here. After making up my mind, Sucrose then drove the pirates away, making them return to their posts. Brave Sucrose, don't be afraid of shadows. Having learned from the last lesson, Sucrose decided to stay away from brightly lit places this time. In this way, her shadow wouldn't be too obvious. She wouldn't look so scary. Things went smoothly. There really wasn't any problem with her shadow. However, just when Sucrose was about to let down her guard, she suddenly discovered, in the dark corner of the wall, a strange, smiling face suddenly appeared. It was looking at her with ill intentions at the moment. What the hell? Here we go again. Ah! Sugar's eardrum-shattering scream rang out again. The pirates guarding the door rushed over with ease. Then they drew their weapons and protected Sugar in the middle. However, when everyone looked in the direction, Sugar pointed to the shadows. But they still found nothing. So Sugar, who was extremely angry, immediately ordered them to search the entire room inside and out again. But still nothing was found. Is this really a ghost in broad daylight? Damn it. Why hasn't Toripole come back yet? I'm almost scared to death. Sugar began to become nervous. But in order not to embarrass herself in front of everyone, she still chose to be alone. This time, she decided to bury herself in the quilt. Out of sight, out of mind. For any woman, the quilt will always be the safest haven in the world. Sugar felt as if something was laughing evilly beside her ear. Her nerves were instantly tense. B asterisk 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 D. Get out of my way quickly, this is my bed. But no matter how she struggled, that evil laugh always lingered in her ears. Finally, Sugar, who was almost on the verge of collapse, suddenly lifted the quilt. She was ready to escape outside the room and stay with the servants. Let me be laughed at if I am laughed at. I'm just timid, so what? Humph, whoever dares to laugh at me, I will turn him into a teddy bear toy. However, just when Sugar lifted the quilt, she found a dark purple face with a weird smile in front of her. He was staring at her with his bloody red eyes, without blinking, and the pair of spiked ears on the other's head seemed as scary as a demon from hell. The most important thing is, the opponent's half-body is still on ground. What the hell is this? Sugar's defense is completely broken now. The mysterious click that was originally stretched to the limit broke. A terrible scream suddenly sounded. Ah! Snot, tears, eyeballs, tongue. All the organs on Sugar's face that can be stretched at this moment have reached their limit. Soon the screams stopped, because Sugar had fainted with foam at the mouth, and the pirates who rushed in afterwards, but saw an even more horrifying scene. I saw a dark purple monster, which was opening its big mouth, and swallowed Sugar's thin body directly. Crunch, crunch. It even chewed several times in front of everyone. Then he burped again. It's over, it's over. This time it's really a disaster. Not only did I see a ghost in broad daylight, but the most important protected object, Sugar, was eaten by it. Time goes back to a few minutes before Sucrose was fainted by Jengar at the dock. In the end, Luo couldn't suppress his anger. He fought with Toribol without permission, but even if he would be punished by Lin Xiao afterwards, he would never regret it, because in Luo's heart, almost all the core members of Don Quixote family were accomplices in killing Mr. Corazon, since Doflamingo is not his turn to deal with. Then kill a top cadre with your own hands to comfort Mr. Corazon's heroic spirit. While the two were fighting, the toy dolls who were still carrying goods not far away turned their heads to look at the two, although their bodies were turned into toys and were not under their control. But these people still maintained their original thinking. And through the conversation between Toribol and Luo, they have learned that the person behind the planning of this action, and the name of the person who dared to come to dress Rosa to cause trouble for Doflamingo, Lin Xiao. All the puppets were greatly shocked, because this was probably their only hope to escape from this hellish life. So they all prayed in their hearts. Lin Xiao, although I don't know who you are, please destroy this place. Come on, if you win, you will be my benefactor for life. I don't want to be a toy here for the rest of my life. If I can turn back into a human, I promise to turn over a new leaf and never go out to sea as a pirate again. As long as you can save me, I am willing to take out a year's tax revenue from our country to thank you. Lin Xiao, please, you must win, even if you let me marry you afterwards. God, will Lin Xiao be the savior who removes the curse from us? The amazing thing is, God seemed to have heard their prayers. A few minutes later, the evil curse that was originally imposed on them actually disappeared. All the toy puppets slowly turned back to their original appearance. For a while, everyone cried with joy. Really turned back into a human? Oh my God, it worked, that man. Oh no, our hero actually succeeded. We will definitely remember your kindness for the rest of our lives. Your Majesty Lin Xiao. Doflamingo, you be asterisk 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 D. Lousy is going to kill you. It's not just the underground trading port. At this moment, the entire Dressrosa is an unprecedented chaos. Dolls that have regained their human form can be seen everywhere on the streets. Noisy sounds resounded through the sky. Oh no! Toripol, who was originally fighting with Luo, saw that all the toy dolls around him had returned to human form, and immediately realized that something had happened to Sucrose. The current situation is a big bad news for the Don Quixote family, because the reason why they can rule Dressrosa so easily and keep the underground trading port running normally. All of this is supported by Sucrose's childlike fruit ability behind the scenes. They turned all the opponents, or those who might be bad for the Don Quixote family, into toy dolls. But now, as these dolls regain their human form, this means that the painstaking efforts of Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family for 8 years will all be wasted. This is an unprecedented disaster. Now we must wake up Sucrose as soon as possible, and then return to Doflamingo to find a remedy. However, it was this brief moment of distraction, but Luo captured it perfectly. High-frequency scalpel. Luo directly wrapped the high-frequency electric shock generated by the op-op fruit on the demon's sword Devil Cry. Then in the blink of an eye, he directly cut the body of Toribol opposite into several irregular pieces. Damn, what did you do? You be asterisk 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 D. Toribol screamed in horror. Why can't my body stick together again. But no matter how he tried, even if he activated the ability of the sticky fruit, he still couldn't connect the several pieces of his body cut by Luo. Don't struggle in vain. Luo's face showed a look of joy that his revenge was about to be taken, and he said in a low voice, "The cut surface caused by the high-frequency radio wave knife is different from that of ordinary cutting. In the few minutes after being hit, no matter how hard you try or use the power of the devil fruit, you can't reconnect your body. How about it? This is a move I prepared specifically for you." As he spoke, Luo approached Toripole step by step with the knife. The latter was frightened and begged for mercy. "Hey, Luo, stop it quickly. Have you forgotten how I took care of you and taught you? I said don't come over." However, Luo seemed to ignore it. He slowly raised the tip of the knife and pointed it at Torpal's head. "You will die with endless fear and regret." Injection, shooting. A blow with the power of the fruit directly pierced Torpal's head. Blood immediately gushed out from the wound. Since then, the second top official of the Don Quixote family was killed. After doing all this, Luo knelt on the ground helplessly and murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "Mr. Corazon, you saw that I finally avenged you. But please don't worry, that be asterisk 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 D. Doflamingo will be down to accompany you soon." At this moment, the people who had regained their human form spontaneously surrounded Luo. "Your name should be Trafalgar Law, right? Please take us to see His Majesty Lin Xiao quickly." "Yes, we have to personally thank the benefactor who lifted the curse for us." "That's right. I have been imprisoned here for nearly 8 years. If it weren't for His Majesty Lin Xiao's rescue, I'm afraid I would have spent the rest of my life as a toy slave." "You're right. We are lucky to have come back this time." After hearing this, Luo slowly stood up and said to everyone passionately, "You are right. His Majesty Lin Xiao is the legendary hero who can save everyone. Whether it is you slave dolls who are forced to work day and night in the port, or those clown dolls who are thrown on the streets, pretending to be happy all day long, but crying silently in their hearts, or those ordinary people who have not been turned into dolls, but have not realized that they have forgotten their loved ones and families. Today, they will all be reborn with the arrival of His Majesty Lin Xiao." I don't know if it's a coincidence. Almost at the same time as Luo finished speaking, the ceiling above everyone's head unexpectedly collapsed under the continuous digging of the Mountain King. The dazzling light dispelled the darkness. It was as if everyone had ushered in a new life. As the eyes gradually adapted to the light, a proud figure appeared in the intersection of light and shadow. It looked extremely sacred, as if it was a god sent down from heaven. Seeing this, Luo slowly knelt down towards the figure above and said loudly with a pious face, "Greetings to my king." Everyone reacted immediately. They knelt down with gratitude and tears and imitated Luo's appearance and praised in unison, "Greetings to my king, greetings to my king." At this moment, those who have been watching the live broadcast have been completely stunned. They have never imagined the real situation hidden behind the calm and peaceful dress Rosa is so despicable and unbearable. But what makes them even more shocked is, even though Doflamingo is so evil, but he has not received any punishment he deserves. Instead, he has been sitting on the throne for 8 years. Is this fair? This is so unfair. But do you have any solution? Sorry, I can't do anything. The naked reality is like a loud slap in the face, challenging everyone's bottom line. Just ask, what if your country is also stolen by Doflamingo in this way? Then you're turned into a toy doll that works all day long, and thus forgotten by your lover and friends. What's even more tragic is that you have to watch your beloved every day, flirting with another stranger, and even clapping. F***K. What's wrong with this damn sense of involvement? When this kind of plot that was originally only seen in NTR works is really played out in front of everyone. No matter men, women, old or young. No matter rich or poor. Everyone is collectively broken. So, some people do it for the justice in their hearts. Some people do it for their homes. Some people do it to prevent their wives from being cowed. Some people do it to prevent the tragedy of Rosa from happening again. All over the world, more and more people raise their hands and worship Lin Xiao on the big screen with great piety. Your Majesty Lin Xiao, please defeat the devil Doflamingo. That's right. The reason why that cruel villain was able to ascend to the throne of king under the protection of the 7 warlords of the sea system is closely related to the world government. Marine and the world government are not reliable at all. The people of Rosa have been waiting for justice and judgment for 8 years. Your Majesty, please complete it for them. No matter what your previous identities and occupations were, you now have a common enemy. That is Doflamingo. Go, take revenge on that evil man. Use the anger that has been accumulated in your heart for a long time to burn the entire Don Quixote family to ashes. But I must remind you that if anyone dares to point his weapon at the civilians of this country, I will execute him on the spot without hesitation. Lin Xiao looked at the people below and said with a righteous face. Rebecca stared at the man in front of her blankly. A little heart began to beat wildly. She was obviously fascinated by the powerful charm emanating from Lin Xiao. But Rebecca couldn't be blamed for this. After all, she was just a little girl who didn't know much about the world. In addition, over the years, her heart was always shrouded in hatred and fear. It was like a boat that was constantly swaying in the storm, but could never see the land, as miserable and desperate as it was. However, Lin Xiao's appearance was like a ray of sunshine in the darkness. It instantly lit up Rebecca's life, while pulling her back from the edge of despair. It also gave her hope for a new life. Such a man, is it wrong for her to be tempted? Your Majesty Lin Xiao, please rest assured we know what to do. Yes, your words are God's will for us. Everyone in the underground trading port spoke one after another, and then they took action spontaneously. Lin Xiao nodded slightly when he saw this. He naturally did not expect to defeat the Don Quixote family with this group of scattered soldiers. But at least these people can help him clean up some of the little minions that are in the way. After all, he only brought more than 200 elves this time. Now, with the help of these people, the next battle will become easy. Lin Xiao can also concentrate on dealing with Doflamingo and his core cadres. Go, let those villains also see the true power of our elf kingdom. Lin Xiao waved his hand forward fiercely, and more than 200 elf balls appeared out of thin air. The next second, rays of light shone up. A scene that shocked the whole world appeared. Under the blessing of Lin Xiao's giant power of the elf, one after another, huge figures with a body size of nearly 100 meters suddenly appeared. A strong sense of oppression instantly exploded. There was no need to give special instructions. These elves who were in tune with Lin Xiao flew to different directions. In fact, long before the war, Lin Xiao had already used his powerful wave observation Haki to cover the entire island and mark the positions of Doflamingo's men, so he didn't have to worry about the elves finding the wrong target. Let's go, Princess Rebecca. Let's go and settle accounts with Doflamingo. Lin Xiao then took Rebecca's boneless little hand and walked towards the direction of King's Highlands. The latter let the other party lead her with an obsessed look. Unprecedented joy suddenly emerged in his heart. After seeing more than 200 elves appear, the audiences watching the live broadcast around the world were all completely shocked. Hey, what's going on with those huge animals that are as big as the king of the near sea? So cute. No, so scary. Is this the true essence of the elf kingdom? Your Majesty Lin Xiao really came prepared this time. These giant animals are comparable to a powerful army. It seems that the evil villain Doflamingo will not escape. You see, Your Majesty is really a rare, benevolent ruler. He actually thought about preventing civilians from being harmed at this time. Yes, now the people of Rosa are really saved. Everyone's emotions were instantly ignited. They desperately hoped that Lin Xiao could defeat the evil Doflamingo. Let justice be upheld. Let evil be punished. Let peace be achieved. Let war be quelled. However, When the people in Naval Headquarters saw Lin Xiao summon more than 200 elves out of thin air with his gestures, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense. Squeeneye, His Majesty Lin Xiao is really scary. Kizaru pinched his chin and said with a wretched face, "Is he also a devil fruit ability user? But then again, we have never heard that Elf Kingdom has such a huge creature." Kizaru's words were immediately recognized by everyone present. Even Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I didn't expect them to hide so deeply. It must be because of the existence of these giant animals that Lin Xiao dared to go to war with Doflamingo directly. Akainu heard this. His face became more and more gloomy, because Lin Xiao repeatedly harmed Marine. So much so, in Akainu's eyes, Lin Xiao has become a cancer that is far more harmful than ordinary pirates. Now, seeing that the other party has revealed a new trump card, it feels worse than making him eat shit. At this moment, a glimmer of wisdom suddenly flashed in the old eyes of the Crane staff officer. He said in a shocking way, "If that's the case, I'm afraid that the animals that defeated the Don Quixote family, Cadres before were not the Zondevil fruit ability users we guessed. They were just some powerful animals." As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room fell into silence. Many people were even unwilling to accept this statement, because everyone has seen the strength of the Onion Rangers who defeated Diamante. They are definitely stronger than some vice admirals of the headquarters. It's okay if you say that you can't beat humans. Now you can't even beat animals. How can they live with dignity? This is simply another humiliation to the generals of the naval headquarters. It seems that we did ignore the news that Gyeon brought back from the Elf Kingdom before and simply treated those giant animals as individual cases. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Rosa, in the palace. Bad news came one after another. Doflamingo didn't care at first, until the death of the two top cadres, Diamante and Toripole, came. Doflamingo was instantly broken. "Violet, do you know what you're talking about? How could Diamante and Toripole be killed by such a weak guy?" Doflamingo couldn't believe his ears. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his body suddenly surged with endless, terrifying, murderous intent. You know, although the bounty on Toripole and Diamante is only 99 million berries, but that was a number from more than 10 years ago. Their true strength is far stronger than some pirates with bounties exceeding 500 million berries. Even some old vice admirals of naval headquarters are not their opponents. So Doflamingo was relieved to let the two deal with Lin Xiao. But who would have thought? In the end, it would end in such a tragic way. At the same time, a big question arose in his mind. That is the power of Elf Island. When did it become so powerful? This news is absolutely true. I saw it all with my own eyes using the gaze fruit, Violet said very seriously. But instead of dwelling on these, it is better to think about how to prevent the situation from getting worse. With the death of Sucrose, the curse she planted in this country with the childlike fruit is disintegrating and dissipating. That is to say, young master, the 8 years of hard work you have spent on this country and the foundation for maintaining the stability of this country will all be wasted. Although Violet's tone was very calm, but at this moment her heart has already set off a storm, because in addition to her identity as a cadre of the Don Quixote family, she also has another special identity that is little known to the public. That is the daughter of King Riku, the former princess of Dressrosa, Violet. 8 years ago, in order to save the life of her father, King Riku, Violet joined the Don Quixote family, using the far-sighted insight of the Paramecia gaze fruit. She helped Doflamingo successfully resolve dangers time and time again. But in Violet's heart, she always resented this evil man who caused her country to be destroyed and her family to be ruined. However, with her ability, she was completely powerless to resist Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Until Lin Xiao appeared, she saw a glimmer of opportunity for revenge. "Rebecca, you are such a brave girl. Violet prayed silently in her heart. I hope Lin Xiao could defeat Doflamingo and restore the country to its former stability and peace. Damn it, it seems that I really underestimated those two brats Lin Xiao and Luo before. Doflamingo showed a crazy look on his face and roared in exasperation. It seems that only by killing them with my own hands can this turmoil be quelled. I think the world has forgotten the fear that I once dominated, right? Then it's just right. Let them remember it again today. At this moment, Baby 5, a cadre wearing a maid outfit, came over holding Den Mushy. Young master, the fleet sent by Marine for support has successfully arrived at the port. Their commander, Momosaji Vice Admiral, wants to speak to you. Hiya. Have the helpers sent by the 5 elders finally arrived? Doflamingo took over the Den Mushy and said in an extremely arrogant tone, Momosaji Vice Admiral, you've come just in time. There's a crazy guy here who's destroying my country. Can you Marines help me get rid of him? However, Momosaji's cold voice that kept people at a distance came from the Mushy's talk. I think you have some misunderstandings, Doflamingo. I'm not here to help you this time, but simply to protect the safety of the people of Rosa. As Marines, our job is to minimize the loss of civilians. If His Majesty Lin Xiao's target is only you and other members of Don Quixote family, then they will not hurt innocent people and carry out wanton destruction. Then I will not ask about the matter between you two. Because for me, protecting civilians from harm and cities from destruction is the justice I want to perform on this trip. As for you, Pirate Doflamingo, you are not within my consideration. Doflamingo heard the words and roared angrily. What did you say? Momosaji Vice Admiral, do you know what you're talking about? Doflamingo roared with a ferocious face. Isn't that what the world government said in the order given to you Marines? Also, even if I am a pirate, I am also the king of Rosa, publicly recognized by the world government. Shouldn't you Marines help me to quell the chaos? However, facing Doflamingo's questioning, Momosaji on the other end of the phone responded calmly. Don't forget that Lin Xiao is also a king and one of the member states of the world government. And in the final analysis, this incident was not caused by you who attacked his country and his family first. So now if they come to you for revenge, what's wrong in terms of emotion and reason? You. Doflamingo was almost furious. He never expected that Momosaji would reject him so bluntly. He immediately said in a rage, what about Trafalgar Law? He is a real pirate. Are you going to turn a blind eye to his evil deeds? Momosaji thought for a while and said, if Trafalgar Law is still a pirate, I will naturally take action. But if he has now turned from evil to good and become a subordinate of His Majesty Lin Xiao, then even Marine has no right to directly intervene in his affairs. Doflamingo laughed in anger. I have heard that Momosaji Vice Admiral has always enforced the law impartially and is a rare great swordsman and Marine. I just didn't expect you to play dumb about this kind of thing. Are you really not afraid that the world government will settle accounts with you later? Faced with threats, Momosaji said in a very tough tone, in my opinion, the existence of you, 7 warlords of the sea, is simply the greatest humiliation to the justice that Marine upholds. If justice needs to be treated differently, then it is no longer worthy of being called justice. Doflamingo was almost so angry that he went berserk. Damn, I finally understood. Are you deliberately targeting me? Okay, you are awesome. The last sentence sounds really familiar. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said, if I remember correctly, this should be what Lin Xiao said before. So, the rumors about the two of you being ambiguous are all true? Doflamingo seemed to have figured something out in an instant, and a malicious grin suddenly appeared on his face, and he continued threateningly. Ah, I understand. No wonder you reacted like this. But I'm really curious, if I kill that kid in front of you, as the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, do you have the courage to disobey the world government and attack me? The other end of the phone seemed to fall into silence. Just when Doflamingo was complacent and thought he had caught Momosaji's weakness, The other party's cold voice sounded again. Don't worry, I won't go against the orders from my superiors this time. No matter how many disgusting scandals this country has exposed, I will choose to turn a blind eye until this incident is completely settled. After that, Momosaji hung up the phone directly. Momosaji walked all the way from the bow of the warship to the dock with her long legs. Looking at the orderly marine soldiers, he said, Our mission this time is to rush to the areas affected by the war, evacuate the people, and treat the wounded. As for the battle between Lin Xiao and Doflamingo, the Marine will not intervene. The adjutant Peacock was shocked when he heard this, and came close to remind him in a low voice. Sister Guillaume, you are too reckless, aren't you? The order we received when we came here was to help Doflamingo quell the chaos. If Marshal Sakazuki knew about this, he would probably be furious. Unexpectedly, Momosaji waved his hand and said indifferently, Don't worry about him. I am the highest commander here now. You only need to follow the orders I give. If there is any trouble afterwards, I will bear it alone. Peacock did not dare to say anything more. I immediately took a group of marine soldiers to various parts of the city. Seeing everyone leave, Momosaji's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of helplessness. Just as Peacock said just now, they were on their way to dress Rosa. They received a call from Akainu, and he gave an order on the phone to help Doflamingo calm down the war and to take action against Lin Xiao if necessary. Such a move undoubtedly made Momosaji feel very disappointed. She never thought that Marine had become so confused. Even though Lin Xiao had exposed the criminal fact that Doflamingo privately resold arms in the underground trading port, in a live broadcast as a Marine, she still couldn't arrest this scumbag. Instead, she had to obey the order issued by the world government and help Doflamingo deal with Lin Xiao. This made Momosaji recall what Lin Xiao had said not long ago. Yes, the justice that Marine upholds nowadays. Can it really be called justice? And Momosaji also saw several CP0 agents on a certain warship. Where these celestial dragons' lackeys appear, nothing good will happen. Momosaji then looked at the flames of war that kept burning in the distance, and thought to herself, Lin Xiao, come on. Momosaji herself didn't realize it. I don't know when. She actually began to care about the safety of that man. At the same time, King's Highland, in the palace, almost all the cadres of Don Quixote family gathered here. I say, Dover, is it really okay for us not to protect Smile Factory? One of the highest cadres, Spade, Pica, asked first with a sharp clipped voice that was completely inconsistent with his sturdy body. Don't worry, that factory is made of Seastone. They can't attack on the outside. Doflamingo said viciously, but what I didn't expect was that the Momosaji Vice Admiral sent by the Marine chose not to attack Lin Xiao and the others. In this case, the existence of these Marines is very troublesome. Pica heard this and immediately volunteered to step forward and said, Dover, let me deal with those Marines. Whether the enemy is Marine, pirates, or the army of any country, as long as you agree to let me go and do it, I can destroy them all by myself. Doflamingo's fierce expression eased a little when he heard this, but he shook his head and said, Before we solve the scourge of Lin Xiao, we can't do anything to them for the time being. Marine took action. He dared to kill Toripole and Diamante. It's unforgivable. I must kill him with my own hands. It's time to make that kid despair. The decisive battle is about to start. However, at this time, Doflamingo didn't know that Lin Xiao had already broadcast everything that happened in this country through video telephone mushy. Otherwise, he would definitely activate Birdcage without hesitation and then kill everyone. Damn, those huge animals are attacking. Stop them. Never let them get close to King's Highlands. Damn, are all these animals devil fruit users? Why do each one have different abilities? Facing the aggressive elf army, the ordinary members of Don Quixote family are no match at all, so they quickly retreated to the vicinity of King's Highlands. But with the appearance of the family cadres, The chaotic situation was quickly calmed down. Oh my, ordinary people can't stop these huge animals at all. One of the Cadres, Buffalo, first threw Baby 5, who was transformed into a missile by Vice Admiral in midair, heavily to the ground. Then grabbed the antennae of a 100-meter-long ladybug that looked like a ladybug, and then activated the ability of Paramecia Twist Fruit, like a rapidly rotating propeller, directly through the ladybug far away. It smashed heavily into the building below. Not far away, Gladius, a cadre wearing a dark blue windbreaker, leaped up to a group of Rattata with the appearance of mice. Then he activated the ability of Paramecia Explosion Fruit. He made his arms expand rapidly. Boom! The powerful explosion instantly killed several Rattata. Gladius snorted with disdain. That guy named Lin Xiao is really brave, but not wise. It's ridiculous to think that he could defeat the young master with these animals. That's right. Another cadre, Yura, the ability user of Paramecia Art Fruit, after turning a 140-meter-tall, bull-like Kintaro into a non-aggressive work of art, said with a resentful look, I really don't know why Lao Ji and his men were defeated by such an enemy. But if those ignorant people want to see the young master, they may have to get past Pika first. Just as they were talking, the ground of the town near King's Highlands suddenly shook violently. And then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, a giant stone man that was a kilometer tall and looked exactly like Pika rose from the ground. It blocked all the elves. Boom, boom, boom. As the two huge stone hands swung, they directly whipped dozens of giant elves away. Lin Xiao, come out and die. If you dare to attack Don Quixote family, I will crush all of you to death. Pika's sharp voice resounded throughout the country. Everyone was frightened and silent. Is this a Logia ability user? Its size is like a moving city. The other cadres are also very strong. Ordinary animal armies are not enough in front of them. No wonder Doflamingo is not in a hurry to counterattack. It turns out that there is such a killer. It's over now. Is His Majesty Lin Xiao going to lose? At this moment, everyone who was watching the live broadcast was frightened by the strange ability displayed by Pika. How to fight against an enemy with a huge body as big as a town. The power of a casual punch from him was as terrifying as a meteorite falling from the sky. This is definitely a natural disaster. Everyone who had hope for Lin Xiaobao before now just felt their scalps tingling. No one thought that. There was such a terrifying fighting force in the Don Quixote family. Is Pika's strength probably close to Admiral? Is there really a chance of winning this war? But at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly broke the silence. Haha, such a sharp sound really makes people want to laugh. The person who spoke was Lin Xiao. Your Majesty, please keep your voice down. Rebecca, who was standing beside him, saw this and hurriedly reminded him nervously. Pika is very careful about her voice on weekdays. She will go crazy every time she is laughed at. As expected, Lin Xiao's laughter instantly angered Pika's sensitive nerves. You dare to laugh at me, Dai? A fist as big as a town suddenly fell from the sky. A huge shadow covered the sky and the sun. The terrifying scene made everyone's back shiver. Your Majesty, danger! Luo was shocked when he saw this. Then he prepared to activate the ability of Op Fruit to move Lin Xiao and Rebecca to a safe area. But Lin Xiao waved his hand at him with a nonchalant look. Then, he casually threw a Pokémon ball forward. A huge green figure suddenly appeared. Pokémon name, Scyther. Racial value, 500. Classification, first generation Pokémon. Attributes, bug flying. Height, 1.8 meters. Evolution stage, currently not evolved, plus. Skills, unyielding heart, bug premonition, lightning flash, air slash, cross scissors, sword dance. Note, the sides on Scyther's arms are as sharp as divine weapons, and its movements are swift and agile. Often the enemy can only see its afterimage, and no prey can escape its grasp. With the blessing of Pokémon Gigantamax power, the moment Scyther appeared, its size increased by 100 times. It reached a huge height of 180 meters. Then it was seen shaking its wings violently. The next second, the huge body of Scythe suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Then, swish, 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 several cold lights flashed in the air. The right arm that Pika had swung halfway was shattered. It fell apart in the air. What the hell is going on? The big mantis actually cut off the rock giant's town-sized arm with one strike. This combat power is too strong, isn't it? Even the slash of the great swordsman should be no more than this, right? At this moment, whether it is the members of Don Quixote family or the people who are watching the live broadcast, all of them were deeply shocked by the blow of Scythe. You damn bug, die for me. The angry Pika immediately activated the fruit ability, and the right arm that had just been chopped off grew back in the blink of an eye. Then he made a palm with both hands and slapped the flying mantis hovering in the air from both sides. Flying mantis, use air slash. Lin Xiao didn't want to waste too much time here, so he directly used telepathy to give the flying mantis an order. Shwa, accompanied by the flying mantis's double sickles slashing down heavily. A huge air slash of nearly 1,000 meters traversed. The next second, Pika's rock body, which was larger than an ordinary island, was directly split in half from the middle. If it weren't for the fact that Pika's body hidden in the rock moved in time, I'm afraid even he would not be able to escape. As we all know, the stone fruit that Pika possesses is not the Logia devil fruit that can be transformed at will. It is a special paramecia that attacks and moves by assimilating and fusing the rocks around the body. Although the ability seems very close to Logia, there is still an essential difference. In short, Pika's body is just hidden in this supergiant rock body. It's like a pilot driving a Gundam. It's not the rocks themselves. In other words, even if Scyther's attack is not entangled with armament Haki, it can still hit his body. This is completely ineffective against Logia. However, even so, the great power of the stone fruit in actual combat is definitely obvious to all. The reason why Lin Xiao did not continue to rush to King's Highlands and chose to stay where he was to watch the battle was actually to get the stone fruit. Or rather, Lin Xiao definitely wants more than just this stone fruit. Other devil fruit with similar natural properties are also within his collection range. Lin Xiao plans to use the abilities of these devil fruit to transform himself into a super hexagonal warrior with real all-terrain combat capabilities. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. But the first priority at the moment is to force Pika's body out of this Gundam, because Ditto must see the body to complete the transformation. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao first activated Wave Observation Haki to accurately lock Pika's position. Then he gave Scyther an order to fight quickly. Damn you, you little bugs that are in the way. This is a country that belongs only to Dover and the Don Quixote family. I will never allow anyone to undermine our rule. And peace is something that only the weak will pursue. Pika's sharp and angry voice rang out again from the left side of the rock giant's body that was split apart. But just when he was about to activate his ability again, to assimilate and fuse the surrounding rocks, and then to reunite into a super rock giant with a larger body, the scythe that was originally hovering in the air suddenly attacked. Swish, swish, swish! A series of huge slashes directly split the half of the rock body where Pika was hiding into dozens of smaller pieces, thereby completely eliminating the possibility of Pika escaping from the inside. Why didn't he get out quickly? Lin Xiao first stopped Scythe's attack. Then he raised his right hand upwards in the air. Buzz! The incomparable powerful telekinesis swept out immediately. It actually directly suspended all the huge rocks that were falling like meteorites in the air. It completely eliminated Pika's last chance of escape, as long as he was not allowed to land. Then his stone fruit ability would not be activated. Look, His Majesty Lin Xiao took action himself. Hey, is this true? He actually made all the disaster-level boulders float in the air. So amazing. Your Majesty must have revealed his true trump card to protect the innocent people below from being affected. That's right, His Majesty Lin Xiao is really a well-deserved, benevolent king. After seeing such an amazing scene, almost all the audiences in the world were instantly boiling. Many girls became Lin Xiao's die-hard fans. Young, rich, and awesome. Who wouldn't love such a good man? But some are happy, some are sad. At this moment, Akainu and others in the naval headquarters can't laugh at all. Your Majesty Lin Xiao is indeed the user of the Devil Fruit ability, Sengoku said in disbelief. It seems that it should be an extremely rare type of gravity control. No wonder he has been so calm and composed since the beginning of the battle. But if this happens, I'm afraid Doflamingo and his men will definitely lose. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, let alone just being able to successfully intercept a rock meteor shower of that scale, and ensuring that the civilians below are not affected at all. I'm afraid that among the people present, only Sengoku, who is a Zoan human fruit, mythical beast, great Buddha form, can do it. As for Akainu and Kizuru, their abilities are more focused on the offensive end. Yeah, staff officer, he couldn't help but sigh. We were indeed too careless this time. We didn't expect His Majesty Lin Xiao to hide so deeply. Now it seems that we still underestimated the Elf Kingdom. Now, I finally understand why the successive kings of the Elf Kingdom had the courage to refuse the cooperation request of the world government. Akainu didn't speak the whole time. It's not hard to see from his dark face like the bottom of a pot. He's in a very bad mood now. There's nothing he can do. Who let Lin Xiao pretend again? Damn it, Lin Xiao, do you think that if you force me out of the rock like this, your pet can win me? Pika's sturdy figure then emerged from a rock. In his hand, he was holding an exaggerated giant sword that was nearly 10 meters long. And this guy's original height had reached a terrifying 4.7 meters. From a distance, he looked like a small mountain, full of oppression. Now, with this giant sword, everyone felt a chill down their spine. I am afraid that even if he does not activate the fruit ability, few people can beat him, right? Lin Xiao, do you think you can beat me by cutting off a few stones? Let me tell you, my armament Haki is better than Virgo. Even if I face the attack of that mantis head-on, I will be unscathed. As soon as the voice fell, the pitch-black armament Haki spread all over Pika's body like a tide. Even the giant sword in his hand was no exception. But Lin Xiao below ignored his provocation. After Pika appeared, he immediately let Ditto transform in a position where image Den Mushi could not capture. Then he directly consumed 100,000 reputation points and copied the ability of Stone Fruit on himself. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 19 years old. Identity, King of the Elf Kingdom. Abilities, Elf Gigantamax, Absolute Loyalty Buff, Transformation, Op Fruit, Invisible Fist, Telekinesis, Instant Teleport, Meteor Assault, Stone Fruit. Wave Guide Haki, Intermediate Wave Guide Armament Haki, Advanced Wave Guide Observation Haki, Awakened, Intermediate Wave Guide Conquerors. Reputation, 191,880. Divine Beast Arms, none. High-level arms, none. Elite arms, 14. Ordinary arms, 310. In such a short time, the reputation has increased by more than 30,000. If the growth rate continues at this rate, by the time this incident is completely over, won't there be at least nearly 1,000,000 points of reputation? Lin Xiao's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, because the more reputation increases, the more he can do it, the more correct his plan is. Then Lin Xiao looked at the ability of the Stone Fruit again. As expected, the Stone Fruit he got this time also has no weaknesses, and all these operations were completed in a short moment. Spy, you can use Lightning Flash and Cross Scissors to solve the battle. Lin Xiao immediately gave the final order. Then he took Rebecca's hand and said, "Let's go, this farce is over, Let's continue to King's Highland. Huh. Rebecca blinked her big, watery eyes with a cute expression on her face. The little girl actually wanted to ask, Pika hasn't been defeated yet. How can it be called the end? But after seeing the famous scene where Lin Xiao just stopped the rock meteor shower from falling, Rebecca has completely fallen for Lin Xiao's little fangirl. You are handsome, so whatever you say is true. And at this moment, the flying mantis in the air posed a double sickle cross posture in front of it. The next second, its huge body suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out. Its speed was so fast. Pika on the opposite side had no time to react at all. Poof! Blood splattered in front of Pika's chest, even though he covered the hard armament Haki in advance. But he still couldn't survive the combined attack of the flying mantis. The narrow wounds crisscrossed each other. Pika didn't even make a scream. The whole person was broken into 4 pieces. Then he fell heavily from midair to the ground. At this point, including Virgo, the 4 highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family were all killed. Hiss! After seeing this scene, the people of the naval headquarters felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Because most of them, the strength of armament Haki is far less than that of Pika. In other words, if they were to fight against Scyther, the outcome would be the same. Who can accept this? You know, the people who can sit in this conference room right now are at least Rear Admiral level strongmen. But asking them to admit that their strength is not as good as a giant mantis is even more painful than killing them. It's not so insulting, but this is the reality. Even someone as strong as Pika still couldn't escape death. They only now truly realized how terrible Lin Xiao and the Elf Kingdom are. Impossible. How could Pika be killed by a mere mantis? In the palace at the top of King's Highlands, Doflamingo roared in disbelief. He could never have imagined Pika was solved so easily. That was Pika. He was the strongest cadre under him. He could destroy the existence of a country alone. But he was killed by a damn big mantis? Could it be more outrageous? More importantly, the Don Quixote family that he had worked hard to build for more than 20 years was completely disintegrated by Lin Xiao and a group of animals in just one day. Those cadres who he regarded as family members also died. Lousy is a man chosen by God. He is the existence that will eventually stand at the top of this sea. Will he fall to an unknown person today? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lousy is Doflamingo. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from below King's Highland. Even the palace where Doflamingo was located began to shake violently. What happened? Doflamingo looked down quickly. Then he froze in his tracks. The area where Gladius, Buffalo, Baby 5, and Yura were originally located. It had already become a ruin. Countless boulders fell from the sky like meteors. They attacked the area indiscriminately. It was like a natural disaster. The possibility that Gladius and others could still survive was almost zero, and all of this, obviously, was all Lin Xiao's doing. Now Doflamingo is really alone. It seems that I was really wrong this time. I should have used fear to control these guys from the beginning. But I killed Pika and the others in vain. But don't worry, I will soon let everyone be buried with you. Birdcage! Doflamingo raised one hand to the sky. Countless transparent silk threads shot straight into the sky from his palm. After reaching the highest point, they fell in all directions like a meteor shower. In the blink of an eye, a huge arc-shaped birdcage was built around Dressrosa. That's right, Doflamingo, who has completely fallen into a state of madness, wants to kill everyone on this island, whether it is Marines, civilians, or his men, since everything is irreversible. Let's all die together. Guillaume, Vice Admiral, our communication with the headquarters seems to be interrupted. It's the same here. We can't even get in touch with the nearest G5 branch. Everyone be careful. Those thin wires falling from the sky are very sharp. Just a slight touch will cut a wound, and weapons can't cut them at all. Guillaume, Vice Admiral, requests support from the south. A large number of thugs have appeared in the city and are launching indiscriminate attacks. Wait a minute. It seems that there still are Marines in there. What's going on? Under the control of Parasite String, the entire Rosa instantly turned into a Shura field. Doflamingo, you are courting death. Momosaji looked towards the direction of King's Highland with a frosty face and murmured, Lin Xiao, end this quickly. I believe you can do it. Then she gave new orders to the soldiers. Try to control the out-of-control people. Minimize the losses. Your Majesty, it's bad. Birdcage has started. Luo stared at the sky blankly and said with a trembling voice, Doflamingo is planning to kill everyone on this island. For Luo, this scene is like a nightmare that he can't get rid of. On that snowy night 11 years ago, if Doflamingo hadn't released Birdcage, he and Corazon would have been able to escape easily, right? The tragedy that followed wouldn't have happened. When he thought of this, Luo felt a sense of grief and anger in his heart. His eyes also turned red. Don't worry, let me handle the rest. Lin Xiao still had a calm look on his face. Although Birdcage would cut off the signal transmitted by video telephone mushy to the outside world, it was not a bad thing for Lin Xiao. Because in many cases, the more suspense is left for the audience, the more eager they are to know the answer. This will not only not affect Lin Xiao's harvest of reputation points, but will also greatly improve it. And, regarding how to deal with Doflamingo, Lin Xiao just suddenly thought of a very bold, even crazy new plan. It would be a waste to kill him directly. He wants to capture Doflamingo alive, then use his heavyweight identity as former Celestial Dragons, 7 Warlords of the Sea, and Thief of the Country to hold a public execution similar to Summit War. He wants the whole world to see how miserable the fate of those who dare to attack the Elf Kingdom is. By the way, harvest a wave of reputation points from the world. A simple sentence to summarize is, Lin Xiao is going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and maximize the traffic. After all, for him, finding a way to harvest more reputation points is the real way. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's string fruit has reached the awakening level, so the next battle will be very dangerous. You two should retreat to a safe place. Lin Xiao waved his hand. He signaled that Luo and Rebecca did not need to follow him anymore. Then he activated telekinesis. Alone, he flew directly to the top of King's Highland. Is it finally going to start? Luo's voice trembled slightly. His face showed a complex expression of anxiety, excitement, expectation, and gratitude. He had waited for this day for 11 years. Before he met Lin Xiao, Luo's only purpose in life was to avenge Doflamingo. But he had no strength to do it before. But today, with the help of Lin Xiao, his desire for revenge will finally be realized. Princess Rebecca, I will escort you to a safe place first. Luo glanced at the girl beside him and said, Don't persuade me. I will never leave. Rebecca's young face was full of determination, and she shook her head slightly and said, I took the initiative to entrust His Majesty Lin Xiao to save this country. So I want to stay here and witness him defeat the guy who turned Rosa into a desperate country. Mr. Luo, you said, His Majesty Lin Xiao will definitely win, right? Luo was stunned at first. Obviously, he did not expect that the royal girl in front of him would have such courage. Then he nodded with a very firm tone. Yes, Your Majesty will definitely win. Because Doflamingo probably still hasn't figured out how powerful the enemy he is facing is. Although I haven't followed Your Majesty for a long time. But along the way, I have witnessed the miracles created by that man one after another. No matter who the enemy is, even if it is a terrifying existence at the level of 4 emperors, Your Majesty Lin Xiao will never admit defeat. So, in fact, from the moment Doflamingo attacked Elf Kingdom, it was destined that he and Don Quixote family would end. Both of them had their own reasons for not being able to leave, so they stayed tacitly. At this moment, a burst of extremely terrifying pressure suddenly broke out on King's Highland. Lin Xiao, you are finally willing to show up in person? Then let's end this farce. The expression on Doflamingo's face was as ferocious as a demon. Boom! The terrifying Conqueror's Haki exploded. Like a hurricane, it swept towards the direction where Lin Xiao was. What? The next second, the smile on Doflamingo's face froze directly. I saw Lin Xiao standing there with a normal expression on his face. There was even a smile on his face that made Doflamingo feel extremely crazy. Obviously, his Conqueror's Haki couldn't shake this man at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How strong is this guy's will? How strong is his psychological quality? To be able to be unaffected by Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo suddenly doubted his life. He couldn't accept such a reality at all. But for him, the journey of despair has just begun. I thought your Conqueror's was so strong. Lin Xiao showed a deep disappointment on his face, and then said murderously, "So that's it." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Xiao took a step forward with his right foot. Boom! In an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure poured out from his body. Visible purple-blue ripples formed in the air. Instantly, Doflamingo's Conqueror's covering him was pushed back. Crack! ZZ! Black liquid, lightning raged like a violent thundersnake. The ground began to explode inch by inch. The whole space trembled slightly. Soon, as the collision continued, Doflamingo's forehead was covered with sweat. On the other hand, Lin Xiao on the other side looked calm. I couldn't help but feel angry and furious. Damn it, isn't it said that Conqueror's Haki is the king qualification that only one person in millions of people has? Why are they now like free cabbages, pouring out one after another? I thought the Straw Hat Kid during Summit War was outrageous enough. I didn't expect this guy in front of me to be even more perverted. The power of Conquerors is even stronger than his. Is this guy going to let people live? Go to hell, kid. Super Strike Whip. Doflamingo sprayed a sharp line from his palm. After wrapping around Armament Haki, he swung it towards Lin Xiao. If you want to kill me, you have to be able to do it, right? Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a playful look. While calmly dodging the opponent's attack, he deliberately provoked. I seem to have never been in actual combat before. That's great. I'll use you as a target for practice today. Almost as soon as the words fell, an extremely strange scene appeared. Lin Xiao's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he had crossed a distance of dozens of meters and appeared strangely in front of Doflamingo. Bang! A powerful punch hit Doflamingo's face directly. The latter screamed immediately and waved his hand to use 5 color strings to force Lin Xiao back. Gain a moment of respite. However, Lin Xiao's movements were obviously faster. His figure was like a stream of water, tightly attached to the 5 silk threads. At the same time, his right foot wrapped with Armament Haki was raised high. It hit Doflamingo's face like a battle axe. Boom! Doflamingo was actually blasted into the ground. The terrifying force directly cracked the earth, forming a huge, radiating pit. The entire King's Highland shook violently. Doflamingo was killed in seconds instantly. Luo and Rebecca below King's Highland suddenly widened their eyes, looking at this sudden, shocking scene with disbelief. Even though the two had expected it, they knew that Lin Xiao would most likely win the battle. But who would have thought that? This great man could actually do such an incredible thing. I dare not think about it. I absolutely dare not think about it. Although Doflamingo's strength cannot be ranked among the strongest General Emperor level, but it is also very close to the high-end combat power of the Deputy Emperor level. Note, there is no mention of General level and King level combat power in the original work. This is just a secondary setting for the convenience of distinction. Please don't take it seriously. When he joined 7 Warlords of the Sea more than 10 years ago, the bounty reached 340 million berry. In the original work, even if Luo had been honing in New World for 2 whole years, in front of Doflamingo, he still couldn't escape the fate of being beaten. If there was no background king plus son of fortune, Luffy, to save the situation, most likely he would have died. From this, it can be seen that Doflamingo's strength is not bad. But now in the battle with Lin Xiao, he turned out to be a weak chicken who had no power to fight back. How embarrassing is this? Recalling a few days ago, Lin Xiao had asked him to teach him how to use Haki. Luo's eyes showed a hint of resentment, like a resentful woman. Your Majesty, you really were playing tricks on me before. You were so good at using Conqueror's Haki, but you still lied to me that you don't know anything. Family, Uno's, the new boss is actually a lowly man. I said, how can anyone master Haki proficiently after learning it once? But this method of hitting people in the face is really creepy. Do you consider whether to observe a minute of silence for this poor Doflamingo? Damn it, you are just a mortal. How can you defeat a king like me? Doflamingo climbed up from the bottom of the pit in a panic and roared like a madman. First, you destroyed my sad factory on Punk Hazard, then killed Virgo and Monet, and took away Geisa. Now you've taken away my dress Rosa. Once it was destroyed. I also cherished the Cadres who were cherished by my family. Why? What is my fate suddenly worse? Is it right? Awakening, Haiyuan by Bo! Exclamation point. Doflamingo directly launched the awakening ability of Devil Fruit. At the moment when both hands pressed to the ground, you directly turned the ground and architecture of the nearby area into countless fine lines. Looking around, it was like a boiling ocean. It was hard to stand. However, such a trick did not work for Lin Xiao, who could control telekinesis to fly. You've fallen into the trap. Go to hell. Awakening white line of giant waves, Doflamingo showed a sly smile on his face. Nearly 100 conical lines with black armament Haki wrapped around their front ends from all directions, blasted towards the position where Lin Xiao was floating. Boom! The dull roar lasted for nearly 3 minutes before it stopped. The earth, unable to bear the weight, had already cracked and collapsed. Smoke and dust covered the sky. The scene was extremely tragic. Doflamingo laughed triumphantly. You ignorant brat! How dare you look down on me? Let me tell you, my string fruit has reached the awakening state and can affect things other than itself. That is to say, now the entire King's Highland is my weapon. What can you use to fight me? It's really annoying that you can force me to such an embarrassing point. But even if you're also a king, even if you also have Conqueror's Haki, you still can't change the orders controlled by the superiors. Only me, the king who will dominate the entire sea in the future. My fate is different from you mortals. For those who are unwilling to submit to me, there's only one way to die. Doflamingo's voice revealed hysterical madness. Don Quixote family was destroyed, but as long as he is still alive, then there is a possibility of reconstruction. Although Dressrosa was destroyed, but as long as he is still alive, he can usurp a new country in the same way. In short, Doflamingo will never fail. However, Lin Xiao's magnetic voice once again broke his fantasy. I think the person who can't change his fate is you. Then, Lin Xiao's figure walked out of the smoke and dust. How was it possible? Doflamingo couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed in shock. Under such a large-scale attack, you are unscathed. This time, Lin Xiao did not answer his question. Instead, he smiled evilly and said meaningfully, the game is over. Now wait for fate to judge you. Meteor Assault Fist. Lin Xiao's figure instantly turned into a dazzling meteor and swooped down, using his fist as a sword. He slammed heavily on Doflamingo's face. The speed was so fast that he didn't even give the opponent a chance to react. Bang! Doflamingo's figure was directly embedded deeply into the ground. His signature sunglasses were broken. He also lost several front teeth. The standard villain face now looks only funny. But this is the result of Lin Xiao deliberately holding back, using only his fist, and not using Sword Monster to attack. Otherwise, I'm afraid Doflamingo has now been reincarnated at Naiha Bridge. And in order not to kill Doflamingo, Lin Xiao's fist was not even covered with wave armament color. Lin Xiao said, Brother Ming, this is all I can do for you. The battle came to an abrupt end. The winner was decided. Lin Xiao, the newly crowned strongest face-slapping king, one with an overwhelming advantage. Cough, cough, cough. Doflamingo couldn't help but cough violently. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth and nose. Although the injuries on his body were not enough to kill him, but they were enough to make him lose the strength to continue fighting. However, compared to the pain in the body, the explosion in the mind was the most fatal. That blow just now let Doflamingo see the gap between himself and Lin Xiao completely. Is this kid really a human? He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he provoke this lunatic Lin Xiao in the first place? Cough, cough, cough. It's useless. Even if you kill me, it won't help. From the moment you defeated me, this war is no longer a matter between you and me. The world is about to set off a huge wave because of this. And you, Lin Xiao, will become the eye of the hurricane that all forces focus on. I believe it won't be long before you regret it. Doflamingo said mysteriously, trying to threaten Lin Xiao with a last bargaining chip, in exchange for a way to live. Hearing this, Lin Xiao said with a nonchalant look, being paid attention to by all parties. That's exactly what I want. But don't worry, I won't kill you right here. What do you want to do? Doflamingo immediately became alert. You don't need to know this. Lin Xiao suddenly showed a cruel smile that would scare even the villains, and said lightly, weak people can't even choose the way they die. Doflamingo suddenly felt creepy when he heard this. It was like a good family being targeted by a pervert. The whole person trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Lin Xiao had become a terrifying demon in his heart. In a fit of rage, Doflamingo's neck tilted, and he fainted directly. Ditto, you can activate transformation, Lin Xiao said lightly. Oh, by the way, help me put Seastone handcuffs on him. Everyone look, birdcage seems to be disappearing. The chaotic streets of Rosa. I don't know who shouted first. Then, the originally panicked crowd stopped, looking up at the sky. Really, those lines are disappearing. That means His Majesty Lin Xiao won. Woo woo woo. Finally no longer have to worry about being controlled by the evil Doflamingo. Long live His Majesty Lin Xiao. The nightmare is over. Cheering. The whole Rosa was boiling instantly. Smiles and tears bloomed on the faces of the people at the same time. Everyone called Lin Xiao's name in unison. It was this man who, with his own strength, rescued them from the nearly 8-year reign of terror. These devastated people even shouted slogans, hoping to use their own power to keep this man and become the new king of Rosa. At this moment, the audiences around the world who were watching the live broadcast were all deeply shocked by this scene. Lin Xiao actually defeated Doflamingo. He successfully saved this tragic country. Such a heroic act instantly won the praise and goodwill of the world. For a time, Lin Xiao's reputation swept to every corner of the world like a hurricane. Many refugees, like the people of Rosa, who were in dire straits, all of them prayed devoutly to the photo of Lin Xiao in the newspaper. I hope that one day, their country can be as lucky as Rosa, get the help of this man, so as to live a happy and peaceful life again. But will this really happen? No one knows the answer. As of now, it has been confirmed that all the Cadres of the Don Quixote family are dead except for one missing. As for the former king, Doflamingo, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Marine cannot get close to the king's highlands protected by giant animals, so his specific situation is not known for the time being. Momosaji reported to the Den Mushi expressionlessly. Gion, stop playing dumb with me. Akainu's furious roar came out immediately. Why didn't you follow my orders and deliberately let Lin Xiao defeat Doflamingo? The best time to take action was during the period of communication interruption. Even if we kill Lin Xiao, the cancer, the world will only think that it was Doflamingo who committed the evil and will not associate it with our Marine at all. But you missed such a good opportunity and put Marine in an extremely passive situation. Do you know what serious consequences this will cause? What a heavy blow will it cause to the credibility and majesty of naval headquarters? Momosaji did not give in after hearing this, and refuted angrily. I only know Marine was tied up in the face of countless people in need of help because of his special identity as a pirate. If it weren't for His Majesty Lin Xiao this time, the people of Rosa would continue to suffer from Doflamingo's cruelty and tyranny. If the world knew that the justice that Marine is now practicing is so absurd, it would be a real disaster. Akainu was completely furious. Don't be stupid. We have plenty of ways to cover up the truth. Momosaji treated him coldly. Lies are lies. Even if no one exposes them, the truth will come out one day, and I would rather be dismissed than bear this huge panic and be falsely portrayed as a hero who ended this war. You know, the real cause of this disaster is the world government that granted the 7 warlords of the sea privileges in the name of maintaining world balance, right? Akainu was angry and embarrassed. ****. Soldiers are responsible for executing orders. With your position, you don't know what true justice is. I warn you, it's best to restrain this reckless attitude. Otherwise, sooner or later, the justice of the Marine will be disgraced because of you. But Momosaji didn't have the slightest regret. Since Marshal Sakazuki is so afraid of losing face, he should cherish it well. Such dignity lost by ignoring the defeat of the 7 warlords of the sea. Didn't it exist from the beginning? The quarrel between the two was full of gunpowder. All the Marines nearby were trembling with fear. Oh my God, Momosaji Vice Admiral is really strong. That's the ruthless Admiral Sakazuki. Are you really not afraid of being killed by him? At this time, Akainu on the Den Mushi side also obviously realized that. Momosaji is a weak person who will not be defeated. It's useless to continue quarreling. So after a moment of silence, he said angrily, "Anyway, 5 elders issued a death order, and Lin Xiao will never be allowed to take Doflamingo away from Dressrosa. I want him alive or dead. Sengoku and Crane are on their way to you. Gion, I warn you, if you can't do this mission well, then your time as Vice Admiral will be over." This time, until Akainu hung up the phone, Momosaji didn't say anything to refute him, because she had completely given up on Marine. This was not the justice she wanted. The current Marine is no longer the Marine that was determined for justice when she joined the army. Let me ask, is there anything more tragic than Marine not enforcing justice? Especially after seeing with her own eyes everything Lin Xiao did for this country. Momosaji felt even more dwarfed in comparison. Maybe following this man, I can better enforce justice. In the palace of King's Highland. Your Majesty, we searched inside and outside several times, but we didn't find Maramara fruit and a list of smuggled, prohibited weapons. Luo reported with a serious face. But in the only safe in the palace, we found traces of theft. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly and said, "The possibility of being stolen is very small, because during the battle between me and Doflamingo, I didn't sense the existence of other people. Maybe I guessed wrong this time. Maramara fruit may not be here. In fact, Lin Xiao originally just wanted to give it a try. That's why he asked Luo to take his men to find the whereabouts of Maramara fruit in the palace. After all, in the original book, it didn't specify when Doflamingo got Maramara fruit. Your Majesty's prophecy will never be wrong," Luo said stubbornly. "Someone must have taken these 2 things before us." Now, Luo has long regarded every word of Lin Xiao as God's will. So in his eyes, if Maramara fruit is not in the palace, it must have been stolen. What? What if this really doesn't exist? Don't joke. My boss is the secret fruit ability user. If he says there is something, then it will definitely exist. If it doesn't exist, then it must be lost. In this regard, Luo does not accept anyone's rebuttal or questioning. Even Lin Xiao himself can't do it. Lin Xiao didn't say much. Instead, he looked at his reputation value. It actually increased so much. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 19 years old. Identity, King of the Elf Kingdom. Abilities: Elf Gigantamax, Absolute Loyalty Buff, Transformation, Op Fruit, Invisible Fist, Telekinesis, Instant Teleport, Meteor Assault, Stone Fruit, String Fruit. Waveguide Haki, Intermediate Waveguide Armament Haki, Advanced Waveguide Observation Haki, Awakening, Intermediate Waveguide Conquerors. Reputation: 693,160. Divine Beast Arms, none. High-level arms, none. Elite arms, 14. Ordinary arms, 310. Just as Lin Xiao had expected, when a signal transmitted to the outside was completely blocked by the birdcage, the world's attention to this war did not decrease. Instead, it ushered in an unprecedented wave of heating up and triggered a wave of heated discussions among the people. Almost everyone was guessing how the battle between Lin Xiao and Doflamingo would end. When the communication was restored, people began to speculate about the battle process of the two people out of curiosity after learning the news of Lin Xiao's victory. So, in less than a day, Lin Xiao's reputation soared by 500,000 points. Such an amazing growth rate can only be described as terrifying. Now, in addition to the 100,000 reputation points consumed during the previous reproduction, String Fruit, Lin Xiao still has nearly 700,000 points left. This is enough to support his next plan to publicly execute. Doflamingo, even the powerful Four Emperors group. I'm afraid there's no 100% confidence that he can defeat nearly 1,000 giant elves that are as big as the king of the near sea and have all kinds of strange abilities. As expected, in this chaotic world, fighting to support fighting is the most correct idea. And what Lin Xiao has to do is to strike while the iron is hot, before this wave of traffic declines, to completely detonate it, thereby pushing his reputation to an unprecedented new height. If this plan succeeds, then Lin Xiao will be directly promoted to a new force that can openly challenge the Four Emperors' naval headquarters and world government. Since ancient times, wealth and honor are sought in danger. What's more, even if Lin Xiao is willing to be content with the status quo now, those guys who are eyeing the Seastone mine and signpost historical text will never let him go easily. Instead of waiting to die passively, it's better to give it a try now. Even if it fails, what can it do? At worst, I can turn the world upside down. Lin Xiao's personality has always been like this. Free and easy and crazy. Never get too entangled in one thing. Men, do it as soon as they say it, because hesitation will lead to failure. However, the preparations to follow should not be ignored. Your Majesty, Princess Rebecca has brought all the royal family members, including Liku Dord III here, as you ordered. At this time, Pei Jin walked in quickly from outside the hall and reported. Let them in, Lin Xiao said lightly. A few minutes later, Rebecca, King Liku, Cyrus, and Violet were brought to Lin Xiao. Rebecca said excitedly, Your Majesty, thanks to you, I finally found my family after 8 years of absence. After unloading the hatred in her heart, the innocent face of the little girl was always filled with a cheerful smile. Rebecca, please don't be rude. King Riku hurriedly thanked her with a panicked look on his face. Your Majesty Lin Xiao, I am very grateful to you for your generosity and saving Rosa from the clutches of Doflamingo. Your great kindness will be forever unforgettable to us, Riku clan. Lin Xiao glanced at Rebecca and said meaningfully, Since you can't forget it, then write it in the family tree. King Riku and his men were all stunned. I don't understand what Lin Xiao meant by write it in the family tree. Could it be he wants to destroy the Liku clan? No, if that was the case, he wouldn't have asked Rebecca to find us here. But even if King Liku racked his brains, he still couldn't figure it out. As the saying goes, serving a king is like serving a tiger. Even though King Liku was once a king, but the young king in front of him, whether in aura, means, or strategy, is far superior to him, even makes King Liku feel that he is out of reach. Perhaps handing Rosa to him is the best choice, right? King Liku knows very well that, even if Doflamingo's regime is overthrown, he still has no qualifications to be king again, because no matter those devastated citizens outside, or the young emperor in front of him, will never let that happen, and his special status as the former king may well bring disaster to the Liku clan. Thinking of this, King Liku slowly knelt down towards Lin Xiao and said earnestly, "I am a sinner of Dressrosa, and I know I am not worthy of taking charge of this country again. But I just hope that your majesty can treat the people well, lead everyone away from war, and let Dressrosa become a peaceful country again." Seeing this, Rebecca and the other two also knelt down hurriedly. Their current status, to put it nicely, is the former royal family. To put it bluntly, it is the remnant of the previous dynasty. So it is the wisest choice to take the initiative to lower their posture. However, Lin Xiao's light words, but made everyone present feel like they were falling into an ice cave. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Except for the naive Rebecca. Whether it was King Riku, Violet, or Cyrus, they all felt a chilling, murderous intent from the man sitting on the throne at the moment the words were spoken. It was as if the other party could kill them all with just one thought. Cyrus, the arena hero with an undefeated record of 3,000 games, trembled uncontrollably in this invisible pressure. The feeling that this man in front of him gave him was 10,000 times more terrifying than Doflamingo. "Your Majesty, you misunderstood. I dare not, but..." In just a few seconds, King Riku was already sweating profusely. But before he could finish his words, Lin Xiao on the throne waved his hand to interrupt him with annoyance. "You are right. You are not a qualified king. I called you here this time because I have two things to announce." Lin Xiao's oppressive gaze swept over King Liku and the other four one by one, and finally stopped at Rebecca. "First of all, I don't plan to rule Dressrosa directly, but I plan to choose a proxy from among you to be the king." Ah! As soon as these words came out, King Liku and the others suddenly opened their eyes in disbelief. Obviously, they didn't expect that Lin Xiao would make such a decision, because in their opinion, with Lin Xiao's current high status in the hearts of the people of Dressrosa, as long as he made a call, he could naturally become the new king of this country. But this man didn't seem to want to do that. Instead, he wanted to choose a puppet from the Liku royal family to be the king. Is it a conspiracy? Or does he have any concerns? Just when King Liku and the others were racking their brains to guess, Lin Xiao's voice rang out again. "You don't have to guess. Rebecca will be the agent." "I don't agree." King Liku and Cyrus almost refused in unison. Rebecca is not yet an adult, although her body has developed to be more popular than that of an adult. But in terms of her mind, she is still just a child. She can't tell what is right and what is wrong. If he were to take charge of this huge country, wouldn't he become Lin Xiao's puppet? In the eyes of the two, Lin Xiao chose Rebecca as his agent, just to use the name of Liku royal family, to legitimately control Dressrosa in his own hands, so that he could get fame, wealth, and people. What a cruel calculation. "I think you seem to have made a mistake." Lin Xiao's eyes were stern, and he said expressionlessly, "I'm not asking for your consent. I'm just telling you." Then, he turned to Rebecca, who looked confused and seemed to be listening to a book of heaven. "Little girl, how about it? Are you willing to help me manage this country?" Faced with Lin Xiao's gentle question, Rebecca, who had already become a little fangirl, blushed immediately, and in a state of confusion, she nodded timidly. "I am willing to do anything for your majesty, but I actually want to be with your majesty." King Liku and Cyrus were immediately heartbroken when they heard this. The latter was even more disappointed. "It's over. It's all over. Isn't this barbecue? The cabbage raised at home is being eaten by pigs before it grows up. What a sin. Don't worry. I will come to see you often." When talking to Rebecca, Lin Xiao's expression was obviously much gentler. But just as King Liku guessed, the reason why Lin Xiao let Rebecca become the new king of Dressrosa, he did have his own unique intention. although the purpose of his trip was not to rule. Instead, he gained more reputation by defeating Doflamingo. But the next successor, the more obedient he is, the better it is for him. And if the plan of public execution is to proceed smoothly, the members of the Liku royal family, who are the direct victims, must stand up and publicly express their support for the trial. Because only in this way can we ensure that the world government and naval headquarters have no excuse to intervene in this matter. Otherwise, if his huge ambition is exposed in advance, it is likely to cause the world government to target him comprehensively. And with Lin Xiao's current size, it is not enough to confront this level of organization head-on. So success or failure depends on this. Then the second thing I want to say is, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with an eager look, and he said in a deep voice, I have decided to publicly execute Doflamingo in the port city of Acacia in Dressrosa a week later. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. King Riku, Cyrus, and Violet all showed extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. Originally, when they came here, they also discussed privately how Lin Xiao would deal with Doflamingo. But who would have thought? This man's methods were so overbearing. He actually wanted to publicly execute Doflamingo. Isn't he afraid of arousing the hatred of other pirates? Or he wanted to use Doflamingo's head to kill a warning to the rest? But why didn't he choose to execute him on his own elf island? Even if the three racked their brains, they still couldn't guess Lin Xiao's true intention. However, such a dangerous move, King Rico naturally could not accept it anyway. No wonder he let the inexperienced Rebecca be the king. So he was waiting here. Are you preparing to let us, the Rico clan, be scapegoats afterwards? Whether for his granddaughter Rebecca or for Dressrosa, King Riku felt that he had to stand up and oppose it. So, I refuse. King Riku slowly stood up and said in a very tough tone, the people of Dressrosa have just ushered in peace, and what they need most now is to recuperate. And your risky move will undoubtedly put our country into danger of destruction again. So, I refuse. However, Lin Xiao was not angry when he heard this. Instead, he said jokingly, it seems that you, King Liku, have forgotten what happened that night 8 years ago, right? That is a nightmare that will never go away in my memory. Naturally, I can't forget it. King Liku was hit in the soft spot. Even his voice began to tremble slightly. But he pretended to be calm and asked back, but what exactly do you want to say, Your Majesty? I just want to tell you a simple truth that even children know. Lin Xiao's face immediately darkened, and he snorted disdainfully. If there is not enough strength to protect it, the peace you believe in will never be realized. And what can really lead to the demise of a country is not war, but weakness. Because in this turbulent world, weakness is the original sin. Only idiots would naively believe that mercy and justice alone can end the war and enjoy peace forever. If that's the case, why didn't you convince Doflamingo back then? King Riku was immediately blushing, but even if he felt that Lin Xiao's words seemed to make some sense, but he still couldn't ignore the disaster that war would bring. So he refuted without giving in. Yes, I am indeed an unqualified king. But it is precisely because I have seen the cruelty of war that I choose to do my best to avoid tragedies. Even though I am just an ordinary person now, I will never let everyone fall into such a dangerous situation again. What a king of non-war, who loves his people like his own children. Lin Xiao looked at King Riku with the eyes of a clown, and said in a cold voice, then who handed over this country to Doflamingos? Who caused nearly 1 million civilians to suffer 8 years of misfortune, with their wives and children separated and a tragedy unfolding? Who was so weak that he couldn't even take care of his own daughter and granddaughter, and could only watch them trapped in the enemy camp and wandering on the streets? It is important for people to know themselves. This country was almost destroyed under your rule. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? Your so-called pursuit of peace and resistance to war. In the final analysis, it is just a fig leaf to cover up your own weakness and incompetence. To be honest, If it weren't for Rebecca's face. Lin Xiao didn't bother to say a word to this old dog. What a bullshit king of no war. He was obviously fooled around by Doflamingo like a fool. Not only did the country fall, but the people suffered. Even his relatives were all implicated, and they all ended up miserably. But this guy just pretends to be compassionate and righteous. Isn't this a complete brain-dead person? I really don't know how such a guy can become the king. But for Lin Xiao, if King Riku continues to be ignorant, he doesn't mind letting Luo kill this old dog quietly. King Riku hesitated for a long time, but he was powerless to refute, because everything Lin Xiao said was true. Oh no, Princess Violet, who had not spoken beside King Riku, had a pale face at this moment, because just now, she keenly sensed an extremely fierce, murderous intent from Lin Xiao. Obviously, this man has already had a murderous intention towards them. Perhaps others don't know how terrible Lin Xiao really is. But she, who possesses the Paramecia or gaze fruit, has watched all of Lin Xiao's actions after landing on the island, knowing that this young king is 1,000 times more terrifying than Doflamingo. Not only is he decisive in killing, but he is also merciless to his enemies. This can be seen from the fact that Lin Xiao has almost spared no ordinary member of the Don Quixote family. If it weren't for Rebecca, they would have been dead long ago. But even so, if they don't find a way to ease the tension between them and Lin Xiao as soon as possible, they will definitely have a hard time in the days ahead. Lin Xiao has op fruit, users like Trafalgar Law under his command. Even if they all die silently, it's not a difficult task. Seeing that the ignorant King Riku wanted to argue, Violet quickly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Then he smiled at Lin Xiao and said, "Your Majesty, we Liku clan are willing to unconditionally support all your decisions." At night, Lin Xiao sat in front of the bedroom window, quietly thinking about the specific details of the plan. At this moment, Luo suddenly knocked on the door and reported, "Your Majesty, Princess Violet asked to see you, saying that she has 2 treasures to present to you." Lin Xiao frowned slightly, but then said indifferently, "Let her in." Not long after, Princess Violet walked in slowly. What was slightly different from the afternoon meeting was that the other party seemed to be dressed up carefully. A fiery red dress outlined her extremely hot figure to the fullest. Combined with her beautiful face of at least 90 points, the whole person looked like a blooming rose, passionate and unrestrained. "Your Majesty, if it weren't for the last resort, I would never dare to come late at night and disturb your rest. Just state your purpose." Lin Xiao looked out the window and said without turning his head. Violet's heart suddenly sank when she saw this. It seems that what she guessed was right. Except for Rebecca, this man has no good feelings towards the Liku clan. He just hopes that the 2 things he handed over this time can be exchanged for his father's peaceful old age. Thinking of this, Violet plucked up the courage to step forward and said softly, "Your Majesty, my father is old and has offended many people in the hall today. For this reason, I specially brought the Maramara fruit and the weapons smuggling list involved in the underground trading port. I hope your Majesty can be magnanimous and forgive his reckless behavior." Lin Xiao looked at Violet with some surprise, but he did not ask the other party where he found these 2 things. He is always focused on the results, and the woman in front of him is much more sensible than King Liku, reaching out to take the Maramara fruit and weapons smuggling list. Lin Xiao praised with a hint of appreciation. "You're very smart. These 2 things are indeed enough to rewrite the ending of the Riku clan." Fortunately, it seems that this bet is right. Violet heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she heard this. Then he struck while the iron was hot. "Your Majesty, in addition to this, I have another unwelcome request." "Speak." Rebecca had a very miserable childhood. A trace of pain appeared on Violet's face, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, "As her family, I can only watch her wandering the streets, living in danger, and I can do nothing. Thanks to your Majesty's help today, we can successfully get rid of Doflamingo's clutches. To make up for my past dereliction of duty, to prevent Rebecca from being exposed to the dark side of the adult world too early. I want to beg you, can you let me take Rebecca's place as king? Please rest assured, I guarantee it with my life. I will spare no effort in this life to execute any order you give. The room suddenly became quiet. Violet could only hear her nervous heartbeat. Although she did not look up, she could clearly feel it. At this moment, Lin Xiao's sharp eyes. It was like two blades moving back and forth on her body. She even had a feeling of phantom pain. And time seemed to stop at this moment. It made Violet feel like every second counts like a year. Uneasy, fear, expectation. Violet didn't know which would come first, tomorrow or death. The strong oppression emanating from Lin Xiao made her feel like she was about to suffocate. Finally, the majestic voice sounded again. Why should I believe you? Lin Xiao looked at Violet with a cold face, and the latter seemed to have expected it. A look of determination appeared on her beautiful face. Rebecca, for you to have a better future, this is all I can do for you now. Swish! The fiery red dress slowly fell off. A beautiful painting that was naturally formed came into Lin Xiao's eyes. Violet, sorry, I'm showing my cards. Hiss, based on Yu Xiao. It was the first time that Lin Xiao saw this kind of special physique that he thought was very exaggerated when wearing clothes. And it was even more exaggerated after taking it off. Out of his love for exploring science, Lin Xiao naturally wanted to study the reasons for this special physique. Until the morning was approaching, Violet staggered away from the palace. It was a short distance, but she almost fell several times. It seemed that all the strength in her body had been drained. Lin Xiao stood in front of the window and admired this scene. I have to say, Violet is really very smooth. I just don't know what will happen if Rebecca grows up in 2 years. If the two girls meet in a certain scene, what kind of style will it be? Early morning. It has only been 1 day since the news of Doflamingo's defeat. Another explosive news once again ignited the passion of the world's melon-eating crowd. King Lin Xiao of the Elf Kingdom joined with Queen Violet, the new king of Dressrosa, and the two jointly announced that Doflamingo will be publicly executed in a week. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was shocked. What the hell? They are actually going to publicly execute Doflamingo? What kind of operation is this? Isn't this an indirect provocation to the world government that gave Doflamingo the status of 7 warlords of the sea? Oh my goodness. What kind of confidence do these two countries have to make such a crazy move? Are they really not afraid of retaliation from the world government? Or do they just want to kill one to warn the others? To warn those pirates who covet the Elf Kingdom and Dressrosa? For a while, there were many different opinions. People began to speculate about the real intention behind Lin Xiao's move. As for why it couldn't be Queen Violet's suggestion, don't be ridiculous. Look at the whole world. Who else besides His Majesty Lin Xiao can be so brave? Wanakuni, Ghost Island. Boss Kaido, Mr. Joker was really defeated by that guy named Lin Xiao. The news also said that he will be publicly executed in a week. In this case, the deal we made with him for artificial devil fruit smile may end here. A member of Beast Pirates reported with a newspaper. Whoa, Kaido, who was already drunk, burst into tears upon hearing this. Does that mean that we can no longer add new power users? Joker, that be *****D kid, promised me that he would help me build the strongest pirate group with all members being power users. Damn it. My dream was ruined by an unknown kid who suddenly appeared halfway. Woo-woo. Poor Joker. You are indeed as weak as a woman. At this time, a pirate cautiously reminded. But Kaido, this Lin Xiao is a very famous celebrity nowadays. I heard that others call him Elf King, or Beast King, or something. This time, he easily destroyed Mr. Joker's Don Quixote family, with just the beast army in his hand. If you underestimate him, I'm afraid. However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Kaido had already blasted him far away with a stick. Lousy underestimated him. So what? Kaido raised his head and drank a few more mouthfuls. Then he roared in anger. What the hell is the Beast King, Elf King? Lousy is the real beast. Does that kid want to steal my title? Who does he think he is? It's just killing a useless 7 warlords of the sea. But he is so arrogant that he imitates Marine and plays the public execution. This ignorant brat, doesn't he know that he has destroyed Lousy's business? Immediately mobilize people for Lousy. Lousy will go to dress Rosa in person. Seeing this, Jin and Quinn quickly dissuaded him. Boss Kaido, that guy is not worthy of you to take action personally. Why not let Jack go? Yes, Boss Kaido, let me deal with that kid. Jack stood up and said in a muffled voice, I will bring Joker back alive, and then destroy Dressrosa and Elf Island. Shut up. Lousy has made the decision. Kaido roared in an unquestionable tone. I will personally tell the world who is the real King of Beasts. New World. White Earth Island, Bartigo, where GM Army headquarters is located. Mr. Longlook, that young king actually did it? Sabo, the chief of staff of GM Army, pointed to the photo of Lin Xiao in the newspaper and said excitedly, he not only liberated Dressrosa, but also held a public trial for the culprit Doflamingo in a week. Long showed a touch of emotion on his face when he heard it. Yes, even I didn't expect that he actually succeeded on his own. But the defeat of Don Quixote family will have a considerable impact on the world. Over the years, the number of countries involved in his arms smuggling business in underground trading port alone is countless. Now that Doflamingo has been defeated, I'm sure these people will not give up. Sabo showed a touch of recognition on his face. But then he said with some regret, that being said, it would be great if our people were also in Dressrosa at that time. In this way, we can take advantage of the chaos to find out the list of countries involved in arms smuggling and the weapons manufacturers hidden behind the scenes. Long fell into silence after hearing this. To be honest, he really regrets it now. If he had listened to Ivankov's advice and helped Lin Xiao, I think he would have gotten those smuggling lists by now, and he could also get the honor of liberating Dressrosa, thereby further enhancing the reputation of GM Army. It can be said that there are many benefits. However, Long missed such a good opportunity because of his stubbornness. It is impossible to say that he does not regret it. But in the final analysis, he underestimated Lin Xiao a little bit before. Or, the world did not take this young king who had just succeeded to the throne seriously. The result was naturally that everyone's face was swollen by Lin Xiao. Although His Majesty Lin Xiao has won a phased victory, Long pondered for a moment and then said, but the world government will definitely not sit idly by and allow him to publicly execute Doflamingo. I think the CP organization will be dispatched soon. Sabo, we'll make arrangements. We must remind His Majesty Lin Xiao as soon as possible. Maybe there is still a chance to make up for the loss. Before the execution begins, dig out more valuable inside information from Doflamingo. The Holy Land, Mariewa, at the top of the red line. Panga City. The 5 elders are now gathered in the Hall of Power, discussing how to deal with the public execution of Doflamingo. To be honest, when they first saw the news, their heads were buzzing with anger on the spot. How brave is this Lin Xiao? He actually dared to make such a crazy move of openly provoking the world government. Do you really want to die? However, because of the involvement of the Riku clan, they are completely helpless. Damn it, it seems that we underestimated this kid before. I think it's better to say that Doflamingo is too useless. That's right, their family is not only ashamed to the celestial dragons, but now they can't even handle a kid who just succeeded to the throne. He is not worthy of being the 7 warlords of the sea at all. Don't be careless. Lin Xiao may have some other power hidden in his hands. Otherwise, he would never dare to be as arrogant as he is now. You mean, he has bigger ambitions? This guy is not a pirate. Even if he publicly executes 7 warlords of the sea, it doesn't seem to bring him much benefit, right? Who knows? But what annoys me the most is, Marine was like a waste and did nothing the whole time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Yeah, it seems that we have overestimated that guy's sack of keys after all. It seems that if we want to prevent the situation from getting worse, we must prepare for the worst. It's time for CP0 to take action. If Doflamingo can't be rescued alive, then let him shut his mouth forever. Rosa. The reconstruction work of the repair city is proceeding in an orderly manner. With the help of power-type elves such as Wrist Strength, Carrier, and Crocodile, the construction period and the manpower required have been greatly reduced. People were surprised to find that these elves in front of them can not only exert magical powers in battle. In life, they can also bring great help to humans. As for the civilians who were affected in the previous battle, with the help of Princess Mancheri, the princess of the Dondata Kingdom, and a user of the healing fruit, and a few elves with healing abilities, such as Gardevoir, their bodies soon recovered. Even though the war had just ended, even though the streets were still in ruins, but the people walking in the streets and alleys, on their faces, without exception, all were filled with happy smiles. They thanked Lin Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. It was because of this man's appearance they regained their freedom and peace. The whole Rosa was a scene of prosperity. Has His Majesty Lin Xiao not returned yet? In the palace, Violet, wearing a crown, asked softly. Well, Rebecca nodded with a bored look on her face. I heard from Mr. Luo that His Majesty seemed to have rushed back to Elf Island alone to make some preparations. But he should be back soon, right? Violet asked with a complicated look. Rebecca, do you really not blame your aunt for taking your throne? How could that be? Rebecca replied with a smile. In fact, I want to thank you, Aunt. I didn't want to be the king originally, but just to help His Majesty Lin Xiao. Now that my aunt is the king, I can finally be with His Majesty all day long. At this point, Rebecca suddenly threw herself into Violet's arms like a naughty child. Then, like a little fangirl, she chattered about Lin Xiao's feats. In her eyes, Lin Xiao seemed to have become the strongest and most handsome person in the world. What about 7 warlords of the sea? What about 4 emperors? What about Admiral? All became the foil and background of that man. Not even worth mentioning. It is not difficult to see. The little girl has fallen deeply. And Violet did not say much throughout the whole process. Just like a virtuous mother, she gently stroked Rebecca's hair with her hands. But in her heart, there's a strange emotion that is entangled repeatedly, especially after having a relationship with Lin Xiao. In Violet's heart, there is a heavy sense of guilt of stealing the man of her niece. But at the same time, in an unknown place in Violet's heart, but there's a fatal feeling after breaking Hadode and Taboo, always inadvertently teasing her heartstrings, making her unable to stop. But every time Violet looks at the thriving city outside the window, and Rebecca, who is now resting on her lap, with endless imagination for the future in her eyes, she would feel that her efforts were not in vain. This was indeed the case. With the help of Lin Xiao, the injustice carried by King Liku was finally cleared. The whole story of the Night of Usurpation 8 years ago was completely clarified. But the most unexpected thing was that Lin Xiao actually gave Rebecca the extremely precious Maramara fruit. This also made the little girl's admiration for Lin Xiao reach an unprecedented level of fanaticism. From then on, she kept shouting that she wanted to become Lin Xiao's bride when she grew up. Even Violet was dead-hearted and let Lin Xiao manipulate her. At night, Violet, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a pair of strong hands controlling her whole body. Woo, woo, woo. In fear, Violet was ready to fight back desperately. But at this moment, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. It's me. The frightened Violet finally saw clearly that the man who came was the man who haunted her dreams. Violet breathed a sigh of relief and said in a voice that was 3 parts of anger and 7 parts of tenderness, Your Majesty, you are back. Woo-hoo. Bang, bang, bang. Just when Lin Dao and Violet were studying the powerful nation, Rebecca's slightly uneasy voice suddenly came from the door. Aunt Violet, are you asleep? I just had a nightmare and now I'm a little afraid to sleep alone. Can I come and sleep with you?" The room suddenly became silent. Lin Xiao's face turned black on the spot. "You little girl, who's in the way? If you sleep with her, who will I sleep with? And do you know that interrupting others' study in the middle, breaking their train of thought, may cause irreversible damage? Your Majesty, please, I will definitely compensate you another day." Violet was already frightened. At this moment, she looked at Lin Xiao with an almost pleading look. What else could Lin Xiao do? He had to activate the ability of teleportation immediately and went back to his room directly. It seems that sometimes being too long is not necessarily a good thing. Hashtag. Violet quickly dressed. She opened the door and called in Rebecca, who was wearing silk pajamas and holding a bunny doll in her arms. "What's wrong? Did you dream about your mother again?" Rebecca reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and nodded stubbornly. Seeing this, Violet gently hugged the little girl and said in a gentle voice, "Don't be sad. I believe that if Sister Scarlet sees your current growth, she will feel very proud and gratified. Be good. Your aunt will accompany you. Continue to sleep." Rebecca closed her eyes with a well-behaved face and murmured, "Mom, please rest assured. Now I have His Majesty Lin Xiao to protect me, and no one will dare to bully me in the future. When I grow up in 2 years, I can marry His Majesty." Violet felt a strong sense of guilt when she heard it. It's all because of His Majesty, the big bad guy. Rebecca almost caught a woman in bed. Oh, wait a minute. Why do I use the word caught a woman in bed? He is obviously my first man. Okay. The palace. In another bedroom, separated by several walls. Lin Xiao said that he was a little irritable now. There was no way. Just when I was halfway through my study, I was interrupted by Rebecca, who wouldn't be angry if this happened to them. Summarized in one sentence. Lin Xiao is very angry now. I shouldn't say it's very big. Ditto. Just at this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to feel something suddenly. A bloodthirsty, killing intent flashed in his dark eyes. Finally, you can't hold back and want to do it. CPO, you guys are really patient. The next second, Lin Xiao's figure disappeared again. In the secret dungeon below King's Highland, 5 agile figures were rushing along the passage. 4 of the men were wearing white suits, with different masks on their faces, and the other woman was wearing a white tight dress, black stockings over the knees, short blonde hair, and a weird fox mask on her face. "Stussy, are you sure Doflamingo is in prison here?" While running, one of the men wearing a black and white mask on his face spoke again to confirm. "Guernica, you are too suspicious. How many times do I need to tell you before you can rest assured?" Stussy, wearing a fox mask, giggled. "I deliberately used my ability to hypnosis the guard and made him tell everything he knew. Anyway, it's better to be careful," Guernica said solemnly. This time, the highest order was issued by the 5 elders, personally, and there is no room for any mistakes. If the operation fails and we are exposed, we will kill Doflamingo to prevent him from leaking secrets. BX5? Soon, the group appeared in the depths of the prison. What was strange was that except for the few guards they met outside when they sneaked in, there was not even a guard inside the prison. Isn't this too lax? For some reason, everyone suddenly felt that there seemed to be a hint of danger in the quiet air. At this moment, one of the tall men, covered in a red mask and a white cloak, suddenly pointed to one of the cells and said, #######. Doflamingo looked at the figures that suddenly appeared in front of the prison door and laughed unscrupulously. "Did those old guys finally send someone to rescue me? But your speed of action is really disappointingly slow." "Shut up." Except Stussy, the other 4 shouted in unison. "Doflamingo, if you dare to blaspheme the 5 saints again, be careful that we will attack you directly." The voice of speaking. A CP0 member has already opened the cell door and stepped forward to take off all the Seastone shackles that bound Doflamingo's limbs. "Let's go. Leave here with us before the enemy finds out." Guernica snorted disdainfully, who knew that Doflamingo behind him was still standing there and grinned. Did those old guys finally send someone to rescue me? But the speed of your actions is really disappointing. The 5 CP0 were all stunned when they saw this. I don't understand what Doflamingo is thinking. Why is he like a repeater? Is he stupid because of Lin Xiao? Guernica was the first to react. Stepped forward and grabbed the other's collar. He shouted angrily, "You kid don't want to live?" Rado. The next second, something changed suddenly. A flash of cold light. The sharp, 5-color strings directly cut a huge wound from top to bottom in front of Guernica's chest. The blood gushed out uncontrollably. The former's sturdy figure swayed for a while and then fell heavily to the ground. ****, you dare to attack CP0. The other 3 male members were shocked when they saw this, and quickly took an offensive posture to surround Doflamingo. And Stussy quickly stepped forward to check Guernica's injuries. Doflamingo stood there like a repeater, grinning. Did those old guys finally send someone to rescue me? But your speed of action is really disappointing. Everyone suddenly felt creepy. Oh no, we've been fooled. He's not Doflamingo. Stussy was the first to react and notice something was wrong. Although the Doflamingo in front of him looked the same as the real boss in terms of appearance, momentum, and the ability of Devil Fruit. But he was a repeater who could only repeat himself. This was obviously inconsistent with Doflamingo's usual style, combined with the lax guard in the cell. The answer was immediately clear. They fell into the trap. I'm afraid someone had already expected that they would come to rescue Doflamingo, so they prepared this trap in advance. But let what puzzled and frightened Stussy was, who on earth could find a substitute that was exactly the same as Doflamingo in such a short time? The first person that came to Stussy's mind was Dr. Vegapunk, looking at the whole world. Perhaps only that genius scientist has this ability, right? Because even Stussy himself was created by Vegapunk using cloning technology. But then the question came. Although Dr. Vegapunk had been secretly developing the substitute for the 7 warlords of the sea, the Seraph, according to the requirements of the world government and the Marine. But based on Stussy's understanding of the Seraph project, those new pacifists only retained some characteristics of the 7 warlords of the sea, but they looked like children. And Stussy didn't think that Dr. Vegapunk would risk disobeying the 5 warlords. Elders risk secretly help Lin Xiao. From the perspective of time, it is too late. Then there's only one possibility left. This is a trap set by Lin Xiao, and it is a trap set specifically for him to avoid CPO. Can that guy really do such a thing? In a flash, Stussy was already sweating coldly at his own thoughts. Immediately, without hesitation, he shouted, "Don't worry about that fake. Take Guernica. Let's leave here quickly." However, it's too late. Before the 4 people react, there was a burst of applause from the other side of the passage. Papa, you are worthy of being queen of the pleasure district. Your reaction is indeed hundreds of times faster than those idiots. As the words rang out, Lin Xiao's sturdy figure walked out of the shadows. Because the incident happened suddenly. So now he is wearing a large flowered shorts on his lower body. 353. Almost just looking at it. Even the anger just now has not completely dissipated. It was so unscrupulously displayed in front of several people. But for Lin Xiao, it was nothing. The dead are the best at keeping secrets, isn't it? Stussy was stunned at first. Then he took off the mask openly, revealing the charming and beautiful face underneath. The enchanting blue eyes stared at a part of Lin Xiao's lower body without blinking, chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, Lin Xiao is so angry. Did we disturb your good thing? Then I'm really sorry. But can you tell me, what's the matter with this Doflamingo? He's really weird, as stupid as a repeater. Also, the real where did you hide Doflamingo again? We CP0 were completely manipulated by you this time. No, maybe it should be said that the whole world was deceived by you. Under your handsome appearance, are you hiding some unknown ambitions? If you can answer these questions truthfully, I might help you calm down." After that, Stussy licked his mouth provocatively. She is worthy of being the queen of the pleasure district. She can stir people's hearts with just a few words. If you add that charming look, she is definitely a demon-level disaster. Lin Xiao was immediately furious when he saw this. Damn, woman, you are playing with fire. Didn't your mother tell you that those who play with fire will be burned? Oh, sorry. I almost forgot. You are a clone. No mother. Do it. At this moment, the three CP0, who thought that Lin Xiao's attention had been completely attracted by Stussy, launched a fierce attack on the former with lightning speed. Catch the thief first. If Doflamingo cannot be rescued successfully, taking Lin Xiao's head back to see 5 elders is also an excellent choice. However, swish, swish, swish. Before the 3 people approached Lin Xiao, their bodies were actually cut into dozens or hundreds of pieces in a burst of cold light. Then they floated strangely in the air. What happened? Why did my body become like this? Damn it, Lin Xiao, what did you do to us? The 3 CP0 did not die. Instead, they remained conscious. That is, the ability of op fruit. Stussy showed a look of extreme shock on her face. It was not until then that she noticed the space she was in. It seemed to be wrapped in a layer of special energy. Before, because they were eager to save people, and the light in the passage was insufficient. None of the 5 of them noticed this. This was definitely a fatal mistake. But what really shocked and unbelievable to Stussy was that Lin Xiao also had the ability of op fruit. But Trafalgar Law was still alive. As we all know, before the previous host of Devil Fruit died, the same fruit ability would never appear on the second person. Could it be that this man was also a clone created by Dr. Vegapunk like me? The ability came from artificial devil fruit? No way. No way. Stussy suddenly felt that her thoughts were a little messy. But at this moment, she finally saw the appearance of the person who had just attacked. To be precise, it should be the appearance of the elf who attacked. I saw a big sword with a round shield, flying back from midair into the shadow behind Lin Xiao. That's right. It was the shield sword monster that just chopped the 4 people into pieces in an instant. But everything is not over. Sana, the elegant and petite figure of Gardevoir, walked out of the shadow. She seemed very angry that someone dared to offend Lin Xiao. The slender arm swung violently in the air. Suddenly, a terrifying and powerful telekinesis swept out. Puff, puff, puff. The pieces that were originally suspended in the air suddenly exploded into pieces of blood mist and gathered on the ground to form several pools of blood that paralyzed people. $73. Now the pressure is completely handed over on Stussy's side. There are Lin Xiao and 2 monsters in front. There's a fake Doflamingo behind. No matter how you look at it, it seems that she will not be able to leave here alive today. But Stussy is not ready to give up, because she still has a killer weapon hidden. That is the one specially developed for her by Dr. Vegapunk. Artificial Zoan Bat fruit, mythical beast, a vampire form. Note, this is the author's second setting. The original book does not mention Stussy's true ability, so it will be referred to as vampire fruit in the future. As long as you can catch them by surprise, there should be a chance to escape. Thinking of this, the smile on Stussy's face became more and more charming, and she said softly, "Your Majesty, you killed all my companions. What do you want to do to me? I'm so scared now." Speaking, her feet were still slowly approaching Lin Xiao without leaving any trace. But how could her little trick escape the eyes of Lin Xiao, who possesses the ability to listen to the heart? If you're going to use the ability of vampire fruit to hypnosis me, then I advise you not to waste your energy, because once you attack me, then the Gardevoir and Aegis Blade beside me will never let you leave here alive. Impossible. How do you know my ability? The charming expression on Stussy's face disappeared instantly, replaced by fear, despair, and disbelief. Now she is really a little scared, because she has the vampire fruit, except for Dr. Vegapunk. No one knows about it. After joining CP0, she has never used this ability in public. But how did Lin Xiao know? Could he read minds? But at this moment, the opposite Lin Xiao gave a direct answer. Don't guess. I know everything about you. No. Maybe I should call you the clone of former Rocks pirate member Bakingham Stussy, the most successful work of MAD's cloning experiment. Although you have joined Celestial Dragon's secret cipher CPO, for 20 years, your true identity has always been a spy loyal to Dr. Vegapunk. Lin Xiao showed a playful look on his face and asked lightly, "Well, am I right?" Stussy was already frightened out of her wits at this moment. The panicked eyes accidentally met Lin Xiao's sight. The other party's sharp eyes, like a blade, immediately made her feel panicked, as if her clothes were stripped off in an instant. She suddenly realized, in front of this man, there is no secret at all, but this kind of thing is definitely impossible to happen. Dr. Vegapunk will never betray her. Then the question is, how did Lin Xiao know such secret information? Your Majesty, Stussy is willing to accept your punishment. I can't beat her. I can't escape. Now she has been stripped down to her underwear. What else can Stussy do? Naturally, she will lie down. She will simply put on a weak look and let you do whatever you want. Even if Lin Xiao wants to eat her now, Stussy will never resist, because there is no point at all. How can you be sure that I won't kill you? Lin Xiao's mouth curled up a little, and he said with a playful look, "How can you bear to speak nicely to me? Why are you so fierce?" "I know it." Stussy restrained her artificial posture and said with a burning look, "Although I don't know where your Majesty got this information from, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. Combining your current situation, I analyzed the reason why you spare my life. It is very likely that you want me to act as a double agent, to reveal the movements of the world government to you, so that you can know yourself and the enemy. Your Majesty, what you think is what they said, right?" Papa. Lin Xiao applauded generously and praised. "I like dealing with smart people, especially smart women. But you can rest assured, I know that in your appearance setting, there is a setting that you must not betray Dr. Vegapunk. So I won't force you to sell out information about him. And I have no hostility towards Dr. Vegapunk. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to meet this man who is known as the man with the world's first brain in person." Lin Xiao's frank words directly dispelled the last trace of doubt in Stussy's heart. So Stussy knelt on one knee and said with an extremely serious expression, "Stussy is willing to be sent by His Majesty." The mysterious man in front of him obviously knew many secrets that even she had never been involved in. This also made Stussy, without noticing, have a great interest in Lin Xiao. Powerful strength, ruthless means, forbearing attitude, creepy intelligence ability. When these elements come together, don't mention Stussy, even any woman, will be fascinated by it. Locks. Master Lin is really handsome. The kind of handsomeness that makes people look away. The powerful aura that emanates from him all the time makes Stussy unable to extricate himself. But Lin Xiao's shortcomings are also obvious. That is, he is extremely straight and male cancer. What is appearance setting? Will you die if you speak a little more tactfully? Don't you know that this is very unpopular with girls? Wait a minute. Who knew that at this moment? Lin Xiao said with a smirk. I have gained your trust. So now shouldn't you show some sincerity? Stussy was stunned. I don't know what the other party meant by sincerity. Could it be? Her eyes inadvertently moved to a place under Lin Xiao's body. The beautiful face suddenly turned red. Pooh, little pervert. Men are really not good. I'm still thinking about that kind of thing at this time. One asterisk. Stussy got it wrong. Just when she was hesitating whether to help Lin Xiao with the playing, and singing, the latter tactically coughed a few times. That, you, an indecent woman, what are you thinking about? I'm talking about the letter of attorney. In order not to cause any misunderstandings, Lin Xiao quickly pointed at Guernica, who was lying on the ground and unable to move. Although the other party had lost the ability to move, but his consciousness remained clear. At this moment, he was staring at Stussy with his eyes wide open, with an unbelievable look on his face. TSK, a man's mouth is a lie. Stussy rolled his eyes, showing an expression of your body has betrayed you, and then walked directly to Guernica's side. Finger pistol. Without any hesitation, Stussy fired an air bullet from his fingertips. It directly blew up Guernica's head. But at this moment, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rang. Come on, turn your head and smile. Click. Stussy turned her head subconsciously. Then she was stunned by Lin Xiao's quick operation. She stared blankly at the din mushy in the other person's hand. Sisters, who is it? I met a man of my rank today. I clearly said that I would do whatever he wanted, but he insisted on taking a photo as a souvenir. He even asked me to smile. I'm laughing at your sister. It's really frustrating. Why did I encounter such a speechless incident? I say, Your Majesty, you are a king after all. Do you have to be so ruthless? Stussy was really a little bit broken. Lin Xiao waved his hand with a nonchalant look. It's safest to keep some evidence in your hand. Stussy almost cried when she heard that. She immediately prepared to leave with her long legs. But who would have thought that before she took 2 steps? Lin Xiao grabbed her hand and then suddenly took her into his arms. Ah, Your Majesty, what are you going to do? Realizing what was going to happen, Stussy, oh no, exclaimed in panic. Rado. But Lin Xiao said seriously, Miss Stussy, all the other CP0 have been destroyed. If you return intact like this, I'm afraid it will arouse the suspicion of 5 elders. FF flexed. Although Stussy felt that what Lin Xiao said made sense, but he felt something was strange. In order not to expose your identity, let me injure you a little. Sizzle. First there was the sound of Fu being hissed. Then there was a cry of pain, but soon in the cell, there was a song as melodious as the song of a yellow oriole. Ditto and Shieldblade went to the entrance of the passage very consciously to guard it. Only Gardevoir hid in the shadows, peeked at the live broadcast in the distance through the gaps between her fingers. Sana. A few hours later, Stussy limped out of the dungeon. That's right, she escaped, and she kept cursing at beasts. She had never seen anyone express their selfish desires so righteously. Shameless. Are you going to leave me with a wound? If you want my body, just say it. I'm too embarrassed to point it out to you. I've already said I'm still a virgin, but you still don't know how to be gentle. Scumbag Zhou. A complete scumbag. Heeb Tue. Lin, I don't want to see you again in this life. With the return of Stussy, world government received an extremely shocking news. It has been confirmed that Lin Xiao has the combat power of admiral level. It is impossible to complete the assassination with the strength of CP0. For a while, even 5 elders were deeply shocked by this news. That man actually hid so deeply. There are still 4 days left before the public execution. In the prison under the palace, Doflamingo lay on his back in the cell, laughing unscrupulously. That group of CPO is really stupid. I missed the best opportunity in vain. If they were willing to help me in that battle, I think the person sitting outside the cell now should be me. Maybe even 5 elders didn't realize that all along, the people who really maintain the balance of the sea are not marine, not worlds. It's me, the middleman who uses weapons as reins to tie up those monsters that may go berserk at any time. Just wait and see, it won't be long before they regret it. Lin Xiao sneered disdainfully when he heard this, and said sarcastically, Don't say such contemptuous words. Even if CPO took action at that time, it would be useless, because from the moment you took action against Elf Island, your ending was already doomed, and this is a fate that no one can stop. I'm really afraid of you, a lunatic. Doflamingo slowly sat up, staring at Lin Xiao outside the cell, and said, I admit that when I was rushed to attack Elf Island without investigating your back, it was the biggest mistake I have made so far. But you guys, don't you ever consider the consequences when you do things? Public execution. Do you know what kind of chain reaction this will cause in the whole world? Even if we put aside those countries that need my weapons and fight to the death all day long. I think you know what stop supplying artificial devil fruit smile. Onions to beasts Kaido means? 203-inch, that guy is a complete monster. Are you ready to face his anger? and marine and world government. Your open slap in the face will bring you death. I say, kid, you don't want to be an enemy of everyone, do you? So what? Faced with the threatening words, Lin Xiao behaved calmly. It was even so calm that it was scary. Although I have no intention of being enemies with everyone, I will not let any enemy go. No matter who he is, no matter how many people there are, as long as I classify him as an enemy, he will definitely die. And why do you think I set the execution date a week later? F***K? Is this guy going to use me to fish? No. Is he fishing for a dragon? Doflamingo suddenly felt creepy. Damn, why did Lousy have to provoke this crazy guy in the first place? Lin Xiao, why don't we make a deal? Driven by the strong desire to survive, Doflamingo had to lower his posture and said in a slightly bewitching tone, I have a trump card in my hand that can shake the whole world. As long as you let me go, I will tell you this secret. No need. Lin Xiao refused without thinking. I'm not interested in the national treasure, hidden inside the Holy Land Mariehua. Because sooner or later, I will kill all those dragon pigs. After that, he got up and left without interest. Ow, how do you know about the national treasure? Cole, are you also spying on that location? Doflamingo's desperate roar reverberated in the passage, but Lin Xiao turned a deaf ear to it. For taboos like national treasure and Imu, he was not interested in exploring them for the time being. All his energy now has been put on the plan of public execution, because only this step can be taken successfully. Only then can he officially step onto the world stage, so as to gain a firm foothold in this turbulent era. Your Majesty, Marine has taken action. Just now, Vice Admiral Tsuru and former Marshal Sengoku have led their teams to the port. Luo, who had been waiting outside the cell, saw Lin Xiao coming out and hurriedly stepped forward to report. They hope that your Majesty can hand Doflamingo over to Marine and promise to give him a fair trial at Naval Headquarters. Humph, they're also qualified to talk about justice. Lin Xiao now hates Marine to the extreme. The child died and you have milk. You know you threw away the big snot running down your mouth. What the hell have you been doing? Doflamingo has been doing evil for a long time. Why didn't you Marines stand up to maintain justice before? Now Lousy wants to publicly execute him. All the Gyuki snake gods have jumped out one by one. You Marines' little calculations are so loud that I can hear them in Dressrosa. Immediately rejected with contempt. Tell them that if they want Doflamingo, then wait until the execution is over and come here to get his body. If anyone dares to have a crooked mind, they will be directly regarded as enemies by me and will bear the consequences. Yes, Luo nodded heavily, then said with a strange expression, Your Majesty, there's another strange thing happening recently. Momosaji Vice Admiral has helped us drive away several joint fleets that came to settle accounts with you in the past few days. Huh? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned when he heard this. Joint fleet. But then he reacted. I guess they're the guys who bought smuggled weapons from Doflamingo before? But what really makes Lin Xiao curious is Momosaji's attitude. Logically speaking, with Momosaji's identity and position. After Lin Xiao defeated Doflamingo, she should have rushed to him to ask for the person. But this woman has not taken any action, and now she is helping him to clean up the trouble? What on earth does she want to do? Port City, Acacia. Gion, do you know how much trouble you have caused this time? Sengoku stuffed Sun Bei into his mouth and said vaguely, I heard everything. Not only did you not follow Sakazuki's orders, but you also deliberately DM off. Huh, it's a good thing that I'm not a marshal now, the Vice Admiral said angrily. Shut up and eat your sunbae. Since you became the chief inspector, you have been so outspoken wherever you go. What's the difference between you and Garp? 2. Gion, give me a reason why you didn't stop Sif Lin Xiao's actions at that time. Sister Tsuru, take a good look at this country. Momosaji pointed to the streets and alleys. Those civilians with happy smiles on their faces, said with a very complicated look. On the day Doflamingo was defeated, I was in Dressrosa. The people of the country saw a rare wonder called redemption and rebirth. And the person who brought this tragic country back to life was none other than His Majesty Lin Xiao. I really don't know what crime I should accuse of arresting this man who is regarded as a national hero by the people. And the task of upholding justice and saving the people shouldn't be done by us Marines. Just because Doflamingo is a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Marine chose to turn a blind eye to all his evil deeds. What's the difference between a Marine like this and those pirates who burn, kill, and plunder? So in my opinion, we Marines don't even have the qualifications to stop His Majesty Lin Xiao. Enough! Staff Officer Crane frowned slightly and warned in a deep voice. It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Although His Majesty Lin Xiao's approach is not wrong, his bellicosity is not conducive to the Marine maintaining the overall balance of the sea. What's more, Doflamingo also controls the most important way for Marine and world government to obtain Seastone products. His defeat is gradually triggering a series of unpredictable changes. For our Marines, the most urgent task now is to do our best to stop His Majesty Lin Xiao's public execution. Because a living Doflamingo is far more valuable than a dead one. And according to the latest news received by the headquarters, 100 Beasts, Kaido has already taken action. Staff Officer Crane sighed. He continued with a bit of helplessness. It has only been more than 2 months since the Summit War, and Marine has not recovered from the serious damage, and is now completely unable to stop a war of this scale. Sengoku also persuaded earnestly at this time. Gion, we hope you can talk to His Majesty Lin Xiao and persuade him to hand over Doflamingo to us. This will not only avoid a tragedy, but also indirectly restore Marine's reputation. I can't do it. A flash of disappointment flashed in Momosagi's beautiful eyes, and she shook her head and refused without thinking. Sengoku's face darkened when he saw this, and he said in a cold voice, "Now is not the time to act on impulse. Publicly executing Doflamingo is tantamount to playing with fire. Have you ever thought that if Kaido really brings the Beast Pirates in full force, then for Dressrosa, it will be an unprecedented disaster. By then, everything will be..." However, before Sengoku could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cold female voice. "This is Dressrosa as family affairs, so you Marines don't need to worry about it." Queen Violet's eyebrows were raised, and her face was like frost. She came to Sengoku and others surrounded by a large number of guards and asked in a cold voice, "When this country was usurped by pirates, where were you? When civilians turned to, where were you when Marines sought help? If it weren't for His Majesty Lin Xiao, I'm afraid we would never believe that justice is real in this life. So, even if the enemy we face next is likely to be the powerful, for emperors, what can we do? For justice to be upheld, for evil to be judged. Even if the country is destroyed because of this, we will die without regrets." The words that shook Sengoku and Crane immediately made them feel ashamed. But before they could open their mouths to defend themselves, Violet directly issued an order to expel them. "Please go back, everyone. Dressrosa does not welcome Marine." At this time, the people who gathered spontaneously around also shouted in indignation. "Queen Violet is right. We don't welcome Marine. Go back quickly, you bastards who are in cahoots with pirates." Even if the enemy is the for emperors, what can it do? His Majesty Lin Xiao will protect us. We have to take back the justice abandoned by Marine by ourselves. Sengoku and others stared at this scene in amazement. My heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. I don't know since when. Marine's image in the hearts of the people has become so unbearable. "Hey, Xiao, let's go." Sengoku shook his head helplessly. He left with his men like a rat crossing the street, although he really wanted to take Doflamingo back. But if he had a conflict with these civilians now, Marine's reputation would plummet, and Sengoku didn't expect Lin Xiao's status in the hearts of the people is so high. I regret not extending a helping hand to Elf Island at the beginning. Gion, don't do anything stupid. Colonel Crane seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned his head to look at Momosaji, who was still standing there, and there was no sign of wanting to leave. As expected, Mama Nusaji's eyes flashed with determination. In the shocked eyes of everyone, she reached out and took off the cloak of justice on her shoulders, and then handed it to the Marine, saying, "Sister Crane, I have been grateful for your care over the years, but the justice that Marine is practicing now is contrary to the justice of the heart and hands. So I want to stay here, do my best to help this country overcome the next difficulties." After that, Mama Nusajai ignored the call of Colonel Crane. She walked towards the direction of King's Highland without looking back. XXX. She did it for the justice in her heart. Made your own choice. Dress Rosa somewhere on an unknown coast outside. Would you like some sambe, Trafalgar Law? Sengoku said carelessly. Stop talking nonsense. What did you call me here for? Law's face was full of vigilance. One day, 11 years ago, I received a report of the death of a Marine undercover. Sengoku's face showed a touch of reminiscence and said in a deep voice, "That person is a very special existence to me. He is upright and has a strong sense of justice. He is a subordinate I trust very much. But in that mission, he lost his life because of op fruit." Law didn't wait for Sengoku to finish his words and interrupted impatiently. "You guessed right. Mr. Corazon lost his life just to help me get op fruit to cure my illness. That's why I racked my brains to find Doflamingo for revenge all these years. I didn't expect that he would lose his life for a pirate." Sengoku's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he said, "Since Razanani has done you a favor, I hope you can help Marine for this favor." Law asked expressionlessly, "Do you want me to secretly bring Doflamingo out?" "That's right." Sengoku nodded first, then shook his head. "But in addition to that, I hope you can help Marine monitors His Majesty Lin Dao's every move, because this young king is too warlike. For Marine, he may become a new destabilizing factor far beyond the 7 warlords of the sea, and for emperors, in order to prevent more terrible things from happening in advance. I hope you can inherit Razanani's mantle and become Marine's undercover. And I can also assure you that a seat will be reserved for you in the 7 warlords of the sea." While Sengoku was speaking, his eyes were always paying attention to the subtle changes in Law's facial expression. He could see it. Law had a deep feeling for Razanani, although using the name of a dead person to coerce the other party was somewhat despicable. But in order to ensure that the situation did not get out of control, Sengoku had no choice but to resort to this last resort. RT. He underestimated Luo's loyalty to Lin Dao. "I refuse." Luo pulled the brim of his hat, snorted with a sneer on his face. "Is Marine going to repeat the trick he used on Whitebeard during the Summit War on His Majesty Lin Dao?" "Hee. Your Majesty is right again. Marine really used Mr. Corazon's kindness to me to force me to rescue Doflamingo after being rejected. It seems that in many cases, Marine's methods are far more dirty than pirates." Sengoku was shocked when he heard this and said, "You said His Majesty Lin Dao actually expected that I would come to you privately? You are surprised by what you have seen." Luo showed a mysterious confidence on his face and said mysteriously, "I advise you Marine had better not have any bad ideas. Because my Majesty is the user of the secret fruit, nothing can be hidden from him. This time, I will not bother with you for Mr. Corazon's sake. But if there's a next time, even if I lose my life, I will defend your Majesty's honor to the death." After that, Luo turned and left the coast. Only Sengoku was left standing there in a daze. Mistake. A serious mistake. Marine underestimated that man after all. I hope he will not stand on the opposite side of Marine in the future. Otherwise, Marine will have an enemy that is far more terrifying than the 4 emperors. But what the hell is the secret fruit? Why have I never seen it in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia before? In the palace, Lin Xiao put down the freshly published newspaper in his hand, glanced at the continuously soaring reputation points, and shook his head slightly. Entertainment is supreme indeed. Even if I wiped out the CPO team and deliberately let Stussy bring back such important news, it was not as fast as the CP hype with Momosaji. In the past 4 days, Lin Xiao has harvested nearly 700,000 reputation points in succession. If you add those you have obtained before, then now he has a total of nearly 1.5 million reputation points in his hands, and most of them are derived from the world's heated discussion on public execution. After all, this is the first public trial of 7 warlords of the Sea members in the history of the pirate world. The whole world is looking forward to what will happen next, because Lin Xiao's move is not only an open provocation to the credibility of naval headquarters and world government. At the same time, it was like a death knell for all pirates. When the news that for Emperor's Kaido was going to rescue Doflamingo and destroy Dressrosa spread, the whole world was boiling again. Almost everyone locked their eyes on Lin Xiao. But what surprised and puzzled them was that, unlike the frequent deployment of troops by the Marine before the Summit War, Lin Xiao did not make any preparations. Was he afraid? Or had he already bowed to the world government under the pressure of the Marine? Rado. Just as everyone was talking about this, a piece of news titled Shocked. Naval Headquarters Goddess Vice Admiral quits for love and swears to live and die with His Majesty Lin Xiao came out. And in the tone of an insider, the love between Lin Xiao and Momosaji was described as stronger than gold, and it was moving. People couldn't help but shed tears after reading it. So the hearts of the 8 trigrams of the world were completely ignited. At the same time, they also had greater expectations for the public execution, and the naval headquarters soon responded to this. The new Marshal Akainu made a rare public appearance and said indignantly that Momosaji was the biggest shame in the history of Marine. Everyone was enjoying the melon. Lin Xiao, with these 8 trigrams news, once again harvested a wave of reputation points. There was no other way. Now he would not let go of anything that could increase reputation points. In the words of Morgan's president, Lin Xiao had completely understood the hot topics of fishing discussion. However, it seemed that everyone was happy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. But there was one person who was very unhappy. That's right. It was Momosaji. Bang! The door of Lin Xiao's room was directly blasted into pieces by a huge force. Then, Momosaji rushed in like an angry lioness, holding today's newspaper in one hand and Kinpila in the other. Lin Xiao, it must be you who did it. I will kill you, you scumbag today. Lin Xiao knew he was in the wrong and showed a harmless smile on his face. While dodging the opponent's attack, he gently persuaded, Ms. Momosaji, don't be impulsive. I did this for your reputation. Bullshit, my reputation was obviously ruined by you. Momosaji was almost vomiting blood because of this guy's shameless remarks. I haven't settled the score with you for the last time. You mess with me again this time, I will fight you. Momosaji immediately threw down the newspaper. Waving Kinpila, he chopped randomly. And at this time, at the door, 2 little heads secretly poked out and kept looking into the room. Little Gardevoir, I really envy Sister Momosaji for being able to interact so intimately with His Majesty. 0. Rebecca pouted her lips and sighed with a melancholy look. Oh, if only I were a little older. I could be like Sister Momosaji and announce my relationship with His Majesty to the world. Although we don't have a relationship yet. Relationship? Gardevoir, who has human thinking, tilted her head and kept thinking about the beautiful scene she saw in the prison before. Sana, Sana. I also want to have a relationship with the master. At this moment, Lin Xiao's slightly stern voice suddenly came from the room. You 2 brats, stop eavesdropping there, and hurry up and train for me. Xiao Gardevoir, if Rebecca still can't use the power of Maramara fruit skillfully when the execution day comes, I will hold you responsible. Rebecca and Gardevoir shuddered at the words, then turned around and ran away. After Momosaji found that her attack couldn't hit Lin Xiao at all, she quickly gave up in anger. She sat on the chair and started crying. Don't cry. Lin Xiao didn't expect that this strong woman in front of him actually has such a weak side. Immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry, I will treat you well in the future. So, Momosaji cried even more sadly. In her red eyes, there was a fierce light flashing. If you dare to say one more word, I will bite you to death. Lin was speechless when he saw this. It seems that Luo is right. I am not good at comforting people. Would it be better if I hugged instead? There are only 2 days left before the public execution of Doflamingo. Due to Kaido's unexpected intervention, the entire new world is filled with a tense atmosphere. Many people even rush to the nearby waters of Dressrosa, hoping to be the first to know the entire progress of this war after the public execution begins. On the contrary, Dressrosa, the whole country was in a warm and peaceful mood. In the streets and alleys, people's faces were filled with happy and joyful smiles. No one was worried about the war that would come in a few days. They believed that Elf King Lin Xiao would protect this country. 013312428 Felu 164550130. The Emperor's words came true. It's time to expand the military force. Lin Xiao looked at the reputation that had slowed down slightly, and then opened the attribute panel. After seeing that he had no intention of interrupting, he continued to speak with peace of mind. In fact, long ago we GM Army have been secretly collecting evidence of Doflamingo's private reselling of weapons. However, since my intelligence personnel cannot infiltrate the underground trading port at all, the progress of the investigation has been at a standstill. And now, as long as Your Majesty gives us the list, we will make the list public at the same time, and with this powerful influence, launch GM in those countries involved. In this way, whether it is Marine or world government, they will definitely have no time to take care of your public execution. In addition, we GM Army can also provide necessary protection for Elf Island during the public execution, to prevent someone from being afraid of the consequences and harming your country. Your Majesty, Lin Xiao said expressionlessly. What about Kaido? Monkey D. Dragon showed a trace of embarrassment on his face and said apologetically, Pirates are not the target of our GM Army. Taking action against them will inevitably conflict with our philosophy. So, we really can't do anything about Kaido. Just kidding. That's the 4 emperors. If you want to die, don't bring us GM Army with you. Lin Xiao almost laughed at the other party's shameless remarks. What a bullshit conflict of ideas. If you don't dare, just say it. What kind of word games are you playing with me here? I have to say, if it's shameless. Monkey D. Dragon wants to say that he is second. No one dares to be first. Although his proposal sounds like it's for Lin Xiao's consideration. But in fact, it was just a cunning trick to change the concept. For the GM Army, no matter whether the public execution is successful or not, they will not lose anything. On the contrary, they will become famous for publishing the smuggling list and promoting riots in several countries. It can be said that they have gained both fame and fortune, and all the pressure and risks actually have to be borne by Lin Xiao alone. And in the end, Lin Xiao will owe them a big favor. Such a calculated behavior immediately aroused the collective contempt of Violet, Momosaji, and others. Bah, so shameless. Momosaji snorted with a sneer on his face. Violet questioned mercilessly. What a good plan, you actually hit His Majesty Lin Xiao's head. Do you really think we're those fools who let you do whatever you want? Rebecca also made a fierce expression. His Majesty doesn't need your help. However, facing the contemptuous eyes of the women, Monkey D. Dragon was not moved at all, still waiting for Lin Xiao's answer with confidence. Because, in his opinion, Lin Xiao has no choice now. Facing the world government and beast pirates at the same time is tantamount to suicide. The terrifying CPO alone is enough to make Dressrosa fall into extreme panic. And the GM Army can be said to be Lin Xiao's only lifeline. RTU. But he didn't know. Lin Xiao has already wiped out a CPO team, and he also instructed Stussy to deliberately report his strength. So much so that the 5 elders didn't dare to make a rash move. But in the end, Monkey D. Dragon didn't take those little elves and Lin Xiao seriously. Even the upcoming public execution was regarded by him as a farce that was bound to fail. Even if Doflamingo was defeated, what would happen? A mere 7 warlords of the sea. They were not even qualified to carry shoes for 4 emperors. The real purpose of Monkey D. Dragon's trip was simply to gain enough fame and benefits before Lin Xiao was destroyed by Kaido. So he would not be stupid enough to confront Kaido head-on. Hypocrisy, greed, self-righteousness. This is the fundamental reason why I hate you, GM Army. Lin Xiao slowly stood up, looked down at Monkey D. Dragon and the other 2, and said coldly, "You guys like to package yourselves as righteous people, and you keep saying that you are working for the people's future, peace, and freedom. But in the end, almost all the civilians who believe in your deception and were incited to revolt died. And you are unscathed and have survived until now. Please tell me, what kind of justice is this? Monkey D. Dragon, your thinking for the people of the world is actually just to overthrow the world government and celestial dragons. I can also sit on the seat of the Void Throne, but these have nothing to do with me, because as long as you don't take the initiative to come and provoke me, I will not bother to deal with your despicable behavior. As for the public execution and the safety of Elf Island, you don't have to worry about these. Since I dare to make such a decision, I've already made preparations to deal with any unfavorable situation at any time. So, take your people and get out of the country. I rule immediately. Otherwise, GM Army will be directly regarded as an enemy by me." At the end, an extremely terrifying pressure burst out from Lin Xiao's body. Like an invisible big hand, it actually directly enveloped Monkey D. Dragon and the other 2. EXT, surpassing the strong. That is an eternal attribute imprinted in a man's DNA. It's Conqueror's Haki. Monkey D. Dragon and the other 2 were shocked. They never expected that Lin Xiao also possessed this rare king qualification, and his level was obviously not low. Did I underestimate him? Monkey D. Dragon was scolded by Lin Xiao, and his face was red. But he knew he was in the wrong, but he was speechless. On the contrary, Sabo, who was beside him, retorted with indignation. "You're talking nonsense. Mr. Long's philosophy is very great. Sooner or later, we will overthrow the tyranny of the world government and celestial dragons and build a harmonious, free, equal, and dream-filled new world. Forget it, Sabo, let's go." Monkey D. Dragon glanced at Lin Xiao with a face full of fear. Then he left with Sabo and Ivankov in a boat. Your Majesty, although the GM Army has ulterior motives for this trip, they are right about one thing. Momosaji was obviously not used to her new identity. After thinking for a while, she said, "We can't ignore the defense of Elf Island because of the public execution." "Yes," Queen Violet also said, "especially these guys from the GM Army. God knows if they will bear a grudge after being rejected by you and use some dirty means of sneak attack." Lin Xiao nodded slightly after hearing this. "We really have to be on guard." Originally, a few days ago, in order to ensure that his home would not be stolen during the public execution, he had specially rushed back to Elf Island to redeploy the defense forces, and brought back an Europanon as an artificial satellite that was enough to detect the entire island. Elf name, Isle. Race value, 505. Classification, 8th generation Pokémon. Attributes, Bug, Psychic. Height, 0.4 meters. Evolutionary stage, final evolution of Detective Bug, plus. Skills, Psychic Power, Bug Premonition, Reflection Wall, Illusion Light, Hypnosis. Note: Isle is known for its intelligence and outstanding mental power. It can accurately detect all movements within a radius of 10 kilometers. Even in times of danger, it can temporarily control the minds of all creatures around it. And with the blessing of Lin Xiao's Elf Gigantamax power. Ilup's detection range has also increased 100 times along with its body size. It has reached an astonishing 1,000 kilometers, although is slightly inferior to Violet's Paramecia Dindon fruit, with a terrifying observation distance of 4,000 kilometers in radius. But it is enough to meet all the early warning needs of Elf Island. But at this moment, GM Army unexpectedly jumped out. Lin Xiao also had to make some adjustments. Thinking about it, he turned to Momosaji and said, "Then the safety of Elf Island is in your hands." Momosaji saw Lin Xiao looking at her expectantly. Her pretty face flushed, and she turned her head away subconsciously and dared not look at him. But she said unyieldingly, "Leave it to me." Queen Violet on the side saw this and smiled secretly, knowing that this cold female swordsman in front of her mostly has fallen in love with Lin Xiao. But this is normal, as a man as outstanding as His Majesty. What woman would not like him? Alas, my poor Rebecca, I really don't know how many beauties will gather around His Majesty when you grow up. But before that, Annie will work hard to gain status for you. Come out. After Momosaji and the others left, Lin Xiao called Ditto out. However, at this time its appearance is exactly the same as Monkey D. Dragon. Name, Monkey D. Dragon DT. Height, 2.56 meters. Age, 55 years old. Identity, Commander of the GM Army, the world's most vicious criminal, one of the D clan. Abilities, Logia, Wind Fruit, plus Advanced Observation Haki, plus Advanced Armament Haki, plus Intermediate Armament Haki, plus Dragonclaw Fist, plus. It is indeed a user of the ability of Devil Fruit. Lin Xiao's mouth curled up with a satisfied arc. Then he directly consumed 100,000 points of reputation and replicated the ability of Logia, Wind Fruit. As for Advanced Armament Haki and Dragonclaw Fist, Lin Xiao ignored them. Although his Wave Armament Haki is only at the intermediate level, its actual power has already surpassed the advanced level. It can even be freely controlled like the low-end version of Truth-Seeking Ball. After having Invisible Fist, Lin Xiao naturally would not be interested in Dragonclaw Fist. Looking at the reputation that was still rising, Lin Xiao showed a touch of confidence. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the public execution. New world, a burning island. Captain, are we really not going to join in the fun at Dressrosa this time? Giza's badges, the captain of ship number 1 under Blackbeard, the fighting champion, said vaguely while feasting. If Kaido loses, maybe we can take the opportunity to seize the mythical beast species Devil Fruit on him. Ha 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 ha. Badges, you're dreaming. Blackbeard laughed with a sneer on his face. How can a monster like Kaido lose? I think that kid from Elf Island is just playing with fire and getting burned. Shiryu, the captain of ship number 2, Yuji, held a cigar in his mouth and reminded him sinisterly. Teach, are you not tempted by the Seastone deposits on Elf Island? I heard that it was because Doflamingo wanted to seize the Seastone mines, which led to this public execution. If we take advantage of the chaos to occupy that island, I'm afraid the world government will have to look at our face if they want to buy Seastone products in the future. The other members heard this, and their faces showed a look of eagerness. You think this matter is too simple. Blackbeard's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he shook his head and said, based on the scale of Elf Island, the total amount of its Seastone mines will definitely not be too much, and there are Kaido and world government forces watching closely. Even if we occupy that island, it will definitely not end well. What's more, Laozi's current goal is to seize the territory and treasures left by his father during the chaos. So how can he have time to care about things like that? I said, Teach, you are too timid, aren't you? Captain of ship number 4, Evil Government. Avalo Pizarro teased with a sly smile. Why don't you let me take over your position as captain? Ho ho ho. That's not allowed. Captain of ship number 5, Devil Sheriff. Lafitte spoke up at the right time to remind. We are the Blackbeard Pirates. It is not difficult to see, except for Blackbeard's original subordinates. The rest of the newcomers recruited and impelled down have no loyalty to him at all. As long as he shows a defeated attitude, these people will run away without hesitation, or even turn against him. But Blackbeard knew this a long time ago. So before he officially won the title of 4 Emperors, he would not play against the wind. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I have already chosen the next target. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. The solemn atmosphere once again enveloped the entire island. Fully armed soldiers can be seen at each key point of the base. Most people on the island have also entered a state of war readiness. The depressing atmosphere indicates that something big is about to happen. The last time this happened was more than 2 months ago during the Summit War period. In the Marshal's office, almost all the high-level combat forces of Naval Headquarters were urgently summoned together by Marshal Akainu. Kizaru, Sengoku, and Crane were also on the list. The other vice admirals were even more on standby. This is because Akainu received news from New World. It has now been confirmed. Nearly 20,000 members of Beast Pirates have been dispatched in full force and are heading towards Dressrosa at full speed. This also means the war between Lin Xiao and Beast Pirates. It's about to start. Marshal Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Garp, said his favorite sunbae was left in Windmill Village, so he turned back to East Blue on the way back. The body size will increase exponentially. Some can even easily exceed 100 meters. And those barbarian tyrants with terrifying power, their body size is more than 60 or 70 meters. Lin Xiao has always been cautious. Naturally, he will not allow the situation of capsizing in the ditch to happen. Otherwise, it would be too stupid. After seeing all these scenes clearly, the world was immediately shocked. Everyone looked the animal army. No, now it should be called the elf army. Their number seems to have increased a lot compared to a few days ago. Yes, it seems that His Majesty Lin Xiao has also been prepared. He can actually make these animals that are much larger than sea beasts and sea kings bow down. He is really worthy of being called the Elf King. Yes, this picture is a bit too spectacular. It seems that this is a sure thing. I advise you not to be so optimistic. You know that the enemy is for Emperors Kaido. That guy dared to challenge Marine and other for Emperors alone, and he has been tortured more than 1,000 times and sentenced to death 40 times. But he is still safe and sound, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Having said that, Beast Pirates, there is no sign of it appearing so far. Could it be that it is not coming? Shoot, the trial seems to be about to begin. At the same time, on the execution platform, Lin Xiao took the dial-do mushi from Queen Violet. He said in an extremely majestic voice, "Today, before the execution officially begins, there are 2 crucial things that must be explained to the people watching the live broadcast. The first is the identity of this man, Don Quixote Doflamingo. The second is the numerous crimes he has committed." As soon as these words came out, the people watching the live broadcast all showed doubts on their faces. What's going on? To talk about Doflamingo's crimes, it's simply too numerous to describe. But to talk about the other party's identity, isn't that obvious? The former king of Dressrosa and a member of 7 warlords of the sea, the young master of Don Quixote family, former bounty of 340 million berry. Are there any other unknown identities besides this? At this time, although the world does not know the truth, but some people have a vague premonition that some shocking event may happen next. And on the Marine side, Sengoku and Tsuru's staff were shocked after hearing Lin Xiao's words. Oh no, is this kid trying to poke the sky? Sengoku can be said to be the first person in Marine to know Doflamingo's identity as a former celestial dragons. Naturally, it is also very clear that if Lin Xiao releases this bombshell news at this time, what a terrible storm will be set off in the world. The world has suffered from celestial dragons for a long time, is definitely not a joke. Although Doflamingo was expelled from the celestial dragon's tribe of Holy Land Mariewa more than 30 years ago. But in the eyes of the world, once a celestial dragon, always a celestial dragon. If Lin Xiao uses this bug and successfully kills former celestial dragon Doflamingo, I am afraid that the world will directly regard him as a hero and god slayer. By then, Lin Xiao's influence and appeal will reach an unprecedented, terrifying height. Even if 4 emperors and GM army are added together, they are not enough to compare with him. Dear, thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He didn't even dare to think further. Could this be Lin Xiao's real intention? If it was true, it would be too scary. The means of this young man who had just ascended the throne were simply terrifying. Even he had been completely kept in the dark before. So now, there was no room for redemption at all. Is this guy really a human? He did this. Isn't he afraid of being targeted by the world government? Could he have any more shocking ambitions? And the mood of the He staff at this moment was almost the same as Sengoku's. He had already been shocked beyond words by Lin Xiao's horse flea operation. On the contrary, Akainu and others who had no idea looked at the two with puzzled faces. At this time, Lin Xiao's voice rang again. Doflamingo, tell me your true identity. Lin Xiao shouted loudly. Doflamingo showed a trace of resentment on his face. He instantly guessed the real intention of Lin Xiao's move. His proud heart was directly hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. So he was like a madman, trying to cover up his inner panic with a hoarse roar. Lousy is the king of Dressrosa, the Joker, who is good at both black and white in the underground world, chosen by God, and will dominate the world in the future. Lin Xiao heard this. His beak curled up with a playful arc. He said calmly, "Why, now that things have come to this, you dare not admit it? Then let me tell everyone." Then, Lin Xiao slowly told the story that Doflamingo was most reluctant to mention amid the doubts and expectations of the world. As early as 31 years ago in the Holy Land Maria, there was a celestial dragon named Don Quixote Hanagu, who voluntarily gave up his special status as a world noble and came to the underworld with his wife and 2 sons to become an ordinary person. However, misfortunes soon befell them. After losing the privileges of the past, those who had been harmed by celestial dragons and whose families were broken up, their wives and children were separated, and even their families became slaves at the mercy of others, spontaneously gathered together and vented all their grievances on this family. And when Don Quixote Hanagu finally realized that he had made a wrong decision, he wanted to ask for help from Mariewa and return to his hometown, but he was regarded as a heretic and ruthlessly rejected. So from then on, their family lived an extremely poor life like those ordinary people who were oppressed by the powerful and unable to hand over heavenly gold. 1. Not long after, Don Quixote Hanagu finally realized that he had made a wrong decision and wanted to ask for help from Mariewa and return to his hometown, but he was ruthlessly rejected as a heretic. So from then on, their family lived an extremely poor life like those ordinary people who were oppressed by the powerful and unable to hand over heavenly gold. 1. Not long after, Don Quixote Hanagu finally realized that he had made a wrong decision and wanted to ask for help from Mariewa and return to his hometown, but he was regarded as a heretic and ruthlessly rejected. So from then on, their family lived an extremely poor life like those ordinary people who were oppressed by the powerful and unable to hand over heavenly gold. Hanagu's wife died of illness. The eldest son, who was only 10 years old, stubbornly believed that it was all because of his father's stupid behavior that he ended up in such a miserable situation. So he ignored his father's desperate pleas and shot his father in front of his younger brother. Afterwards, the eldest son cruelly cut off his father's head and returned to the Holy Land Mariewa, hoping to restore his celestial dragon's identity with this gift. But he was rejected because the celestial dragons refused to accept him as a member of the traitor family. They drove him out of Mariewa. And the eldest son also made a vow. One day, he will take the celestial dragons back to the celestial dragons. The world ruled by dragons was turned upside down. Then he began to recruit subordinates, killed anyone who dared to disobey his orders, and burned down towns that made him unhappy, asterisk, 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 and finally established the dreaded Don Quixote family. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao turned his head and looked down at Doflamingo, announcing with an unquestionable majestic voice, "Yes, the one who did all kinds of evil is you, Don Quixote Doflamingo." As soon as these words came out, the whole world was shocked. The whole world seemed to be quiet at this moment, whether it was the Marine camp led by Akainu, or the pirates and civilians who were watching the live broadcast. All were shocked beyond words by this bombshell news. No one dared to imagine the villain who usurped Dressrosa, the member of the 7 warlords of the sea who was publicly recognized by the world government and granted the legal right to plunder. The sinful blood flowing in his body actually came from the celestial dragon's family. Who can believe this? Hey, is this true? Doflamingo is actually a celestial dragon? F asterisk asterisk K. Things seem to be getting a little complicated. The one who was publicly executed was actually a dragon man. Your Majesty Lin Xiao, you dared to attack the world nobles. I have a feeling that this public execution will definitely be more exciting than the Summit War. Of course, a mere son of Roger. How can it be compared with dealing with celestial dragons? You are talking so loudly. Are you really going to die? Thank you for reminding me. I'll slip away first. I originally heard I felt a little sympathetic for Doflamingo's childhood experience, but I didn't expect that this beast would kill his father for fame. He deserves death. Bah, what's there to sympathize with? They deserved it. That's right. Ordinary people like us are not even as good as ants in the eyes of the world nobles. Although everyone was filled with endless anger, no one dared to speak ill of celestial dragons in public. Because once the charges were confirmed, at the very least, the Marine Admiral would come out to clean up the mess. At the worst, Buster Call would be launched directly, razing the entire country to the ground. But it was precisely because of this that the world hated these evil world nobles so much. And at this moment, all the anger was transferred to the top of the execution platform, Doflamingo, who was about to be sentenced to death. Even in the hearts of the world, Doflamingo's other crimes were no longer important. The fact that he is a celestial dragon is enough. Asterisk, asterisk T. I don't know who shouted first. In an instant, whether it was pirates or civilians, almost everyone howled excitedly at the same time. The sound waves were higher and higher, straight to the sky. Earth, 1 million? In such a short time, reputation has increased so fast. In this way, even if Kaido really appears, I can still occupy an absolute dominant position in this war. However, before that, I have to continue to pull a wave of emotions and harvest more reputation. Lin Xiao saw that his reputation was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. A satisfied arc suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. This growth rate is really quite gratifying. And his plan, so far, it can be said to be quite successful. There is no doubt, when Kaido leads Beast Pirates to appear, his reputation can also usher in a new round of surge. This wave is really profitable for him. Throughout his thoughts, Lin Xiao continued to talk to the radio Den Mushi. In addition to those crimes known to the world about 11 years ago, Doflamingo also killed Don Quixote Rosanani, the younger brother of the then second generation, Red Heart Corazon, in order to snatch Op fruit. And the other party had another unknown secret identity at the time. That is, Marine planted 820 inside the Don Quixote family undercover. A more accurate name should be Lieutenant Colonel of Naval Headquarters, number 01746, codename Xiaoming, Lieutenant Colonel Zenandi. Oh, by the way, he seems to be the adopted son of former Marine Marshal Singh. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku, who was watching the live broadcast, stood up with a look of horror and exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm the only one who knows Rosanani's file. How could he know so much about his serial number, code name, and the past of being adopted by me?" Akainu and Staff Officer Crane were also shocked when they heard this. The two of them looked at each other quickly. They saw the same answer in each other's eyes. That's right. There is a traitor, and it is a high-ranking officer who can freely enter and exit the office of Sengoku, who was then the marshal. Looking at the Marines, there are not many people who can meet these conditions at the same time. Hashtag E. It just so happens that all these people are gathered here today. Akaina glanced at the generals below with a ferocious look. The sight finally fixed on a naval headquarters commodore, in the corner with green curly hair, sunglasses, and a white and blue striped shirt. That's right. It was Brand New who was responsible for reporting all kinds of latest news to the Marine generals on weekdays and conveying the orders of the world government. Commodore, among the crowd. Only he could get access to that kind of secret information quietly. Thinking of this, Akainu and Staff Officer Crane looked at each other again. After getting the confirmation, Akainu slammed the table and shouted, "Come on, arrest the traitor Brand New for me." All the generals in the room were at a loss. Akainu said in an unquestionable tone, "I suspect that the person who leaked the internal secrets of Marine to Lin Xiao was Brand. So from now on, until the truth is found out, temporarily dismiss all his positions." Then the two Marines took Brand New, who kept crying and shouting injustice, away without saying anything. The other generals could not help but whisper when they saw this. "Is it true? J-Ran is a traitor? No way. He seems to be very honest. What's impossible? Mr. Sengoku's secret files have been exposed. There is no other explanation except that there is a traitor. Yes, but I didn't expect Lin Xiao's methods to be so powerful that he could even bribe the intelligence officer inside Marine. The conference room was in a state of panic. A group of Marine generals speculated whether there were other traitors inside Marine. There was also a lot of distrust in their eyes when they looked at each other. On the execution platform, Lin Xiao continued, "And 10 years ago, you robbed the heavenly gold that various countries paid tribute to celestial dragons and used it to threaten the world government and successfully obtained the identity of 7 warlords of the sea. Then you came up with the idea of Rosa and threatened the then King Ricador III. If you can't collect 10 billion berries in one day, you will lead your troops to attack Rosa. So King Riku, who believed in the idea of not fighting, begged the people to hand over all their property to him, but they didn't know that they had fallen into your trap. After King Riku handed over 10 billion berries, you used the power of string fruit to manipulate him to start killing civilians and soldiers and also set fire and looting in the town, making the people regard him as a fool. And you took the opportunity to overthrow King Riku's regime and ascended the throne. When the world heard this, everyone felt inexplicably shocked. They never thought Doflamingo's methods were so despicable. But the most hateful thing is, Marine and the world government actually turned a blind eye to this matter. Is this what they call justice? Heap Tue and Queen Violet and Rebecca behind the execution platform. They had already burst into tears. They never expected Lin Xiao would actually clear the name of King Li Ku in front of the world at such an important moment. The gratitude and attachment to Lin Xiao in their hearts has reached an indescribable level. Even if they were asked to die for Lin Xiao now, the two women would not hesitate at all. However, this is just the beginning of the nightmare of the people of Rosa. Lin Xiao continued with a righteous face. After usurping the throne of the king, you ordered your subordinate, Sugar, who has the ability of childlike fruit, to turn more than half of the citizens into toy dolls who only obey the Don Quixote family. And the families and friends of these dolls will completely lose their memories of them. Then you issued many harsh decrees, killing those dolls who tried to awaken the memories of their relatives, and imprisoned all the dissidents in the country in the arena until they were injured or died and could not leave. And after completely consolidating the regime, you began your real plan. First, you used the identity of 7 warlords of the sea to openly set up a human auction house in Sabati Archipelago, providing looted slaves for celestial dragons and wealthy people. Then you engaged in the arms smuggling business in Rosa, this underground trading port, secretly promoting wars around the world. And with the help of your undercover in the Marine G5 branch, Vice Admiral Virgo, you covered up your evil deeds again and again. At the same time, you also secretly sold artificial devil fruit smile to 100 Beasts Kaido secretly to obtain the exclusive right to operate the Wanaka Seastone business behind the backs of world government and Marine. The above are the crimes you have committed over the years. But because you have the special identity of 7 warlords of the sea, even if Marine has heard about it, it can only turn a blind eye and pretend that nothing happened. Since Marine is unwilling to uphold justice for the people, I, Lin Xiao, will take your head today, even if you are the 7 warlords of the sea, who have the legal right to plunder, even if you are the celestial dragons, who enjoy all the privileges, as long as your evil deeds desecrate justice. I will cut off the evil blood flowing in your body and give those persecuted people a fair justice. This is the greatest significance of my public execution today. Even if it will lead to a full-scale war with beast pirates, even if it will be excluded and sanctioned by world government and Marine, I will not hesitate, because justice will prevail. A spark can start a prairie fire. Lin Xiao's sonorous words quickly spread to every corner of the world through live broadcast. Countless people were inspired by this. They raised their fists and kept repeating Lin Xiao's words. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. However, no one would confuse the justice in Lin Xiao's mouth with the justice that Marine upholds, because the two have different meanings. BJ, Lin Xiao's name is deeply engraved in the hearts of every oppressed civilian. It is like the dawn that suddenly shines in the darkness. It makes them feel the existence of hope. Naval Headquarters. Akainu's face turned green with anger. He yelled at Lin Xiao's figure on the big screen. A asterisk hole. Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't step on our Marine? Lousy will never provide you with any help even if he has to resign. Just wait for Kaido to deal with you. At this time, Akainu's mood was similar. There was also Monkey D. Dragon and Baldigo. To be honest, after seeing Lin Xiao's passionate speech, he had to admit that the other party was indeed better at winning people's hearts. I'm afraid that the reputation accumulated by the GM army for decades is not as good as his passionate speech. Damn, comparing yourself to others is so annoying. If I had known that Doflamingo had the identity of celestial dragons, would I have waited until today? That guy Lin Xiao got such a huge advantage for nothing. Monkey 28D Long is so regretful now. But he has to admire Lin Xiao's intelligence level. He actually knows all kinds of secrets. Is it finally here? At this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to sense something. His dark eyes looked at the area on the sea, shrouded in fog. TSH. Then he saw that area. Nearly 100 large pirate ships came out of the fog in a mighty manner, speeding forward all the way. Finally anchored less than 10 kilometers away from the port. It formed a tit-for-tat situation with the water attribute. Elves deployed in advance on the periphery. From the flags hanging on the top of these ships, it was the Beast Pirates' fleet. At this moment, the people watching the live broadcast became nervous. The reporters subconsciously tightened their pens. The civilians trembled and swallowed their saliva. Even those arrogant pirates all held their mysterious auras tightly and dared not breathe more. There is no way. It can only be said that Kaido and Beast, the reputation of the 3 disasters, is too scary. When everyone turned the perspective of the image Den Mushi and looked at the fleet, but they did not see the figure of 4 emperors, Kaido on the giant pirate ship at the head. Did Kaido not come? But this makes sense. After all, they are the 4 emperors who reign over the New World. Like an emperor, they are recognized as the overlords in the world. Even if they send their subordinates, it will be a disaster for ordinary countries. Rado, just when everyone wanted to see which one of the 3 disasters led the team, a breathtaking dragon roar suddenly sounded in the sky. A asterisk hole. What did you do? Doflamingo looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Perhaps others could not understand what had just happened. But for him, everything was so familiar. Lin Xiao actually used the ability of string fruit that he possessed to weave a large net in the sky. Then he bounced Kaido in the form of Azure Dragon away. Can you believe this? What kind of horse flea operation is this? And why does he have the ability of string fruit? And why can he use a new version that even Lousy can't do? Doflamingo suddenly became a little unwell. RTU. Lin Xiao didn't even give him a chance to speak again. Two cold and ruthless words came out of his mouth. Execution. Wait a minute. Puff. Two sharp execution knives passed through his body. Blood spurted out immediately. In the blink of an eye, a pool of blood gathered under Doflamingo. Doflamingo felt that all the strength in his body was drained away instantly. But he still raised his head with difficulty. He seemed to want to say something to Lin Xiao, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't utter even a syllable. Finally, his head drooped weakly. Fit. This villain who killed his father, brother, usurped the country, resold weapons, promoted war, provided Kaido with artificial devil fruit, and created countless human tragedies. Completely ended his sinful life. But until the moment of death, his face was still full of resentment and unwillingness, as if saying, Lin Xiao actually dared to kill me? Doflamingo actually died? At this moment, whether it was the members of Beast Pirates or the audience watching the live broadcast, all were shocked by Lin Xiao's neat and tidy execution process. Is it really okay for you to be so straightforward? Shouldn't it be like the Summit War, with many twists and turns? What kind of crazy version is this? The three disasters who were commanding the flying unit to search for Kaido were dumbfounded when they saw this. Now Doflamingo is dead. They will face an extremely severe choice. Should we fight now or retreat? Fight. The people we want to save are dead. All the investment and sacrifice will become meaningless. Retreat? Then this trip will be in vain. If we return empty-handed, Beast Pirates will definitely become a laughingstock among the pirates in New World. Even Flame Disaster, Jean, who has always been known for his calmness, wisdom, and courage, is now troubled by this multiple-choice question. After weighing it over and over again, Jean finally gave the order to attack. Now that we are here, we must not return empty-handed. Young men, kill everyone in this country. Treasures, slaves, women, all belong to you. Jin's cold and angry voice came from under the mask. His eyes went directly across the sea and locked on a Lin Xiao on the execution platform. The guy who dared to play tricks on Kaido, let me deal with him. Full speed ahead. Tens of thousands of pirates suddenly let out a strange cry. Then nearly 100 pirate ships suddenly accelerated. They rushed straight towards the coastline. That terrifying momentum is as debilitating as a flood peak passing through. Is it finally starting? A full-scale attack from the Beast Pirates. Fire Disaster, Plague Disaster, Quinn, Drought Disaster, Jack, and the members of the Flying Six, and those barbarian tyrants, whose size far exceeds that of the giant tribe. At this moment, everyone who was watching the live broadcast was frightened into silence by the fierce momentum displayed by the Beast Pirates. Even through the big screen, many people still felt the strong breath of death coming towards them. That was the famous Four Emperors. And Jean, Quinn, and Jack, without exception, were all big pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion berry. Even the members of the Flying Six are all powerful men who are famous in the New World. Not to mention Kaido, who has the title of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Although Lin Xiao successfully destroyed the Don Quixote family, with only 200 elves before. But the former is obviously not comparable to the Four Emperors. The current enemy is even more powerful. Can His Majesty Lin Xiao's Elf Legion really stop the attack of Beast Pirates? Too terrible. Is this the power of the Four Emperors? It is not comparable to the 7 Warlords of the Sea at all. Yeah. I'm afraid any one of the 3 disasters can easily crush Doflamingo, right? It seems that the disparity in military strength is too great. Even so, I always feel that His Majesty Lin Xiao will not lose. Elves, go for it. Lin Xiao glanced at the Beast Pirates that were rushing over. and gave a faint order. In an instant, the skills of the water-attributed elves on the sea surface that were ready for battle flew together. Water cannon, water wave, water tidal swirl. The torrent with power far exceeding that of the cannonballs poured out like a rain curtain. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 pirate ships were sunk. Really, do you think you can stop us like this? Jean showed a look of disdain on his face, and then activated human beast form. His arms directly turned into huge pterosaur wings, and he jumped straight into the sky. Blade twin emperors. The black wings suddenly danced. Countless flame bullets sprayed out from the flames behind Jean. The elves on the sea were killed and wounded. At the same time, Quinn and Jack also attacked one after another. Hey, Lin Xiao, you don't think that these sea beasts can stop us alone, right? Quinn also transformed into a human beast form. After self-transformation, his right hand, mouth, and mechanical tail suddenly flashed with dangerous light. Black light fire. One after another, laser beams exploded on the sea. It set off a huge torrent. The entire sea area trembled with it. Just you ants, you still want to delay our steps. After Jack was completely beast transformed, use the mammoth's huge nose to inhale air. Emit a powerful breath that is far more powerful than ordinary shells. Boom, boom. Just like that. As the three disasters attacked one after another, the situation on the sea surface changed rapidly. Even if ordinary elves were amplified 100 times by the elf Gigantamax power, there was still no match for these top powerhouses. The originally solid defense line was torn open. The remaining pirate ships took the opportunity to rush in. Flying Six, listen to me. I will kill you, you scumbag, today. Lin Xiao knew he was in the wrong and showed a harmless smile on his face. While dodging the opponent's attack, he gently persuaded, Ms. Momosaji, don't be impulsive. I did this for your reputation. Bullshit, my reputation was obviously ruined by you. Momosaji was almost vomiting blood because of this guy's shameless remarks. I haven't settled the score with you for the last time. You mess with me again this time, I will fight you. Momosaji immediately threw down the newspaper. Waving Kinpila, he chopped randomly. And at this time, at the door, two little heads secretly poked out and kept looking into the room. Little Gardevoir, I really envy Sister Momosaji for being able to interact so intimately with His Majesty. 0. Rebecca pouted her lips and sighed with a melancholy look. Oh, if only I were a little older. I could be like Sister Momosaji and announce my relationship with His Majesty to the world. Although we don't have a relationship yet. Relationship? Gardevoir, who has human thinking, tilted her head and kept thinking about the beautiful scene she saw in the prison before. Sana, Sana, I also want to have a relationship with the master. At this moment, Lin Xiao's slightly stern voice suddenly came from the room. You two brats, stop eavesdropping there, and hurry up and train for me. Xiao Gardevoir, if Rebecca still can't use the power of Maramara fruit skillfully when the execution day comes, I will hold you responsible. Rebecca and Gardevoir shuddered at the words, then turned around and ran away. After Momosaji found that her attack couldn't hit Lin Xiao at all, she quickly gave up in anger. She sat on the chair and started crying. Don't cry. Lin Xiao didn't expect that this strong woman in front of him actually has such a weak side. Immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry, I will treat you well in the future. So, Momosaji cried even more sadly. In her red eyes, there was a fierce light flashing. If you dare to say one more word, I will bite you to death. Lin was speechless when he saw this. It seems that Luo is right. I am not good at comforting people. Would it be better if I hugged instead? There are only 2 days left before the public execution of Doflamingo. Due to Kaido's unexpected intervention, the entire New World is filled with a tense atmosphere. Many people even rush to the nearby waters of Dressrosa, hoping to be the first to know the entire progress of this war after the public execution begins. On the contrary, Dressrosa, the whole country was in a warm and peaceful mood. In the streets and alleys, People's faces were filled with happy and joyful smiles. No one was worried about the war that would come in a few days. They believed that Elf King Lin Xiao would protect this country. 013312428 Felu 164550130. The Emperor's words came true. It's time to expand the military force. Lin Xiao looked at the reputation that had slowed down slightly, and then opened the attribute panel. Jean landed on the deck again, and then said to the six figures standing proudly behind him, "Although the target of this rescue, Doflamingo, is dead. But this battle is still crucial to the reputation of our beast pirates." I don't know what trick Lin Xiao used to bounce Kaido away. This is simply the biggest gaffe so far. So next, I hope you can put aside your internal conflicts and disputes for the time being, and use your own abilities to attack with all your strength. After this battle, the person with the best performance will be qualified to challenge the big billboard. Remember, don't take it lightly. The members of Flying Six heard this, and their faces showed excitement. "Oh my, this seems a bit too much. Those little animals look very cute," Black Maria, who is 8.2 meters tall, said with a smile on her face. But the people present didn't believe her nonsense at all. Everyone on Ghost Island doesn't know this. This woman who is in charge of Yoqua is extremely cruel. She likes to torture and abuse enemies the most on weekdays. It's really troublesome. Wouldn't it be better to raise this country to the ground with artillery shells? Run, holding a mace, said like a fool. This caused her younger brother Peggy Wan, who was standing next to her, to complain. "Idiot sister, can you not act like an idiot this time?" The others agreed with this. Jean, remember what you just said. I will challenge the power of Big Board by name when the time comes. Faz Fu, King Qian, showed a smug grin on his face. Then he flew up. He stepped on Moonwalk and flew directly towards execution platform. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. In Fuz Fu's opinion, what could be a greater achievement than directly killing the enemy's commander? As for Jin's previous words about leaving Lin Xiao to him to deal with, Fuz Fu didn't take it to heart at all. Just kidding. Do you think Lousy is such an obedient person? Hey. You are too shameless, aren't you? Damn, you're bullying us because we don't know how to use Moonwalk, right? Hole, drive the boat to Lousy faster. We will never let that guy get the upper hand. The other members of the Flying Six were very annoyed by Faz F's sneaky behavior, but there was nothing they could do, who made them all unable to use Moonwalk. But Jean had long been accustomed to these guys who like to mess around, because the corporate culture of beast pirates is to rise to the top by strength. That's right. It's that simple and crude. Except Kaido. These guys of Flying Six don't accept anyone. Even Three Calamities Valley, in their eyes, is just a target to be replaced. Jean knows this better than anyone else. The core members of Beast Pirates have never been united.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.